Yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, Joey P, Joe Pizzapia, and this is Fantasy Pros MLB Fantasy Fest 2026. What a 4 hours of fantasy baseball goodness we've got ahead of us here. Oh my goodness, we are back. We are so back for fantasy baseball in 2026. And we got WBC talk here happening in the green room before we came on. No, this is not an Italy jersey, but I can pretend it is today. But with me to start the show, the Welsh, as always, my best friend. And from Bubba and the Bloom, we got KC Bubba and Ryan Bloomfield. Bloomfield, why does Bubba get to go first in that one? Why isn't it Bloomfield and Bubba? Would you flip a coin? How'd you guys figure that out?
He's the lovable big man. He's the one everybody loves, everyone relates to. All of our promo codes with other sites that we do for the show all say Bubba. They don't say Bloom. I'm just here for the ride. I'm riding his coattails. That's all.
I have nothing to do with that, by the way. I have nothing to do with the promo codes.
He'd also have to be the Bubba. It'd have to be Bloomfield and the Bubba, and I don't think that has.
I don't know.
Kind of the Bubba. Like Bogman and the Welsh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess so. I got to get the in there. But yeah, Bubba, good to see you as well. You are lovable. I will say that. Yes. That's for sure. I was hanging out with Pasquantino and Caglione last night after the game. We had a lot of shots of espresso. So I'm ready to go here today for the Fantasy Fest. And our first topic today is a great one. We're going to be talking with the boys against some players that the industry is wrong about right now. And wrong in concerns to ADP. Some of these ADPs might be off with some of our thoughts on some of these players. So we're going to get into that and discuss them. Before we do, remember, subscribe to the channel here on Fantasy Pros MLB. We're trying to get to 30,000. We can do that with your help. We're so close right now. So keep subscribing, keep liking the channel, like this video, all that good stuff. And drop your comments below, because when you do, you could win this. It's amazing. It's a Juan Gonzalez throwback jersey. Oh, wow. Love this one. It's actually in the right direction, too. Unlike that old Donruss card from the 90s, it was a little bit different. So you can win the signed Juan Gonzalez throwback jersey right here at Fantasy Fest. All you have to do, subscribe to the Fantasy Pros MLB channel right now. Drop a comment on this or any stream or any show. And that's it. That's all you got to do. And we'll be announcing the winner right here at the end of the stream. So stay tuned and send those comments, because you could win the Juan Gonzalez jersey today. All right, gentlemen, let's kick things off here. Let's let Bloomfield go first, because I want him to feel like he's going first for a change in life here.
Thank you.
Bloomfield, let's start with Cole Reagans. Obviously, we know the big strikeout potential is there, Ryan. Obviously, we had some hiccups last year in the season in terms of health and at times in terms of performance. So why is the industry wrong about Cole Reagans, in your opinion?
I think because where Cole Reagans is going in drafts, he's your anchor. He has to be your anchor, right? Given the recent ADP and looking at the innings pitched history for Cole Reagans, the injury history does not scream anchor. He's got 1 year of over 100 innings in his entire career, coming off of a shoulder injury that cost him pretty much half of 2025. Yes, he did return for 3 starts at the end of last season. Yes, he has looked pretty good this spring, so maybe fall off a little bit, but I just think you're paying an ace-level price for someone who's pretty brittle, and that's my biggest reason. It's not performance. And you look at the kind of surface ratios for Cole Reagans last year, they weren't good. I think the skills are just fine. I think Cole Reagans on a per-inning basis is completely legit. It's the, can you trust this guy over a full season or even a half season, given the recent injury issues? That's my biggest beef with Cole Reagans.
Yeah, Bloomfield, I think it's interesting because one thing I want to throw at you is you were using the word anchor, but like when he is out there and he's healthy, he is an anchor. Like he is an actual anchor. So you kept using that word. Like, so the only thing that's holding him back here is the theoretical injury history, which I can appreciate, because like the guys that are hurt right now, I'm out. I'm out on Blake Snell. I want no part of it. I want no part of Brandon Woodruff. Those guys that have this mystery stuff. I guess I'm a hypocrite because I kind of like Zach Wheeler a little bit, but like Cole Reagans has the anchor upside to literally lead your fantasy team, but it's just the risk versus reward that takes you out.
That is exactly it. Give me, and maybe it's just the way that I draft. If I'm taking my first starting pitcher, I want someone who, and I know being in the business of trying to predict pitcher injuries is shaky at best, but give me a Freddie Peralta, give me a Logan Webb, give me those boring guys that I know I can count on throughout the entire season and not just a per inning per start.
Bubba looked like he agreed with me though, but I just
me and Bubba are
brought up.
Yeah, we are not simpatico on Cole Reagans.
Okay. Right. I'm glad you brought up the Freddie Peralta issue in there too, because this was literally a conversation I feel like we had yesterday, the day before on the show. It was recently, but you know, you got a guy like Reagans, who I know a couple years ago, right, full season, 180 innings, 220 strikeouts, awesome. But Freddie Peralta is basically going in the same exact range, and he's got 3 straight years of 200 strikeouts. And his ERA is going to be in the mid-threes, probably somewhere around there, and the whip's going to be good, and he's pitching for a contract. He's on a very good team. Like, I don't know. To me, this just doesn't equate in my head. If I'm starting a rotation, Ryan, I feel way better about Peralta than I do about Ragans. I'm not saying I don't like Ragans as a number 2. Like, if I was like going like maybe pocket aces, okay, maybe Ragans is that second guy because of the big upside. But as my like big standalone, he's the front of my rotation guy. I would rather have Peralta.
And I think, and Joseph in the chat makes a good point. If you draft Ragans, you need to make sure you have good pitching depth because you may be losing him for some time. And I agree. And I generally like where I'm coming from. Typically, I draft in the kind of the deeper the league, the tougher the replacement level, the more I'm willing to go for those kind of boring types, the Webbs, the Peraltas. If you're in a 12 team or a 10 team mixed where you're kind of shooting for upside and replacement is better, I can see Ragans. But yeah, you definitely need to build some stability if you take Ragans this early.
And one thing I want to add, Hardy brought up, can we get some context of who's around? I will do that. You guys can check that out on Fantasy Pros on the ADP. It's an aggregate ADP that has all the sites, so you can look at individual sites or you can look at what the average is. The pitcher in front is wrong. It's Hunter Green, obviously, because he's gone, and that's a mess. But Jacob deGrom is the pick right after. Freddie Peralta is 8 picks after. You kind of got kind of a fall. George Kirby is at 69. Nice. Cole Ragans is at 51. And Logan Webb, my guy Logan Webb, is at 49. And as boring as he is, I love him this year. So that's some context for the players that are around if you're going through this risk assessment. And by the way, at the end of each segment, we're going to be interacting with everybody here. So keep queuing up your questions. We'll be looking at them and answering them. But that's some context for Ragans.
And of course, if you super chat your question, it goes right to the front of the queue and we'll move it all the way up there. So super chats are live right here. So send us your super chats right here on the YouTube channel. And if you got a question for Welsh or Bloomfield or for Bubba, the Bubba, or whatever we want to call him today, let's talk to the Bubba about his guy, Roman Anthony. I'm a big Roman Anthony guy. And it's funny because Bubba, I don't know if you're negative or positive about this here. You just said that they're wrong. So let's talk about why you think this is wrong here for Roman Anthony.
For me, it's kind of the stat line that we're looking at with Roman Anthony. Right now, we're seeing let's say a 2020 player if things go well. Right now, we haven't seen the full ceiling for Roman Anthony. If you're in an OBP league, it's awesome. He's great in OBP. Not going to deny that for 1 second. But like last year,
batting average ain't too bad either.
Last year, but you go throughout the minors at 269, 272, 228 at times. Like there's been good and bad. There's been a lot of fluctuations with Roman Anthony, and it's been a lot of like 15, 16 seasons. We haven't even had a 2020 season in the minor league. So to me, it's just the hype train's real. Maybe the ceiling finally gets there someday because he is only 22 years old. There's no denying that. He can still develop. We haven't seen it yet. And where you're drafting Roman Anthony, there have proven commodities. Like like what we've seen his profile be, Michael Harris does the same thing. And I'm not saying go draft Michael Harris, but you can get Michael Harris probably 40 or 50 picks later, depending on what format you're in. So what skill set we have seen so far with Roman Anthony, you are drafting for a ceiling we have not seen yet, where at pick 54, you have so many proven commodities at that point in time. And I don't take the chance.
There's a cluster of guys there. Again, this is another conversation that Welsh and I had yesterday on the show, so it's good to get a third opinion here. It's Wyatt Langford, Roman Anthony, Jackson Merrill. Actually, you can even make it 5. Riley Green and Jarren Duran. There's 5 guys here in this clump of outfielders, and everyone kind of has their favorite flavor. I like Roman Anthony and Langford. I prefer them over Merrill. Out of those guys, Langford, Anthony, Merrill, Riley Green, Duran, are you in on any of this grouping here, or is this a time of the draft where you're going in an opposite direction?
I usually end up getting my first pitcher, like a Freddie Peralta, as you mentioned. But if you do, I love Wyatt Langford. He's been banged up, so you have to play the injury concerns. But that is legit 2020, maybe 25-25 type guy, maybe 30-30 if things really click. If you want to play ceiling games like Roman Anthony, I love Wyatt Langford. I think it's funny his teammate Jarren Duran's right there. Jarren Duran's proven twice now that he's got power, he's got speed, he can hit for an okay average. Like, we know who he is, it feels like. And he's going to hit in the middle of that order in Boston, which is a pretty good batting order. So definite options there that we've got more proven commodities, which I'm going to take at that point in the draft.
Welsh, what are your thoughts on Roman Anthony? I mean, I know, we both, I believe we're in on him this year. Are you where Bubba is, where it's like, hey, you're kind of drafting him at ceiling at this point?
I'm a pretty big Roman Anthony guy. I've been pretty vocal about it. Yeah. Like, here's my problem with it. Because this is what I agree with Bubba. If you are looking at the projection stat line, that stat line does not deserve to be going where it's going. So I could not agree more with that. But my problem is I don't think the stat line is correct. I think one of the things you were looking at absolutely elite barrel, 15%, elite hard hit, 60%. And you know what that really reminded me of? And I said this like for quite a long time, even in the back end of last year. This was just Nick Kurtz without some of the big loud counting stats. Now, the thing Roman Anthony hasn't learned to do is like get the ball in the air, but he got on base more. He was hitting at the top of the order. He's going to score runs in Boston. He's probably going to be the leadoff guy. He walks. It was like 13% of the time. If there is progression to be had with his profile and he goes from a 7-degree launch angle guy to a 10-degree, pulls ball a little bit, strikes out a little bit less, you're looking at a 35 home run guy. Like that's the type of profile that he has. So I really like Roman Anthony. To be fair, what you said, maybe you are paying him kind of at the cost. It's similar to Wyatt Langford. You paid kind of the high cost for what you thought you would get out of Langford last year. He kind of returned value. And guess what? He's like right back to where he was last season. That might be the same case with Roman Anthony. But the thing that I really like about him is I think he's going to get on base. I think he's at least a 4-category player. And if he goes 30-10 with, let's say, a 270 average and he's 90-90, that's going to more than pay for like the 50 range of what you're getting him overall. But I'm a big Roman Anthony guy this year. But I also kind of don't know if he falls in the range of where I want to draft him, because I go like hitter. And then 4th round is like a really common pitcher range. So that does screw me sometimes, but I'm trying to get my shares.
All right, we got super chats flying in, so I want to make sure we get to those. Real quick, Ryan, give me your take on Roman Anthony here before we move on to Bradish.
I'll amend Welsh's sentence ever so slightly. Nick Kurtz without the fly balls. And when you get Nick Kurtz without the fly balls, you just don't give any home runs. Like it's just very hard to have a mega home run total when you only hit fly balls 30% of the time. And that's what Anthony did last year. And maybe this changes. I'm sure Roman Anthony, at some point in his career will probably be like a top 2 round pick, potentially even top pick. I think the market is just banking on a lot of growth to happen in year 2. And a lot of that growth is baked into the price. Again, it's not the player, it's the price. It's someone who, you look at the projection and we can disagree with the projection. Sure. Some of these prospects can kind of exceed those very quickly, but I need to see it from someone before I make a top 60 pick on them.
Yesterday, we did one of my favorite shows on the channel here, which is the Describe This Player's 2026 season in 3 words or less. It's a fun little game we play here. And my 3 words for Kyle Bradish were be very careful, because I like Kyle Bradish, the talent. My problem is Kyle Bradish, the ADP. So, Bubba, it feels like you kind of are in that same boat. Let's talk about why.
You pretty much nailed all of my concerns. Like, I think his skill set, it's an ace. He is an absolute ace. But he's coming off, Tommy John surgery. We saw him. He threw 32 innings last year at the big league level. If you want to combine the minor leagues with them, we saw 54 innings pitched last year. 54. Like, how far do you let him roam? That's the $1 million question. Is it 130 innings? Is it 150 innings? If he hits 150 plus, maybe worth it. I'm just worried they're not. They've already talked. They're going to work on limiting his innings. If it's a 6-man rotation, if it's skipping a start here, like they want him for the postseason. And so now you talked Reagan's at ADP 51. So we're 28 picks later. That's great. But we're still talking about a guy that you're SP2 or SP3 if you're aggressive. You still need these guys to perform as close to an ace as possible. And if he's going to be limited, that's going to take a big part out of it. I think he's really, really good, but the price tag's just too high for me. Like, people loved him. Like, ADP 79 is nice. There's leagues where he goes even higher than that. Like, people love Kyle Bradish this year, or they hate him.
Well, Bob, what's so fascinating to me, Bob, is that you got a pitcher right ahead of him in ADP back-to-back, Framber Valdez. Now, I know it's a new place for him, so we could talk about that too, but 201 innings, 190 innings, 176 innings, 192 innings. Like, we're talking workhorse kind of guy. Now, and look, I understand he might not be as sexy in some of the counting stats as maybe Bradish could be, but when talking about durability being the best ability, he takes the ball every 5th day. And to me, that's where I struggle. It's like, even if you don't love Framber Valdez, I think you got to respect the fact that he's going in an ADP right around Kyle Bradish, where I think you know what you're getting in the Framber Valdez investment, whereas Kyle Bradish, it's still so many questions and so much more of a premium to get there. Ryan, what are your thoughts on Bradish?
It's interesting to compare. Me and Bubba go at this all the time. I'm a Bradish guy, so it's interesting just to compare this conversation. What we just
purposely picked these two, by the way, just for this.
Love it.
We just talked about Cole Reagans, right? Like, Yeah, we have on Bubba and the Bloom, we actually track all these. We call them beer bets, and we settle up the first pitch Arizona every year. All of our player debates. Kyle Bradish and Cole Reagans are involved in separate ones. For me, and this is just how I evaluate pitching. Like it's just interesting how this dovetails off of the Cole Reagans conversation that we just had. Cole Reagans had the shoulder injury and just kind of, I'll use air quotes, healed it with rest, where Kyle Bradish actually had the surgery. He had Tommy John. He had a larger sample post-injury when he came back throwing those 51 innings compared to Cole Reagans' 13 innings that we saw from him after he returned from the shoulder injury. And I just think someone who, like Bradish, who gets the surgery, gets it fixed, and honestly looks dominant. I mean, he's got one of the best strikeout rates in all of baseball over the last few years, Kyle Bradish. I know it's a limited sample because of the Tommy John, but he got the surgery, he got fixed, he looked really good last year. I don't see why Kyle Bradish is any kind of health risk. I think he's fixed. There are valid concerns about the potential 6-man rotation. We all know how 6-man rotation goes. Someone gets hurt and becomes a 5-man rotation. So I think if you get 160, 170 innings from Bradish, I think that's what I'm kind of expecting. I think this guy is a low-end ace that you're getting at pick 80.
All right, we're going to get to one of Welsh's guys, and then Ryan's got another guy he wants to talk about too. Before we do, let's jump into some of these super chats so we can kind of stay on top of things. 12-team roto, 3 keepers can keep Kurtz, Burns, Kershaw, or Mizorowski for my final 3 picks, or I can keep 2 of those and keep Shohei the pitcher in the 12th round. Welsh, which way do you want to go with this?
Well, that's pretty easy. We're going to do, well, I guess because it's just pitcher, maybe that's not as easy, but Kurtz, Burns, and I'm tempted to go, I'm tempted to say Shohei Ohtani.
I was going to say, then you can only keep, I think, Kurtz and Ohtani from, if I'm reading this correctly.
No, he says you can keep
2 of those. Oh, I'm sorry.
And then you could have Ohtani, the pitcher. Listen, from a keeper perspective, Kurtz, Burns, and Miz makes a lot of sense, and that's probably the longevity of it. I have some questions about Miz, but as I said on the 3-word show, maybe we're just a year early on Miz. So I think from like the full dynasty perspective, Kurtz, Burns, and Miz is probably the easy answer, but I think you could swap Miz and Ohtani if you're a little bit more win now. Kurtz and Burns are not even a question, not like the biggest Kershaw guy, so he's kind of the odd man out.
All right, let's get to another one here. This is from Josh. Missed you guys. Oh, we missed you too. I just found out my nemesis from the same league watches you as well. Let's go. We're very popular, Josh. We're an extremely popular program. We can't help that. Can I get a big shrimps up, clubhouse down? It will make my season. All right, so who wants to do the
let's do it on 3. Clubhouse? Let's do it on 3. I'll go 1, 2, 3, and then let's do it.
Are we peeking on the word up?
We'll go shrimps up, clubhouse down.
I just want to know like the cadence. All right,
here we go.
Count it out.
3, 2, 1.
Big shrimps up, clubhouse down.
I didn't see the big.
That was bad. That was
really.
You want to try one more time?
I was laughing too hard to even do it.
How about you do it as Russo? No, you do it as Chris Russo.
Chris Russo. Big shrimps up, everybody. Clubhouse down. Here on FantasyPros MLB today. What's going on here?
There you go.
I got Bloomfield and Bubba. I got these guys here. KC Bubba. I don't know what the hell his name is. I don't know why. Is he a barbecue sauce or a fantasy analyst? I have no idea what's going on. Shout out to you, Josh. Thanks for coming and hanging out here. Thunderstuds. Look at Thunderstud crossing over from football to baseball, too. I love it. Hey, guys. Trying to stash a pitcher in a 16-team dynasty. Who are you stashing? Jonah Tong or Jared Jones? Bloomfield, you want to take this one? Oh, Bubba already bet. It's like, no.
Bubba, as usual, goes first. Sneaks in there. But I'm also Jared Jones. I'm
that's 2. Welsher, you also Jared Jones?
Yep. Sweep it.
Right, so there you go. Sweep action there. Let's see if we can get one more in here, and then we'll get to some other guys. Michael, how do you guys value position eligibility, i.e., if you keep Altuve and he's second base, outfield DH all year, but he will cost $20. I'm here to another awesome year. I like position flexibility on guys a little younger than Altuve. That's the best way to put it, Bubba. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with this one. I don't think it's terrible. For $20, you think that's too much or just right for Altuve, Bub?
Its auction value is a little cheaper. Well, it's close to that. I'd probably throw him back in and see what you can get him for on the wraparound. Also, we don't know how much his budget really is, but his age concerns me.
I'll look at Polanco and some other guys like that too that qualify. Ryan, is there a guy like position eligibility wise, that flexibility that you like to target in drafts?
And there's different layers to position eligibility. I love the guys that are corner and middle in eligible. A lot of like a Jazz Chisholm early in drafts. Just being able to build a team and have flexibility around someone who can qualify at middle and corner is just huge later on in drafts.
And I've talked about Michael Garcia when he does qualify at like second or short in some of those other spots. Like Michael Garcia is super sexy when it comes to that.
Well, the nice thing about like what Ryan's saying is you can let the draft come to you, right? You take a Chisholm early. It's like, okay, well, who's the best third baseman? Who's the best shortstop on the board? Like you just get to start moving around. I did that in one of our mocks a couple weeks ago, actually, and it's worked out very nicely. Joey's back. Look at Joey, our friend here. Who would you take at the 2-1? Jordan, Churio, Ketel Marte, or Vladdy? Welsh, why don't you take this one?
And he says Vlad would have to be a util. He's already keeping Roman, Kurtz, and Caminero.
Good keeper grouping.
I would keep Churio on that, but I got no problem if you want to keep Vlad, but you already got the first baseman in Kurtz long term, so I think Churio would be the pretty easy answer there.
And this is such a great team because Joseph never misses a show. This is what happens. See, when you hang out with us at FantasyPros MLB, you have rosters that look like this.
Some damn good keepers to be choosing from. He's like, hey, how about all these second round picks? I have to throw 3 of them back. Like, good Lord. Good job, dude.
Really good. All right, we got one more in here just snuck in. Let's go to Peter's 16-team points league. I have the 4th overall. Who would you prioritize as a second bat with my second pick? Or would you go with a pitcher with that many teams? Ryan, how do you assess this when you're in deeper leagues? Obviously, you know, it can be very tricky. The investment in pitching is important, but at the same time, the replacement value is also not there if they get hurt. So that's very tricky. You got to invest wisely. So which way would you go here for Peter?
Sometimes it depends kind of how early you're drafting. The closer we get to opening day, we've seen some of these pitchers go through, make a couple starts in spring training, the more confident that we know that are at least healthy right now. So like you hit on the head, Joe, replacement level in these deeper leagues for pitching is just absolutely brutal when you're trying to comb waiver wire every single week. So I think taking a pitcher with your second pick is totally fine.
I also
these are the kind of leagues where I don't go for the guys that I have questions about too, Peter. I just want to put that, like, guys, you're like, man, 100 innings is dicey. Like, don't take that guy. Don't do that. Go ahead, Welsh.
Only thing I was going to add is because your third pick is so close, I'm probably more prone, if there's a bat that I really like, to prioritize that bat and then take a pitcher in the third, or maybe like a Hunter Brown. Because like, I don't know if there's a huge difference between, I know a lot of people like fall over themselves about Yamamoto, but if Yamamoto is like 6-man and lowered a little bit, like I'll take a Hunter Brown in the third round if there's like a really awesome bat in the second. So that's how I would kind of look at that.
All right, let's get to one of Welsh's guys. Maybe some positivity we're spread here. Bubba Chandler right now is floating around in drafts. There's a lot of different opinions here. The ADP is 159. The expert consensus ranking is 55. So why is the industry wrong about this Bubba? Not KC Bubba. We're always right about him, but why Bubba Chandler?
Yeah, big supporter of Bubba's on this show in whatever capacity.
The all Bubba network today. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a couple things. Like first, if you just look at Bubba had a tumultuous year early on, then gets that late call up, goes in as a bullpen guy, kind of dominates. His first start gets blown up, and then he just proceeds to just go ham in his final starts, getting in innings. He ended up having a 25% K percentage with a 3% walk rate, which was absurd and probably not sustainable necessarily. Spent the whole off season with Paul Skeens, which as silly as that can be, I think that does mean something. But here's more of the important stuff here. He's going to get the shot in the rotation. But when you go and look on the draft boards, every one of, and we have litany of them, the young, exciting rookie / prospecty pitchers that are right there. You've got Nolan McLean, top 100. You got Chase Burns, top 100. Treya Savage was dominating this. Maybe he's cooling a little bit. Jacob Mizorowski. We keep going. Cam Schlittler. They're all going before Bubba Chandler. But when you're talking about a dude with an A+ fastball, a guy averaging, sitting on 98, had success as the majors, is going to have a decent shot to get some significant innings this year, you have upside that is happening late. One of the biggest things we focus on the ADP is wrong is two things. It's injury risks and overpaying into last year for hype. We're not doing that in either case here. I mean, maybe there could be an injury thing you could do, but you're not overpaying on the hype. So I think where my strategy this year, kind of like Ryan, like Bloomfield has been saying, where it's like, I don't want to take a bunch of risk. I want boring guys. Give me Logan Webb at the top. And I want to take my shots a little bit later on the Chase Burns and the Bubba Chandlers, because I think there's immense strikeout upside. And I think this is just the one guy the industry hasn't really backed with all the others, probably because everybody can't be like every single one of these rookie pitchers is going to be amazing. I think Bubba Chandler's got a legitimate shot with that fastball and some of those secondaries. So I think the ADP is just wrong on him. And he's the type of guy you should be targeting, especially after all those other guys.
Ryan, it was a weird year for Bubba Chandler because there was all that buzz for him to get called up. Then he didn't get called up. And then it kind of felt like he was just pouting or not happy about it. And his performance kind of dipped quite a bit. You saw him struggle with the control. Then he gets called up. He did have a big blow-up start in September. I do recall that. But Chandler had a 1.57 ERA, a .59 whip, and 28 strikeouts, so 1 walk in 28 innings across the 6 outings around that. So if you take that, again, it's a terrible thing to do. If you take that one start out that's bad, then he's so good. Well, that's not how baseball works. You count all the stats. But that being said, where are you at with Bubba Chandler this year?
I think Welsh nailed it. And then given that the segment is, players that the industry, the market is wrong about, I like Bubba Chandler just as much as the rest of the youths, I call them, the rest of the youths as starting pitcher. And Bubba Chandler's going later, and 120 innings, 130 innings in each of the last 2 seasons for Bubba Chandler. Again, my common theme is like, which pitchers can I at least have the best chance to have bankable volume with? And Bubba Chandler's there. I think there's no uncertainty with the rotation spot. I think this is a smash. I agree with Welsh.
All right, let's talk about another one of the guys where the industry might be wrong about them. It is James Wood. Ryan Bloomfield, you have targeted this man who has a lot of talent here. Certainly power, certainly speed. The team around him still a work in progress, to put it kindly. ADP right now 32, the ECR of 28. So Ryan, why are folks wrong about James Wood right now?
I just think it's because obviously the price. It's a ADP of 32 and ECR 28, so like a very highly regarded by the industry. James Wood is. There's some danger in diving into half season splits with hitters. I recognize that, but with James Wood, that's what we have to go off of, and it was like a near 40% strikeout rate in the second half. Like that is truly horrendous for James Wood. Like that, I mean, that is really like that makes Nick Kurtz look like Jacob Wilson. 40% strikeout rate. So on top of that, so he has to rectify that. James Wood also has a major ground ball issue that I think is gonna put a pretty low lid on his home run ceiling, at least for now. Again, just like with Roman Anthony, I think someday James Wood's going to be really good. At this price, you're banking on James Wood being much, much better than the second half version that we saw. And the way that pitchers adjusted to James Wood in the second half last year, at this price, I don't want any part of it.
Well, Ryan, do you also kind of attribute the second half to the fact that he just doesn't have enough lineup protection around him? I mean, we've seen that happen a lot where these young players, when they're the only piece in that lineup, if you don't have somebody hitting behind them, you will see them struggle and you will see frustrations, and they just kind of compound because baseball is such a mental game. Do you factor that in at all too? Not that it's better necessarily on paper this year, but do you put that in also to the maturity level of Wood as a player too? That was like, I remember JD Martinez, right back in the day when he came up. Not a lot of lineup protection around him in Houston. He goes to Detroit where Victor Martinez and Miguel Cabrera are there, and all of a sudden he becomes JD Martinez and a pretty good player at that. So how much do you equate to the lineup protection really failing Wood in this lineup for the Nats?
I don't really know, but I also don't know that it really matters because it's the same crew coming back this year. Right.
Yeah,
it's going to be the same context, and actually with an even worse pitching staff. I mean, the Nationals just signed Zach Littell as their quote unquote SP1. I know Cade Cavalli is starting on opening day, which is nice, but I think it's going to be a similarly brutal team context for James Wood this year.
All right, so great stuff, gentlemen. KC Bubba, Ryan Bloomfield, Bubba and the Bloom here joining us here. Check out their podcast, of course. And these are some of the players that, again, we hope you enjoyed this discussion here about players that maybe the industry might be wrong about. So maybe think twice about taking them on draft day. We're going to hit a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about one of the best rookie classes potentially you've seen in a very long time. And Geoff Pontes is going to come on and break them all down for us. So don't miss that. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Fantasy Fest 2026 coming at you right after this. Let's be honest, everybody. Most mock drafts suck. That's right, they do. You have to wait forever for them to start, and then sometimes the specs don't even match your league settings, and then you get some Yahoo or some robot in there that doesn't even know what the heck they're doing, and they end up taking a rookie in the second round, and that's not helping you prepare for your draft now, is it? So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my draft so that you can get ready for yours, and I use the Draft Simulator. It was built to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts, and it's free. Here are the 3 reasons why I love it the most. Number 1, no waiting around. You're not waiting for other people to make picks, so you can run through a mock draft in just a few minutes. It connects to your league, syncs all your unique settings, and makes sure everything feels like your real draft. Number 2, it's going to help you get better at drafting. Draft Simulator goes over rankings and projections from the best baseball experts, like yours truly, and it tells you who the best picks are. It also uses our best in-class projections to tell you where you stand in each category and which players will help you the most. And number 3, draft analysis. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. My favorite feature is the pick analysis. It shows you where you could have made better picks and lets you restart your mock from that point so you can test out different strategies and see which one works best. So stop wasting your time with bad mock drafts. Work less, win more with the free Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock. Welcome back, everybody, to Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship right here on our Fantasy Pros MLB channel. The Welsh and I are back here, and we're talking about prospects, and what a prospect group we have this year in 2026. It's an incredible grouping, some big names making some big noise right now in spring training, and who better to break them all down than Geoff Pontes from Baseball America. Geoff, it's good to see you, my friend. There's one thing that you can never have, and that's prospect fatigue. I feel like you're not allowed to have that.
I can have it about certain players, that's for sure. But
Okay.
my appetite to continue digging and seeing more and more new players every year is certainly fun, and it's a blast to get to do this.
Well, who do you think Geoff might have prospect fatigue about? Yeah, is there somebody there thinking about
I would say it's probably a little different for Geoff now with what he does, but like the most common prospect fatigue for most of us is that guy that won't get the hell off the list. Like Jordan Lawler stayed on our list for like 3 years because he wouldn't have prospect qualification. He wouldn't exhaust his prospect qualification. So what I know from most people is it's a guy that you're just like, all right, we're done trying to completely figure this out. Get the hell off the list because you're in this weird space. But I don't know if you still have that anymore, Geoff. You're just pumping it out. You're just seeing all the dudes, and it's not like your singular list anymore. It's all you guys over Baseball America.
Yeah, and I make a pretty good effort to try to get anybody off that I think we need to get off. And sometimes it works in your favor and it's trending that way and it ends up that way. Other times it's somebody like Colson Montgomery, who was on our offseason top 100 last year. We moved him off on the first update that we do in April or into March, and for 2 months, it looked really good. Like they sent him down to the complex to rework his swing. It seemed like, all right, we made the right move here, and then make some adjustments as happens in baseball. It is a game of adjustments. And next thing you know, he takes off in the second half and has a really good year. And then you're like, I guess we had him on the preseason list, right? You didn't want to take credit for it that way, but reality, that was kind of reacting to all right, we've given this guy enough runway of 2 years in AAA. And we still haven't seen it, but baseball works in funny ways.
And Joe, I can promise you there's going to be no fatigue for the guys that we're going to be talking about today for this segment, even though we've all been talking about a lot of these prospects or / rookies for redraft. But it's like a really weird space because sometimes there's not a lot of guys to choose from. Sometimes there's maybe one, and you've got to kind of just be paying attention in the first month or so for pickups. And then there are cases like what we've got right now where it's like, legitimately, there have been upwards of like 5 to 10 guys that can be breaking camp or be up within the first couple weeks that also will have significant impact.
All right, before we break down those guys, we're going to make that impact. Quick reminder too, after the show is over, you want to run over to our twitch.tv/fantasypros for the after party. Oh, that's right. Hopefully it's not going to be as crazy as all those guys hanging out Team USA a couple nights ago. I don't know what kind of after party they were at. Twitch.tv/fantasypros. Catch the after party with Joe Rico, Scott Bogman. They'll be doing a couple mock drafts with you, the audience. So if you want to mock with the boys, hang out. You can rock out with your mock out, hang out, talk fantasy, and get your questions answered right here in real time. And I'm so glad I didn't screw that up there. I was a second there. I thought I might, but I didn't. I crushed it, Welsh. 7 p.m. Eastern, twitch.tv/fantasypros. That's the place to be. Don't miss it. All right, Geoff, let's get to Connor Griffin because, well, that 20-year-old kid is having a heck of a spring right now, hitting some bombs, got 3 homers. Now he's hitting just 208, but it's the home runs everybody's talking about. He had 2 in one game. Last year he started in A ball, went to high A and then double A. The combined stat line from those 3 stops, 21 homers, 94 RBI. He scored 117 runs in 122 games, a 333 batting average, and a 941 OPS. So at 20 years old with 0 games at AAA, do you think that the Pirates break camp with him, or do they give him 50 to 100 at-bats in AAA, manipulate the service time, and then bring him up maybe later on?
So this is a team that's already been burned by trying to manipulate service time. So they did this with Paul Skeens, and they actually lost the service time because of him, winning the Cy Young. They also didn't get the draft pick, which even if he hadn't won Rookie of the Year that year, he would have probably, right? But they would have gotten it from the Cy Young Award, So if I'm the Pirates, and the thing is, like, I obviously talk with a lot of organizations. I don't think it's a dumb front office. There's a lot of smart people in that front office. There's people that have been part of winning organizations. There's a lot of people that came over from the Astros. There's people from the Red Sox that won World Series, etc. It's not a dumb organization. The issue is the ownership. And how much he's willing to invest in this team. They did make more of an investment this year. I think they realize now that their time is going to be limited with Paul Skeens and Connor Griffin. He's going to be up at some point this year. There's really no reason not to break camp with him, see how this goes. And frankly, he's probably their best hitter now. He's their best defender in the infield, and he's probably their best defender in the outfield. And this isn't hyperbole. I mean, I've been covering prospects for 12 years. I've been going to minor league games since I was a bat boy in the early 90s. Like, I've seen a lot of players. I've seen Hall of Famers. This might be the best prospect I've ever covered.
And you got a picture of him, the two of you in your Twitter
my
profile
boy.
too.
Yeah,
so
it's
Welsh, this kind of points these projections, by the way, for Griffin is basically, telling you it's a 3.5 month player. That's what the projections are suggesting. Do you agree with them?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it is 100. That's actually where I was going to go with this. It's doing it because the projections are around like 90 games. If you want to look at ATC's projections, which this is like pretty close to ATC's got him at 91 games, 10 homers, 17 stolen bases, 257 average. So, if you pseudo extrapolate, they're telling us that he's like let's call it 17 homers, 25 stolen base type of guy. My first, and I want to throw this to you, Geoff, because you and I talked last week. First off, with this projection, what do you think a full season projection looks like for Connor Griffin? So this is a little over half. Do you think what I said, what the projections are throwing like at let's call 17, 25, 260 with like 80. Do you think that's a relatively accurate first full year projection, or do you think we should be more aggressive?
No, I think that's probably, accurate. I think it's maybe somewhere like closer to 20 home runs. I think it's the stolen bases that are going to be way louder than that. There's very few guys that have hit for the amount of power that have run as much as Griffin did in his first professional season. There's a hit tool here. This isn't just a power hitter. I know what the batting average is and spring training. And it was like last year, like he had one game, first like actual official game. I think he struck out 4 times, or he struck out 6 times over his first 2 games. He never did that again for the rest of the season and ran a sub 20% K rate. This is a really advanced hit tool. So I would say the batting average floor is probably like 260, 265, even with like neutral to slightly bad luck on batted balls in play.
2040 more likely, it feels like. I feel like you want to say more like 2040.
I think you could go 2040.
Okay.
Then, it's just always how this stuff shakes out, how many games he plays, if there's any injuries in season, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, if this guy's playing 160 games, I think it's reasonable to think he's going to exceed 75 runs, 75 RBIs, hit 260. There's 17 to 22 home run capability and probably 35 to 50 steal upside. Like,
yeah, it's a ridiculous number.
Point in time where he's going to run, and he's probably going to be their leadoff hitter.
So the one thing I want to get out of you though, real quick, before we move on, is what you told me last week, and things could have changed because there's been a little bit of signaling about like you go to AAA, there's all this stuff, but I asked you what percentage do you think that Connor Griffin makes the opening day roster, And I don't know if you remember that percentage you gave me and if that has changed. What percentage would you put on him?
Was it 95%?
It was 95% that you would make the roster.
This is such a tactical mistake if they don't try this, because this is a small market team that needs all the resources they can get, and draft capital really matters. Giving up multiple $1 million in bonus and a pick space that allows you to then kind of control the board, because that's what's different about the baseball draft versus NFL or NBA. It's not just the best player. There's a money component with this. There's a bonus component with this where you can actually pull the 12th best player to pick 36. If you can do that, that's a huge advantage for a small market team that's restricted on who they can sign, who they can retain, etc. So it just, I think this is something that's been in the works for a while. I'd be really shocked if they don't do it, but we'll see. It is the Pirates.
All right, let's switch gears to the Cardinals here, and JJ Weatherholt, a player that I'm very high on, that I do think will break with the club. I think these projections are very light. They're also suggesting more of a 4-month kind of player, 3.5-month player, but I think he's going to be a 6-month player, personally. You look at last year's stats between Double and AAA, a combination there of 109 games, 17 homers, 59 RBI, 23 steals. He hit 306. The slash matters to me here, Geoff. 306, 421 OBP, 510 slugging, a 931 OPS. Those are elite numbers. To me, whenever you see a 3-4-5 slash, that's a player who's got nothing left to prove in the minor leagues, and that's a player that you think is going to be a superstar. I love the approach of Weatherholt. I love the swing path. I love everything about this kid. And the Cardinals, I think, desperately need, kind of like the Pirates a little bit, kind of to flip things over a little bit, some better mojo here, show the fans, hey, there's something to get excited about for the future. What's your take on Weatherholt this season?
Yeah, and I think the organization has given you every signal that this guy is going to be, starting in the infield, I assume second base. But the interesting thing about him in fantasy is, the power is continuing to tick up, that there might even be a little bit more power ceiling here than even what we saw last year. And I will say, and I discussed it with Weatherholt at the Futures game a little bit, because I do our Cardinals coverage and have for 5 years since I came over to BA. Just about the changes in the swing and the setup as he got called up to AAA right before the Futures game. And the power was really starting to tick up, and you could see he was getting the head on, in front of the ball a little bit more. And I think a lot of it was very strategic for him to try to, pull the ball in the air a little bit more, get to more of his raw power, but not sacrifice the things that make him such an unbelievably talented hitter. And, you talk about the slash line, all that sort of stuff. I have, the full season StatCast data as well. I mean, it was a 15.6% in zone whiff rate, which is, elite. A 17.4% chase rate. But what's really impressive about that is it's a 17.4% chase rate with a 41.7% swing rate. So that delta is something that I always look at if I don't have a hard swing, if I don't have a zone swing metric to me of how aggressive somebody is in the zone. And he had one of the higher chase minus swing rates in the minor leagues last year while hitting for all that contact and, showing a 90.4 mile average EV, 103.6 90th, which I think is going to continue to tick up, and had some of his hardest hit balls. His hard hit launch angle, for example, 13.9 degrees. As he starts to get into that pull, he's a guy that makes a lot of flush barrel contact. I think the numbers are only going to tick up. Probably the greatest detracting factor with Weatherholt is probably the ballpark. I mean, it's not a great place to hit. If Weatherholt's in Cincinnati, I think we're going even crazier. He's probably drafted 4 rounds higher. I took him in Tout Wars as my second baseman. I'm more than happy to go into the season with that, especially in an OBP league where I feel he's going to walk a lot. He's going to hit for enough power, but he's going to do all the little things. There's going to be a lot of hits here. It's going to be the guy that maybe doesn't hit
you like him in
25 or
too,
30.
right, Geoff? He's the kind of guy that, he's going to get on base. He's going to make contact. He's going to be a positive net player. Welsh, he is 5'9". He's a smaller guy, 5'9", 190. So frame-wise, a little smaller. But, to Geoff's point, if you see what he did from the jump from AA to AAA, he improved his slugging percentage by 100 points in that leap. But the batting average actually got better as well. So to me, Welsh, that's what's so encouraging about Weatherholt. Just because he's starting to add the power, he's not doing it at a cost.
Yeah, I've talked a lot too in the comp. I don't know if I've ever had anybody like get excited about how I've made this comp, but like JJ Weatherhold has there's a lot of like Corbin Carroll things I see in him in the
I
swing
think it's
and
a great
like
comp.
in the attack, in how he can get the ball in the air, how he can come across his body.
More of a
where some of the
line
bats-
drive swinger, I feel like, though.
I mean, but
That's
I
my
think he
take.
can also make the adjustments, and as
Sure,
Jeff said,
sure.
like he's got like an elite ability to make contact, and I'm not worried about the size. He's smaller, bulkier type of guy. Like he can legitimately be a 20-20 guy in the majors, and maybe we throw that around loosely sometimes. We've got to see how they're gonna ultimately adjust when they get to the major leagues. I think some people would have said that about like Mason Wynn, his counterpart there at one point. But I think like legitimately, this is a guy that's going to hit at the top of the order. It has full 5 categories in play here. And it is just shocking a little bit how low, like I get the Connor Griffin. Connor Griffin's another worldly player. And I get the like, I don't know, is he going to make the team? But like JJ Weatherhold is a guy that is almost like all but assured to make the team. Like they could pull the rug, but there are like a handful of these prospects that have some really good upside that still have just not jumped. It's all the pitchers that are jumping. It's the rookie hitters that are not getting love, and maybe people are a little gun shy about it. And I think JJ Weatherhold is going to be one that's going to make people comfortable again with that.
Well, let's talk about Kevin McGonigal for a second here, Welsh, because I know that's a player that you and I are very excited about. I comped him to Brian Giles the other day on the show, another guy who was a little undersized, but had some real power. He really opened some eyes this week in spring training, too. Had a big week, had a big home run, too. He's hitting 318 with 1,000 OPS right now. Last year, he made it through A ball all the way to double A, so he went to the high A in between there. So still another one like Connor Griffin, no AAA experience yet, but so far in the minor leagues, he's got a 900 OPS. He's got a 300 batting average over 183 games. Arizona Fall League, Welsh, 5 homers, 19 runs batted in, stole 3 bases, hit 362, had a 1,200 OPS. Zach McKinstry should not be the reason why Kevin McGonigal is not on the opening day roster for the Detroit Tigers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe Cole Keith shouldn't be the reason that Kevin McGonigal shouldn't be. I think there's a lot.
Nobody should be the reason that Kevin McGonigal is not on the opening day roster. I mean, I feel anyway.
I thought one of the loudest signals early in the offseason was when the season ended and they were just like, we've got to get players that don't strike out 30% of the time. Looking at guys like Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green, like we got to get some contact hitters to complement these players. We've got to have some different type of guys. So they sent Kevin McGonigal and Max Anderson out to the Arizona Fall League. I watched them a ton. Kevin played a lot of third base out here. I think he can play wherever they want, short, second. I think short ultimately would be the spot that he's going to go. But yeah, there is no AAA experience, but like the guy won MVP out here. I mean, he was one of the most advanced hitters. I remember talking to Rene Rivera about, I was actually comparing Max Anderson and him, and he was like, listen, Max Anderson's phenomenal. He's kind of like at his peak. This is who he is. Like McGonigal is better and still has so much room for growth. Right? Rene Rivera was just oohing about him. And I think the organization feels the same way in the spring. Not that you want to like really pay attention to spring stats, but like, listen, he's doing the same thing. Strikeout, less than 20%. He's walking double digits. He's hitting over 300. He's got a 3.46 slash in spring. He's pulling the ball. He's not putting it in the air. He could defensively play across the board. Like, yeah, I think you got to find a way. So this is one of those guys that I think he's worth the bet because the cost is really low. He's worth the bet to draft right now if he does make the opening day roster. If you've got the wherewithal and the ability, I'd love to hold him for a month too, because I think he's not going to be long for the minor leagues. Now, I don't know how long you want to hold him. You don't want to hold him for 2 or 3 months or anything like that, but he's going to be a guy, if he does not get drafted or you throw him back, everyone's going to be fighting on the waiver wire when he comes back up, because the guy, tremendous bat speed, good ability to pull the ball in the air, maximizes the size that he has. And as you can see on some of the projections, this is another one of those 20-20 guys with really high batting average. So I think sky's the limit type of stuff with Kevin McGonigal, and there's no reason not to take a shot. The end of the draft is the spot where you should be taking opportunities on players that you can just burn and churn. And Kevin McGonigal, he just doesn't have the JJ Weatherhold hold on a roster spot right now. But I think from a production standpoint, we want to make that bet.
Well, Jeff, I mean, the Tigers are telling you they're all in, right? I mean, they didn't trade Skubal. They went out and they got Framber Valdez. I mean, they went out and got another closer, too, and Kenley Jansen. Like, they're showing you they're all in. If Kevin McGonigal can help you win games and help you, be in the right place come playoff time, like, that's the path. I love that we're talking about the short kings, too. There's another guy's 5'9", JJ Weatherhold. All these short kings taking over baseball, Jeff.
He's shorter than 5'9", man.
He's definitely shorter than 5'9".
Believe me, all these
5'9".
quote-unquote 5'9s, I'm telling you right now, these guys are... I'm looking eye to eye with these guys. And
yeah, I've met these guys. Like, Weatherhold's 5'9", but also, like, yoked.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
Whether
Well, so's
Holt is-
McGonigal. You could even see it in
Yeah,
the picture
yeah.
here.
I
The
mean,
lower
like,
half
but,
of
like, Weather
McGonigal.
Holt
These guys
has,
are
like,
squatting
broad-
500 here.
Joe.
Sure.
Weather
Yeah.
Holt has like broad shoulders. Like I've
Yeah.
sat with JJ for an hour. Like, and
Yeah.
I've met Kevin McGonigal since he was 15 years old. Like I've seen these guys a ton. McGonigal's a tiny little guy. But here's the thing: this is baseball, right? Like having shorter levers is not an issue. If anything, it's an advantage at times, especially for a lot of these guys. And I certainly think it is for McGonigal. I wanted to address one thing that you guys brought up about AAA. I think that is completely meaningless.
I agreed.
We did this research a couple of weeks ago, and JJ made 3 all-star teams. I'm going to read them off to you of guys that never spent a moment in AAA before they were called up. Catcher on the first team, Alejandro Kirk. First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt. Second baseman, Jose Altuve. Shortstop, Carlos Correa. Jose Ramirez at third base. Fernando Tatis Jr. in the outfield with Mike Trout, Juan Soto, and Manny Machado. Okay.
Not bad.
And then
Longoria was another guy too, right? He never.
I
played
mean,
with
we
AAA.
have 3 full teams, Joe. I have more names. William Contreras.
Well, you
Brandon
only have a
Belt,
half-hour
DJ
segment, Jeff.
LeMahieu,
Otherwise, I'd love to
Dansby
do it.
Swanson. I mean, Alex Bregman.
He's gonna do it anyway. Let's go,
I mean, like,
Ponce.
there are
Let's
so
go.
many of these names. The best players don't need time in AAA, and the AAA environment that we're currently in is not helping anyone anyway. Over the last couple
That's
of
a
years,
great
it's
point.
kind of masked some of the approach issues that a lot of guys have had with the
That's a
challenge,
great
system,
point,
et cetera. So I don't think it's going to be a factor with either of these guys. And I think as you see in camp, McGonigal might be the Tigers' best hitter. Like, no disrespect to Riley Green. I think this might be their best hitter. I think he's their best player, and he's probably their best option at shortstop, just based on defensive metrics. They do not have a strong defensive team. So there's not too many guys that are going to keep him off a shortstop because they're better options there out of maybe Trey Sweeney. But, his bat's been a wet noodle in the big leagues.
Such a fantastic point you made about AAA not being what it used to be in terms of development too, because you got a lot of quad A guys, you got a lot of guys who will sign minor league contracts, especially early in the year too.
For pitchers. I mean, because
Yeah,
you can't
for
replicate.
pitchers.
You can't replicate seeing lineups. I can go to the
Right.
Polar Park 15 minutes from my house, and I can dial in Garrett Cole, and I can face Garrett Cole for 4 at-bats, and it's the most perfect version of Garrett Cole coming off of that trajectory machine. There's no robot that pretends to be the Yankees lineup in July. And that's the thing that you just can't replicate with pitchers and can't really replicate in the minor leagues.
AAA is important for teams to manipulate their prospects.
I think it's useful for pitchers. I think seeing better lineups and seeing lineups that have maybe 4 or 5 guys who have major league experience, a rehabbing guy, and a couple of top prospects, that's probably the best lineup that you've seen in your life.
All right, before we get to more prospects here, shout out to our sponsor, Hard Rock Bet. If you haven't tried yet your first bet at Hard Rock Bet, then sign up today. Double your winnings on your first 10 bets of wagers of $50 or less. That's right. If you won $100 on the same game parlay, you could have made $200. Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook app is the only legal sportsbook whenever you're in Florida. It's also live in Arizona, Ohio, New Jersey, Indiana, Tennessee, Virginia, Illinois, Colorado, and Michigan. It's coming soon to more states near you. Plus, Hard Rock Bet offers new promos daily. So whenever you're listening, just open the app and check out what they've got in store for you this week. Download the Hard Rock Bet app today and make your first deposit at Hard Rock Bet. Jeff, I want to get into another one of your guys too here, Colt Emerson. So let's talk about Emerson for a moment here. Obviously, another player here we're very high on. So let's break down Colt Emerson. Tell me what people should be looking for out of him in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, and this is probably more of a stash type of prospect here, but he could be up early. And I think especially when you consider some of the adjustments and changes that he made after the first few months of last season. I think a big thing with hitting, we talk about hands and bat path and all that sort of stuff. As someone who works with some hitters, here as a coach as well, I think posture is much more important than people realize. Got a little bit more upright. What that led to was just better timing. The barrel was in the zone a lot longer. He was able to kind of hold back on breaking stuff and manipulate it. And the numbers back that. Over the first 2 months of the season, Emerson hit 246, 346, 369. So the good approach was there. He wasn't striking out a ton, but just was not doing a lot of damage. He made those changes to his setup and his swing. From June 1st on, hit 306, 404, 508, ended the season in AAA and performed there. He's a guy that can play a few different spots throughout the infield. Whether it's, third base, I think he'd be fine there. Shortstop's his more natural position. Second base, he'd handle without an issue. But I think you look at a player here that has a really good hit tool, has always had a really good hit tool. The angles and the power have continued to come. He doesn't turn 21 until late July, left-handed bat, and a versatile defender, and a guy that I think is shorthanded enough in terms of like internal clock, timing, actions, all that sort of stuff that he can play anywhere on the infield, and it's not going to be a massive downgrade defensively. And I think, frankly, this Mariners lineup, like their best lineup, probably, if not now, but pretty soon, is Brendan Donovan at his more natural position of second base. He hasn't really played a whole lot of third base since he was in college and high school. But Colt, has played some third, and I sort of feel like he's maybe their best fit there, more of like a natural third base profile with a stronger arm, a little bit more of a power hitter, etc. And I think he's a guy that will grow into more power. Once again, like with Weatherholt, it's not necessarily the best ballpark for a power hitter, but a guy that has the EVs and all that sort of stuff to kind of back it. And it's something that Roman Anthony had said to me years ago when we were doing the interview for his number one prospect in baseball a couple years back. But he's like, I don't consider myself a power hitter, but a hitter with power. And I think there's a lot of guys like that. Weatherholt, to an extent, is like that, is becoming more of that. Colt Emerson really is that same style of hitter. And he's gotten bigger, stronger. And I think, the EVs will continue to climb. So Emerson's a guy for me that I got him in my last round of my Tout Wars League. He's kind of a perfect stash in like a weekly league if you have the ability to do that. Because I think the upside could be immense and could maybe even be kind of a dark horse rookie of the year sleeper in the American League.
All right, Welsh, let's talk about another one of the guys that you have on your list too that you're keeping an eye on, Charlie Condon of the Colorado Rockies. Last year went through rookie ball all the way up to Double-A from High A. Combined 99 games there, 14 homers, 58 RBI. He hit 268, so there was a bit of a drop in the batting average from High A to Double-A. But what are your expectations for Condon based off of what you've seen so far from him this spring, where he's hitting 400 with 3 home runs?
Well, also not mentioned in there is he went to the AFL. So he did all of that.
That's
he
right.
went to the Arizona Fall League where he kind of smashed again. And yeah, this is a turnaround for me because I've not been a Condon guy. I watched him very early on when he came over after being drafted, and he looked horrible. He looked awful. He was chasing everything. He was super easy. If you pitch backwards on him, he couldn't catch up anything. And I was just like, this guy can't hit off-speed stuff. He's just looking for high velo, bad strikeouts. He's really matured over the last couple of years. AFL is, you really started to see the strikeouts cut back down. He's making a lot more contact. And then this spring, on top of the stats you just said of hitting 400 with 3 homers, he's also only struck out 17% of the time, 85% zone contact over on FanGraphs. Like, he's doing stuff better. He's not hitting stuff on the ground. He's getting in the air. And then here's why I'm bringing this up though. TJ Rumfield, that's who he's competing with right now. Troy Johnston. Like, those are the first base guys that the Colorado Rockies are potentially looking at rostering. I'm not saying they won't do that, but Charlie Condon, legitimately, they don't have Chris Bryant. They've got a big loss on their hands just overall contractually. Charlie Condon is a big fan favorite. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they do this. Also, there's questions about how they develop guys, and maybe they push them a little too sooner, and no one's going to really bat an eye. But give me Charlie Condon with a lower strikeout rate, better contact rate, and the way he hits the ball with those hard hit numbers in Colorado, and I think it could happen soon. If it doesn't happen out of opening day, it's a guy that I'm paying attention to after the first month or two, because I'm not sure that Rumsfeld or Johnston are going to be able to hold down a first base gig the whole year. So like Jeff's Colt Emerson one, put a stash maybe at the back end of a draft. You could take, I think Condon is vying for that job at the tippy top. But if not, make sure you put a little pin in that and watch for him in season if he gets hot, because those guys are not going to keep Charlie Condon off the field. And Colorado is just going to make him a little bit better. So Charlie Condon, a surprise for me to even say.
Geoff, great stuff as always. Before I let you go, we're up against the break. Real quick, give me a prospect that's opened up your eyes this spring too, that maybe was on your radar, or maybe he's popped a little bit more. Somebody that really kind of just went, ooh, wow, that guy really is taking his game to the next level over this offseason.
Yeah, I think a guy to watch out for is Justin Gonzalez. And I'm going to say only a little bit, because I'm going to save some of it for my prediction podcast with Mr. Welsh as to where I think this could go. But The swing seems like there's been some adjustments made. He's getting to the ball more in the air. He homered again in the backfield today. I actually just was looking at the video before I hopped on here. And, the underlying skills are all there. Really low strikeout rate, good contact rate, humongous EVs, like it's 80 grade power if it all comes together. And it already has like a really good hit tool. So I think that's kind of what you got to look at. We can always dream on the Spencer Joneses, but we need guys that make contact.
Speaking of huge EVs, two guys with huge EVs are going to join us next. Joe Arrico and Justin Mason. That's right. We're going to talk to them. Welsh is going to go get his running in a little bit. He'll be back a little later in the show. It's spring training. He's got to get the running in. Geoff, always great to talk to you. Geoff Pontes, everybody from Baseball America. We appreciate you hanging out with us and talking prospects. When we come back, we're going to talk about must-haves, the guys you got to have in 2026 with two guys I got to have right here on the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Have you ever found yourself during a draft scrambling? You don't know who to pick. We've all been there. But it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having a team of experts sitting right next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. 1. Consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings, it compares rankings and projections from all the top baseball experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. And Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need, what other teams need, and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that info into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Number 3, best-in-class projections. Draft Assistant uses our industry-leading projections to tell you where you rank in each category in real time. See which category you're dominating and which players you can pick to give your team the biggest boost. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, CBS, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
Welcome back, everybody, to Fantasy Fest 2026 here on Fantasy Pros MLB. Don't forget to like this stream as you're watching it. Subscribe to the channel. We got a lot of fun stuff going on today. And speaking of fun, look at these two beautiful human beings. Joe Arrico is back with us here, and Justin Mason from Sleeper and the Bust. He is neither. He is awake, and he's never a bust. He's always a good time. Mace, what's going on, my brother? It's great to see you. Are you enjoying the World Baseball Classic as much as I am? Because I am high on espressos and Armani Blazers right now.
I'm not going to lie, I haven't watched a lot of it. I did watch the game last night just because it was such a crazy game, and I was doing projections and writing, and the Italians.
Joe Arrico and I both in blue. We did not coordinate this, folks. I just
how you doing?
How you doing? He's shaved and he's in blue. That's how happy Joe Arrico is right now.
Right, he's looking good.
Right.
Hey, I'm trying to look handsome, and you know what I got? I got my mini Justin Mason here too. So we got a twofer going on. I got my sticker.
Look at that. All right, so gentlemen, let's get into it. Let's talk about some of our must-have players here. Joe Arrico, I know you've selected a couple guys, one of which actually played in last night's game. Who is it? Well, we're going to tease it and get back to it. But Justin, let's start with one of your guys since you are the guest around these parts here today. Zebby Matthews, Minnesota Twins pitcher, got a little bit of a taste of the big leagues last year and maybe left a bad taste in some people's mouths. I'll let you decide that. But in 2025, a 5.56 ERA, not exactly what you were hoping for, 1.49 whip. Obviously, a lot of things went wrong for the Twins, and it doesn't look like a whole lot's going right for them right now. So how can Zebby Matthews maybe turn things around? Because we've seen this many times where guys who are young with a lot of upside hit the big leagues and stumble. But why can Zebby Matthews pick himself up, dust himself off, and get back to a better version of himself in 2026?
I think what you brought up is actually a really good point on a guy like Zebby Matthews, right? When a prospect comes up and struggles initially, the fantasy industry buries those guys a lot of times, right? They don't give them second chances. And you're getting Zebby Matthews like outside the top 300 picks, which in like 10s and 12 team leagues is like not even being drafted, right? But the underlying skills on Matthews are great. Like Dude strikes out everybody. He's had 30% strikeout rates all throughout the minor leagues. He doesn't walk guys. Even in the majors last year, his walk rate was just 7%. The stuff is unreal good. He had a 106 stuff plus in the majors. So in spite of like really bad results and ugly results, the underlying skills are saying like, hey, this guy's gonna be better. The Twins also, for all their faults right now in terms of their managing a roster, they develop pitching very, very well. So I like Zebby Matthews as a guy who's going to take a step forward this year. The Pablo Lopez injury opens up a door for him to be kind of stuck in the rotation to start the season. Him and Mick Abel, his teammate, who's been pitching really, really well in spring, are guys that I'm targeting late in drafts this year.
Well, it's funny because you go back and look at AAA last year, right, in 2025, 8 starts there, just dominant, a 1.72 ERA, 36 innings pitched, 47 strikeouts, 9 walks, and then he comes up to the big leagues, gets hit around a little bit, and you're right, like the Pablo Lopez injuries open things up. Mason, I always say that spring training doesn't mean anything except for the guys it means everything for, and so far, Zebby hasn't been great. He's given up 7 earned runs, he's walked 4 guys already in just 6 innings. So what does Zebby have to do here for you to make you feel a little bit better about taking this stance on him? Like I know it's only spring training, and I know it's still pretty early. If he strings together another 2 starts, are you moving him up even further in your board and being aggressive on him? Or conversely, if things don't go well for him over the next couple weeks in spring, are you backing off of the Zebby train a little?
The main things I'm looking for in spring training from a pitcher's perspective is strikeouts and walks, right? I don't really care about ERA because oftentimes guys are like being told, hey, we want you to throw this pitch right now. Like, and hitters kind of know like, hey, these guys are working on things. They're going to leave things in the zone. So don't worry about like if the guy gives up too many home runs. The walks do scare me a little bit with Zebby Matthews because I think if he does not show good control, that would be a very good excuse for the Twins to send him down. So I want to see, a few more outings here with, less walks. But other than that, like I think this team is bad and they don't really have a lot of options. So I think they're going to go with a guy like Zebby, even if he's struggling out of spring.
Joe, what are your thoughts on Zebby Matthews? And if you want to throw Mick Abel in there too, since we are talking about some Twins youngsters here, there's spots in that rotation. Can Zebby Matthews be the guy that steps up and takes his game to the next level? Because God knows they need it after the way, after the Lopez injury and the way Bailey Ober pitched last year.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that Justin said. Although I don't really have as much concern. I know he has been walking some guys here, but we're talking about just 6 innings. And walks have never really been a problem for Zebby. He's been a guy who has usually really, really good command. So it seems like a bit of an anomaly. I guess if the problem persists and he keeps walking 3 or 4 guys per outing, then it would be a bit of a problem. But I would bet against it. But the stuff is great. He gets chases. The contact rates against are pretty solid. Like everything is good for Zebby. And as bad, as devastating as the Pablo Lopez injury is, I think it gives him a pretty clear runway to just start for the entire season for him and for Mick Abel. I think these guys are both going to be in the rotation for the entire year. I don't know how much I trust Taj Bradley. I think Bailey Ober is sitting 89 on his fastball. Yeah. People are kind of torn on Simeon Woods Richardson. I like him a little bit, but there are also a lot of warts there. So I think there is a clear runway for Zebby and for Mick Abel in 2026.
All right, let's talk about another one of Justin's guys here. That's Andrew Vaughn, who's having himself a good spring, hitting 375 so far over 8 games, 27 plate appearances. He's got an 1153 OPS. He's got 2 bombs already. And last year, it was really just a change of scenery, right? We talk about it all the time. Guys, starting out one spot, and especially on bad teams, and the White Sox have... Look, they rushed him already in the development, right? And that's kind of been the original sin here for Andrew Vaughn. He's just kind of been toiling away in obscurity, been kind of a 240, 250 hitter, hitting you 15 to 20 bombs. And then all of a sudden he gets sent over to Milwaukee, makes a couple adjustments, and in 64 games last year after the break, 9 homers, 46 RBI, hit 308 with an 869 OPS. And Mason, it doesn't feel like anything has slowed down because he's picked up this spring just as hot as he left off 2025.
Yeah, again, this is one of these prospects that struggled, and people are kind of burying him a little bit. In spite of the fact, like you said, once he got to Milwaukee, he was fantastic. And there's also a little bias on there for me, right? I'm going to be honest. He went to the high school that my kid now goes to, which is literally like walking distance from my house. My wife works with his dad, so we get like inside reports from his dad on how Andrew's doing. And he did not like Chicago, right? He did not like being with the White Sox and is much, much happier in Milwaukee. But the dude just can hit. I don't know that he's ever going to be a 40 home run hitter as a first baseman, but I do think that 30 home runs with a good batting average could be in the range of outcomes. Obviously, the top end of the range of outcomes, but you're getting them really, really late. And with how deep the first base pool is, you can wait for a guy like Andrew Vaughn and fill up your other positions of need that run a little bit drier earlier and just kind of pick on Vaughn a little bit later. I absolutely love him. He has been my most targeted guy in drafts this year.
Rico, 30 picks prior, you're getting Alec Boehm going. I'm looking on Fantasy Pros ADP right now. Hot take, I'd rather have Andrew Vaughn 30 picks later than Alec Boehm. That's my take. I don't know where you are in terms of the what you're getting in Andrew Vaughn late. He's the 31st first baseman off the board, excuse me. Spencer Steer is around that range. Colt Keith is around that range. To me, I agree with what Justin said. You're talking about Andrew Vaughn being a guy last year tore the cover off the ball. He's still only 27 years old. There's still a lot of upside. He's got Yelich around him. He's got Churio around him. It's a good lineup. It's a whole different scenario. I think Andrew Vaughn is finally realizing his talent, and this was a player that I always thought was going to be a good major league hitter, and a lot of people and scouts agreed. So what's your take on Andrew Vaughn? Is he a guy that you would rather, kind of pass on, or a guy that you would rather go ahead and actually be a little bit more aggressive on in 2026?
Yeah, I wouldn't really want him as a starting first baseman, but I think as a corner utility piece, I think that he is phenomenal. We talk a lot about projections taking a 3-year sample size, but I don't know if they'll account for how he was playing in Chicago those last couple of years. Part of it was probably due to the fact that the team was terrible. Going back to when he started in Chicago, they had to change him away from being a first baseman because they had Jose Abreu in town, so he was playing out of position. So nothing went right for him in Chicago. I wonder if the projections are fully picking up on the changes that he made in Milwaukee. He could maybe even be a 25 to 30 home run guy if everything goes right. The best projection looks like the Bad X, 22 home runs, 79 RBI, but with a 12% barrel rate, he raises the ball in a good lineup. I could see him, even though I don't want to draft him as a starting first baseman, I could see him returning a top 12 or top 15 value there pretty well.
All right, we had a super chat in there. Brandon had a super chat, and then he threw the question after, so we'll get Brandon's up here. Keep 2, James Wood in the 4th, Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, in the 9th, Gore in the 16th, Painter in the 19th, already keeping 1 bat and 3 arms. So Kurtz in the 8th, Webb in the 5th, Peralta in the 6th, and Brown. So got a lot of pitching there. Mason, what would you do here? Would you keep James Wood or another pitcher in Ohtani or Gore or Painter?
You can keep 2, right?
And
so
keep 2.
I think I'm keeping James Wood for sure. And then probably Ohtani. I'm assuming this is like a 12-team league. Just remember, anytime you ask a question, include format, right? Format changes everything. But with it being Ohtani, the pitcher, I assume it's a Yahoo league, probably a 10 or a 12. I tend to want to lean James Wood and Ohtani because I still want the best talent. But I am a little interested in like a 19th round Painter. That might be fun too. So definitely Wood, and then either Painter or Shohei for me.
How about you, Joe Rico? What are your thoughts here?
I believe I had this question from Brandon in the DMs today. It looks like the same question, and I think it's got to be
like
Shohei.
your answer, and he wanted to adjust
that's why he's coming over here. But little did he know he'd be asking it to me again. So I think I agree. It's James Wood, and then it's Shohei. I think that Gore is going to have a really good season, but I think Shohei pitching for the Dodgers, even if he only makes 24 starts, 16 wins potentially. It's probably not going to be quite that many, but he's going to win a lot of games. We know when he's out there, they're going to be good innings. And I think it's probably worthwhile in the 9th. That's like 110 overall or something like that, roughly 110, 115 pick overall. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think you can get Gore back on the cheap too because he had such a bad second half last year. A lot of people are scared of him. I am not. I'm not one of those people. I think he's actually a good buy this year. All right, let's switch gears here and continue on with the guys we must have in 2026. Before we do, quick reminder, the Draft Simulator is out here to help level up your fantasy baseball draft prep. So make sure you're using the Fantasy Pros Mock Draft Simulator to complete realistic mock drafts in just minutes. Without waiting in between picks, you can tailor your mock draft to your league's specific settings, including roster configurations and scoring systems, receive instant feedback to and draft grades to refine your strategy and gain a competitive edge. Prepare confidently with Draft Wizard and dominate all of your drafts right now. Use the Mock Draft Simulator only at fantasypros.com/draft wizard. All right, let's get back to these two wizards here, and let's talk about some of the guys that Joe Rico is got to have this season. Let's start with Emmett Sheehan of the Los Angeles Dodgers here. So Emmett Sheehan, 89 strikeouts last year, 2.82 ERA, 0.97 WHIP. He was 6-3 for the Dodgers. There's been talk about the six-man rotation. Let's see if they can get 6 healthy guys at one time. That's my response to that. Joe Rico, Emmett Sheehan, once upon a time before the injury, was a guy who was absolutely dominating the minor leagues. He was leading the minors in strikeouts at one point in time too, before unfortunately injury struck. But Emmett Sheehan looked like he was back with ferocity in 2025. Even pitched in the postseason as well. So talk to me about Emmett Sheehan in 2026 and why he's a guy that you've got to have.
Yeah, when I look at what he did last year, the typical stats that we like to look at, the ERA supporting metrics, the XFIPs, the Sierras, they were all phenomenal for him. On top of the surface numbers being good, everything was backed up as well. He had a 23% strikeout minus walk rate. He had a 0.97 whip. His Sierra was 3.2. He gets whiffs outside of the zone. The contact he allows within the zone is only 80%. Swings and miss at 15.6% swinging strike rate. Like, there's a lot that Emmett Sheehan does really well. In a rotation where I'm worried about how many innings pretty much everybody is going to pitch, Yamamoto coming off of a bit of a heavy workload, especially in the postseason. Glass now every year topping out usually around 120. They're going to baby Ohtani to some extent. Who knows what's happening with Roki, and Blake Snell is already hurt. So with all those guys having potential problems, I think Emmett Sheehan feels like a guy who can just have the leash taken off of him a little bit. Now, is that going to be 180 innings? I don't think so, but I think even over 150 or so innings, Emmett Sheehan can return a really tidy profit pitching for this team. Double-digit wins are almost guaranteed. The strikeouts are good. The command is really good. And I think even with the rising price, if you look at the Fantasy Pros consensus, he is right around Brandon Woodruff, Spencer Strider, Sonny Gray, Tyler Glasnow, Chase Burns. He's definitely the big target for me in that range.
Look at this. Uncle Ted just jumped my question. Do y'all think Sheehan with the helium over Pepio in the main? So let's talk about this here. So
yes,
Mason, I'm going to give you a little, because nobody's done more drafts than Justin Mason. We know this. He's done 5,000.
That's actually not true.
Really?
I'm only in like 6 leagues this year.
Oh, look at you. The man of 1,000 drafts down to 6.
Right?
That's what happens in your old age. You can't quite get your mock up like you used to.
I got that mock draft simulator now, and I don't.
Oh, so that's it.
Right?
So you just there you go. He's mocking all
company
day.
Man. He's a company man.
Rocking out with the mock out, baby. That's what you do. All right, so let's play a game. Would you rather? Would you rather? Because they're back to back here in ADP. Ryan Pepio or Emmett Sheehan, Mason? Who would you rather have?
It's Pepio for me.
Okay. How about you, Rico?
Emmett Sheehan. I'm surprised, Mace. I'm surprised.
Why Pepio for you, Mace? Just curious.
One, I think there's a better health track record. There's more of a just overall track record. It's a better park to pitch in, not in a 6-man rotation. I just think there's a lot of intangibles. Sheehan could be really, really good, but also the problem is, as Uncle Ted started to allude into those comments, is that price is going up a lot right now. You are not going to be able to get them at the same spot. Sheehan is going to be moving up and up in drafts. We already saw in one of the main events him go in front of like Spencer Strider. Like, that's a big jump for a guy who hasn't really proven anything at the major league level.
All right, let's play another one here. Who's going 2 spots ahead of Emmett Sheehan? Nathan Eovaldi, who had a great season before injury too. I know you can make that same concern. Like, neither of these guys are going to throw 180 innings this year. So would you rather have Nathan Eovaldi or rather have Emmett Sheehan, Mason?
I think this is where I go Emmett Sheehan, right? Like, I don't trust Eovaldi to stay healthy, and now Emmett Sheehan's on the better team. So, yeah, there is some risk with Emmett Sheehan, but the Dodgers could just, give him 12 wins, this season just because they're so good. So, yeah, I'll take Emmett Sheehan over Eovaldi.
Last one at 135, Michael King of the Padres. I know last year was hurt, but 2 years ago was brilliant. So would you take a theoretically healthy Michael King over Emmett Sheehan?
Oh, that's really tough.
I think so too. I think I lean towards King personally. I'll let you think about it. I lean towards King because for me, I've seen him do it over full season.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Padres brought him back makes me feel better about the injury. Because I feel like when teams
you're
don't
talking
like a
me
guy,
into it. Yeah,
well, how many times have we seen that, right, Mace? Where teams are like, this guy's had some injury issue. Oh, all of a sudden they let him just walk. They didn't let him walk. They brought him back. So to me, that was a big sign. Like, we think he's okay. Otherwise, why would you make an investment on him? Because nobody's gotten more information about his health than the Padres do.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I lean Michael King here, but I honestly it's going to depend on my build, right? If I have a riskier build up top, I may go with a guy like Sheehan because I do think there's a better chance Sheehan stays healthy than Michael King. But if I've got a more boring, like a Logan Webb type start at the top of my rotation, I'll go, for Michael King because I think the upside is a little bit greater.
All right, Joe, how about for you? Would you take Michael King?
I
over
have
Sheehan?
I have a good amount of shares of both of these guys, so I'm fine going either or. Maybe taking the guy who falls in your given draft, but I'm on Team Sheehan this year. He's my must-have for a reason. I'm gonna keep the flag planted. As much as the Dodgers, I mean, I'll never forgive them, but they are great for fantasy. There's no question about it.
A guy who was great last night for the Italians, hit a home run, might not have landed yet. Jack Caglione. Last year, obviously, Cags was just spectacular in the minor leagues and just rocketed through the system. He was one of my favorite guys heading in to 2025, and I was so excited when he got the call, but unfortunately things did not go great for him when he did. He hit just a $157. He made a lot of hard contact into a lot of outs last year. Strikeouts were a bit of an issue too. He only had 532 OPS, but if you look at what he was doing in the minor leagues before that call up, it was absolutely spectacular. I mean, he was absolutely crushing the ball too. Last year at AAA, he hit 357 with an 1132 OPS, 11 homers and 29 RBI in 28 games, and 38 games before that in AA, 9 homers, a 947 OPS, and 322 batting average. And right now in spring training, even before the game with Italy, he looks pretty good. Hit a home run in spring. He's got more walks than strikeouts. And Joe, to me, that's a big thing because Cags, to me, has got to show that he's can fix a little bit of the holes in his swing and the approach that he had. It's easy to be intimidated in the big league level early. It's easy when things don't go well to have it just compound and keep rolling over into negativity. I wanted to see him come into spring, look good, have a good fresh start and a new perspective. And it looks like he might have that. So what does that mean for his 2026 campaign?
Yeah, the thing for Jack, even though he did struggle last year in the major league level, it was only a 22% strikeout rate. He was still drawing some walks at 8%, hit 7 homers. I know it was obviously really disappointing. He hit 157. It was a horrible waste of a lot of fab money or your top waiver pick. And a lot of people were choosing, am I going to spend money on Nick Kurtz or am I going to spend money on Jack Caglione this year? They were both kind of similarly rated. And obviously Nick Kurtz far surpassed him last year. But with Jack, even with the struggles having a 12% barrel rate, he still hits the ball very hard. His in-zone contact was almost 90%, even with the struggles. The swinging strike rate is 13%, so I think he can even have like a 24, 25% strikeout rate and probably still be fine with the way he raises the ball. And the fence is coming in Kansas City. Now, the price is rising on Jack, but I think that it is worth paying up until maybe 120 or 130. That's probably where I would tap out, but I think we could see potentially 30 home runs, close to 100 RBI, and my super, super bold prediction is that he out-earns Nick Kurtz this season.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Now, they did sign Starling Marte, so I don't know if it's going to eat into any playing time for Caglione, and I hope it doesn't. Mason, what's your take on Jack? I know last year was disappointing. It was so much promise, right? It was the same kind of path that Kurtz was on, right? Kurtz was crushing the ball. He got called up, and he just kept on crushing the ball all year. I know Kansas City's made some adjustments to the ballpark too, but where are you at with Caglione and his value this year? Because it seems like it's kind of extreme.
I actually think he's perfectly valued. Like he's going 160 in the mains. I think that's exactly where he should be going. And I would be fine taking him a little bit higher that just to make sure I get my guy. The underlying numbers on Caglione last year were not that bad. He had 89% zone contact. That's way above league average. He swung outside the zone too much. And that's really the thing I'm watching on him this spring training is like, hey, how much are you swinging outside the zone? He was a 40% rate in the majors last year, 34% in the minors. He's at 16% O swing right now. Like that's great. 8.5% swing and strike rate. That's fantastic. There's a ton of power. We know there's a ton of power in the bat. If he can make even close to league average contact at the major league level, watch out. This is going to be a massive breakout. I mean, I thought I loved Caglione. Joe's got some lust for the guy. Like he's taking it to another level. And I appreciate I am kind of with him too. I don't know if I pay a 120 price, but I definitely think he deserves to be like 150-ish. And I'm willing to pay that for sure.
All right, we got another 5 minutes here with Justin Mason before we turn things over again. So make sure if you have super chats, drop them in here. We're happy to answer any super chats. They go right to the top of the queue. So if you want to sneak them in there, this is your time to get them in. We'll try to squeeze as many as we can in with Mason. Also, don't forget that we're also giving away free stuff here right now. The Juan Gonzalez jersey is going to get given away here today during the Fantasy Fest. The throwback Juan Gonzalez. It's going to be going Juan pretty soon. And we want you to get it. So how do you win? Well, this is how you do it. You drop your comments below. You subscribe to the Fantasy Pros MLB channel. That's it. That's all you got to do to win. So if you're here watching, like the video, subscribe, and drop your comments. And you might win this for doing nothing, for just hanging out and watching some baseball talk. Sounds pretty good to me. We're going to announce the winner right here on the stream later on. So make sure you stick with us all day long. Let's go to John's Super Chat here. I see one already floated in here real quick. Pick 3 for long term. Lazardo, Chase Burns, Lodolo, King, Roki, Alcantara, and Mizorowski. Not spelled properly, but it's a good chance there, John. Give it a good shot. All right, so you got a bunch of guys here to pick from. Justin Mason, what are your 3?
Okay, so if I'm going long term, I'm not thinking this year or next year. I'm thinking 3 years and out. I'm going Mizorowski. I'm going Burns. I don't have a lot of faith for him this year and maybe even next year, but I think 3 years out, these are going to be really, really good pitchers. And I guess I'm going to go Roki. I probably should go Luzardo, but I'm not done on Roki. I think a lot of people are saying, oh, this guy was overrated. He was super young, super raw. I still think he has some growing to do, but I think 3 years out, we're going to be looking at Roki as either an elite closer or a really good starter.
All right, so wait, which were your 3 again? Or was Roki and who are the other 2?
Burns and Mizorowski.
Burns and Mizorowski. See, I'm concerned Mizorowski's or Tommy John waiting to happen, so he's not on my list.
Oh, I think Burns is Tommy John waiting to happen. Like,
so and he's my number 2.
This
so
is why
the way I'm looking at this,
out. Yeah, this is
long term. It's like, hey, you got to realize in the next 3 years, there's a good chance one or both of those guys is going to miss time. Absolutely. So instead, I'm going to take another approach here. My approach is going to be follow the money. Do I agree with the giant contract that they gave out to Luzardo? Not necessarily, but considering where we are right now with that rotation, I think Luzardo is a decent one in here. I like Lodolo, what he did last year, and I like Michael King. I think those 3 guys are going to give you what you need. Sandy, I just worry if he's ever going to get back to that level he was. And even when he was at his best, he wasn't a dominant strikeout pitcher, and that always worries me for fantasy. So you're going to get a bunch of different answers. Joe Rico, we gave you a lot of time to think about this. So go ahead. Why don't you give us your 3 here from John?
I could probably take another 10 minutes thinking about it. It's a really hard question.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah. I would say that Burns and Mizorowski, even if they're going to have a TJ, I think they're still probably worth taking. And then it's probably between Alcantara and Luzardo for me. 2 guys who have a bit of a track record. Luzardo, if it wasn't for those 2 horrific blowups last year, would have potentially been like the Cy Young winner in the National League. It was 20 earned runs in 2 starts. And then Alcantara looked like himself over the last 6 weeks or so of the season. With volume, that's a Cy Young caliber pitcher as well, as we have a track record of seeing. So I think I'm going to go Sandy, honestly. The guy who doesn't have as many injury concerns, I think, going forward as Luzardo, who has more of the track record. I think Sandy, now that he's had the surgery, he should be good to go. So I'll take the 2 young upside guys there in Burns and Mizorowski, and then I'll finish it off with the safer older guy in Alcantara.
I like the guys in their prime who are pitching who are past surgeries like that. call me crazy.
I think Alcantara is actually the best of the 3 for the next, or the best of that group for the next 3 years, right?
He is. I just again,
when you live on the margins like that,
that's
you can lose it like that, right? So like if we're talking long term, guys worrying about the next 5 years, I think he's more likely to lose it before that point than the other guys, whereas the other guys are just upside.
And you know where he lands either. I mean, he could land in a contending team. He might, land somewhere else potentially in trade. All right, HP's got a question here. Keeper League, standard 12-team, 5x5, OBP and quality starts. I got Tucker, J-Rod, Gunner, and Crochet. Not too shabby. Who's my 5th keeper? From Vinny Pasquantino, Riley Green, Colson, Cruz, McLean, Bubba, and Schlittler. Mason, got any feelings about number 5 here from this list?
Yeah, it's Vinny P. It's not close. Just take Vinny P and go.
Are you just kissing up to the Italians on the show
today?
Just
take Vinny P and go. I love Vinny P. He had the breakout. There could be more coming. Just take him and run.
I gotta agree. Bubba is interesting long term to me. Schlittler is too. I've seen Schlittler pitch in person, but I think I agree with Mason here. Joe, you want to clean sweep this?
Yeah, it's our boy. It's our people, Joe. It's Vinny P.
It's our people. That's right. I think we got time for one more too. Michael, thoughts on Justin Crawford? This is a good one. Saw him play a bunch with the Blue Claws, 12-team 5x5, worth a bid, or wait to see if he makes it on waivers. Mason, what do you think about a guy like Crawford too, where you might serve yourself well if you have patience to just acquire him now and stash him, right?
Yeah, no, you should. He's going to be the opening day center fielder.
I agree.
He's got a decent hit tool and a lot of speed. There's not much power there, but the Phillies are really, really determined to have a good defensive outfield, and Justin Crawford gives him that. I think he will get plenty of rope even if he struggles. He's a really good speed threat late.
All right, one Joe is going to stay on this show, and it's not me. It's Joe Arrico. The Welsh is going to come back. Justin Mason, great to hang out with you as always, my friend. Have a great weekend. And I'm so proud of you, cutting down to just 6 leagues. Look at you. You're all grown up, baby. You're all grown up. Love you, man. Great to see you on the show. When we come back, Scott Pianowski is going to join us. So he's going to talk sleepers with the Welsh and Joe Arrico. So stay awake. Don't go anywhere. Sleepers after this quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, friends, we're back on Fantasy Fest right here on Fantasy Pros. Piece of Pia talking about I was going for a run. I was snacking it up. I was just sitting here listening to these guys eating some chips and just getting set because we got sleeper talk, sleepers for you to target. Joe Rico back with us and the great Scott Pianowski. Scott, what's going on, brother?
Not much, guys. Just right in the middle of draft season. I wake up and I have that feeling I'm on the clock somewhere, right? My pick's going to run out in like 10 minutes, getting to the end game of TGFBI and Raz Slam and my home leagues, getting those set up, which is, every commissioner job is basically adventures and babysitting to some degree, but it's a labor of love. March Madness isn't far off, Masters, so it's one of my favorite times of year, and I'm excited to talk baseball with you guys.
Yeah, we're great to have you back. And, we were doing shows in football a couple years ago, so we've done a bunch of shows together. And, it's funny you say that because I literally do wake up and I am on the clock every single day. It feels like as a West Coaster, I wake up and I'm like, okay, crap, I do have the clocks going. Arrico, I know you don't want to give away all of your sleepers, but you ready to dig into some of the juiciest players to be drafting sleeper-wise and give away all of your tips for any of the high-stakes? And do you even have any more NFBC drafts coming up, or did you already knock them all out?
Yeah, I got a couple. There's a couple of online championships. There's a league that I'm in. It's the Beat Justin Mason League, and Spore and I signed up for that one. So it's kind of like a sleeper in the bus league. And then there's a Beat Joe Arrico League, believe it or not. So if you guys want to take me on, go to the NFBC lobby and check it out. It's March 18th. So if you want to fight against me in a 12-team league, let's do it. But Scott, great to meet you finally. I don't think we've ever actually chatted before, but an absolute legend, Hall of Famer. Great to sit down with you.
Should I get some glasses on, guys? I feel out of place a little bit. Should I
get some headphones?
Yeah, I know. I'm completely out of place here. Want to throw it out to the chat. You guys are already kind of doing it. At the end of each segment, we're going to try to get to you guys. So if you guys want to drop your super chats, we see them. We've got them marked, and we will get to them. And these segments should probably help out for it. So send in super chats, front of the line, and we will answer your questions. And if you would like to even put it to the sleeper category, please feel free to do so. All right, let's get into the sleepers to target. And the first guy we're actually going to start with has been brought up in this show, I believe, in the last segment. This is a guy that I have been targeting. And Scott Pianowski, you are dropping a little Andrew Vaughn on us, as Andrew Vaughn is a sleeper to target. Kind of funny because it's like a post-hypey type of guy. He's not like the unknown sexy player, but he was irrelevant. And then he was traded to the Brewers, became relevant. And that looks like it's going to continue. And he, in my opinion, might be one of the best corner infield values you can get late in drafts, but he is your sleeper. So hit us with some knowledge.
Yeah, I'll sign off on all that and echo all the thoughts that Joe was saying a minute ago. It's great to put the face and the name together, and been a big fan of your work for many years now.
Thank you.
You know what I'm a fan of? I'm a fan of the Milwaukee Brewers. They have become what the Tampa Bay Rays were, where they don't have a big market. They spend their money better than everybody else. Their dollar goes further. And when they do something and it works out, yeah, of course, the Brewers are always right. So Andrew Vaughn, right, first round pick, third overall pick, White Sox, stops and starts, never really got it going. He gets traded to Milwaukee, 64 games, 308, 375, 493 slash, 9 home runs. Now he's going to hit in the middle of a Milwaukee lineup that has a bunch of OBP monsters. And I wasn't even sure if I could sneak Vaughn into this sleeper discussion, but his Yahoo ADP is still outside the top 200. And I don't think the corner position is anywhere near as fruitful as maybe it was, 10 years ago or something like that. I'm not only am I targeting Vaughn, but I like to think that he's a guy who normally I want to let a draft come to me and take guys where they make sense. But a lot of times I start a draft thinking, when can I get Andrew Vaughn? What is this room like profile wise? Do I have to go into the 170s, 180s, 190s in a more hometown casual league? Maybe you can get that ADP I talked about outside of pick 200 in Yahoo leagues right now. But age 28 season, lineup I like. Something clicked when he went to Milwaukee. Maybe just getting out of a bad situation or getting some more confidence. I don't know if they did anything technical with the swing, but I've always liked the pedigree as a third overall pick. So I think Andrew Vaughn could easily be 275, 25, 90, and you're going to get it wherever even if you get it in a room that's hip to him, you're still going to get him in the 160, 170, 180 range. I think he's a great guy for targeting on draft day.
Yeah, he hit 300 post All-Star break and ended up being 7 homers, 300, 367 OBP, significant output with the Brewers. And I will do you one a little bit better. His aggregate ADP over on Fantasy Pros right now is 279. So that is taking in Yahoo, ESPN. It's taking in like 6 or 7 different sites. And that is a pretty low cost. I mean, he is going after guys like Jason Dominguez, going after Chase DeLauder, and Mark Vientos. I mean, Mark Vientos doesn't even have like a set gig. So I really love Andrew Vaughn. Arico, what are your thoughts on Andrew Vaughn? Do you co-sign him as a sleeper to draft?
Yeah, it'd be interesting, Scott, if you and Justin Mason get into any auctions together. I'd like to see the bidding war on Andrew Vaughn because he also was talking him up. And I completely agree with you guys. The ADP, the rankings, it doesn't make sense. If I'm looking at our consensus rankings or if I'm looking at high stakes leagues, like he's going 30 or 40 picks after Kyle Manzardo. That doesn't make any sense to me. He's going almost 100 picks after Sal Stewart. And even though Sal Stewart has a lot of upside, we don't even know 100% if Sal Stewart is going to have an everyday role. Andrew Vaughn is going to have a secure everyday role in the middle of a perennially undervalued lineup. I think the projections are kind of undervaluing the changes he made in the second half last year because they're looking at a larger sample size. So I don't know if he's going to hit 300, but I could see like a 270 batting average, 20 home runs, 90 plus RBI. This is a really, really nice player to target for your corner infield spots.
And you mentioned Manzardo, right? One reason why I don't want to draft him is in a typical mixed league, I just can't live with platoons. And I realize he's a left-handed hitter, and sometimes left-handed hitters figure out lefties if they get more exposure to lefties. Some people might even say, well, wait a minute, I don't want him to face left-handed pitching. He'll be better against righties, and the rate stats will be good. But I want somebody who's playing all the time. And I guess I have to apologize. I thought that ADP in Yahoo leagues for Vaughn at 216 was pretty good, but I mean, I'm seeing 288 in NFBC right now. And you mentioned the ESPN ADP is later. So if you're not playing on Yahoo, you have to play to your room. You have to play to the applet that's in front of you. I want you to take the value where it's appropriate. And I apologize if Fred Zinke and IFR rankings are killing some of the Vaughn value, but I think there's still enough for us
killing it on Yahoo. You're killing it on Yahoo. So you're gonna have to pay up, but everywhere else you can still target anywhere. Highest pull percentage, aired pull percentage he's had in his career. That's only going to do like wonderful things for a guy that had like a top 15 percentile across the board in barrel, 12% barrel, 47% hard hit rate. By the way, not the hard hit rate, but the barrel was a career high. He was getting the ball in the air. Like, these are really good things. He could legitimately hit 260, 270 with 25 homers, and you're getting him almost in the 300s. Quickly, this is just relevant. We're going to do the super chats here shortly, but Vaughn or Berger? I think that's an interesting one. We don't have to go into crazy analysis, but Scott, Vaughn or Berger?
I'm going Vaughn.
Rico?
I think it's really close. I love Jake Berger. I think he's going to bounce back and hit close to 30 home runs this year. I wouldn't be opposed to taking both, but if I had to pick one, I'll split the room and I'll say Berger.
I think I'm going to go Vaughn on this one because I like the batting average that I'm going to take from it. I think there's a little bit more of an albatross for Berger there, but I also think like Berger and Vaughn are the two perennial, like awesome deals at the end of drafts right now.
You know what? I'm still getting used to the idea that for years, Texas played in a great hitter's park, and their new park just isn't a great place to hit.
It's not.
And my mind wants to say Texas, Arlington, home runs. No, that park has been gone for 10 or 15 years, whatever it's been now, and it's actually a favorable place to pitch. I'm trying to say, no, draft their pitchers, don't draft their hitters necessarily. It's a tiebreaker. I mean, obviously, Corey Seager would be good anywhere. I think Brandon Nimmo's a good value. I am not against Berger, but in my mind's eye, I want to imagine he's hitting in that old park, especially to right field. What a jet stream that was.
So if you have listened to Joe Rico, if you've listened to me and Joe Rico together, you have heard this name. This isn't quite sleepery. If the term sleeper to you is a player that nobody's talking about, because sleeper has, to me at this point, 14 different definitions of how you want to look at what it is. If it is no one's talking about this player, then you're going to be disappointed because Rico and I, because of Rico really put me onto this, has talked about Max Muncy ad nauseum, and I am in, and I don't want to steal your talking points. So, Mr. Joe Rico, tell us why Max Muncy is a nice late round sleeper.
I'm almost sick of talking about Max
You
Muncy.
should be.
I've talked about him so much. I could almost recite his stats without even looking at them at this point. But after April 30th, when he started wearing glasses, we're talking about a 166 WRC plus, which is at 970 OPS for the more traditional minded fan. 19 home runs. He walked more than he struck out. It was a 15% barrel rate. And he's hitting in the best lineup in baseball and qualifying at what I think is the worst position this season. Third base is awful. If you don't get one of the early 4 or 5 names, then you're looking at some pretty dark times at third base. A lot of people will say second base, but I like a lot of the late second basemen, whereas even inside the top 15 third basemen, you're looking at Caballero and Royce Lewis and even guys like Noelvi Marte who haven't really proven it. Max Muncy is a guy with a long track record of success, even without being able to see the damn ball. Now that he can see properly over the course of a whole season, I'm expecting him to revert back to those 30 home run, 100 RBI campaigns. Bank in that he'll miss 20 to 30 games with some injuries as he gets older, but I think where he's going, even if he doesn't happen to work out, he's a very easy drop and replace in the mid 200s.
And he actually, one of the words he used too, if you read anything about this, his literal words was he could now see spin. He said when he got the glasses, like it wasn't just like, oh yeah, things are going better. He's like, no, I can see spin now. Like that's a pretty dramatic word. And by the way, very funny irony that he is in glasses in the picture that we are using here on the video side. Mr. Scott Pianowski, any thoughts on Max Muncy? His ADP, his aggregate ADP is 228. So this is outside the top 200. Every single place but one. I'm trying to see who is that. That'd be funny if it is Yahoo. It is rolled to the top. It is Yahoo. Yahoo's the only place that he is going to cost a little bit more. So you guys are killing the value again, but are you even in on it?
Yeah, we are killing the value. Max Muncy, 186.9 is the current sticker price in Yahoo. But yeah, look, being able to see generally a good thing, picking up spin rate tied to that Dodgers lineup. I really like the point that Joe made that third base is not deep this year. So you have to have a conversation about, I mentioned how I like, Vaughn is one of my sleepers at first base. I don't think first base is deep either, but third base is even more of a dire situation. So you have to look at that player pool and get an idea what type of values you like in certain areas. Cause it's not the old days where there was always like a 25, 85 guy waiting to get drafted. Now with Muncy, he may miss some time with injury. He's in his mid-30s. He may sit out against some lefties, and he may bring in a little batting average risk. So things that's all baked into his price, of course, but I don't see any reason why he won't hit around 30 home runs, be a good run producer, probably hitting 6 in that decent Dodgers lineup. And, maybe he's got a little bit, maybe he can hit for a neutral average if being able to see the ball. And, sometimes with guys, it's being fitted with the right contacts, being fitted with the right eyewear. It can sometimes be a subtle change, whether you open up your stance or close your stance, you see the ball better, things like that. So some people would say, oh, it's a soft factor. To me, it's a logical reason to connect the dots of why somebody may have been productive over a period of time. So Muncy, also one of my favorite things in fantasy is the idea of the Ibanez All-Stars. I used to call them. It's a little bit of a dated reference now, but it's the boring value veteran. Max Muncy's been around. He's not even the only Max Muncy in baseball, for crying out loud. He's not a hot thing. People don't go to the draft all excited to draft Max Muncy or Christian Yelich or guys like that. Brandon Nimmo is one of my favorite boring value vets. So I wouldn't want a whole team of guys like that, but I like to sprinkle them in the middle and second half of my draft. So I think Muncy makes sense as the target.
I feel like this is going to be an old person reference, and I don't feel like I'm that old, but it's going to happen here. I feel like old Max Muncy was just like Steve Martin in The Jerk. He's like, he hates these cans. He just doesn't see anything. He doesn't know what's going on, even though that wasn't necessarily a glasses thing, but that's my version of him. Both of these guys, Joe, Rico, did you see The Jerk? You're not old enough for The Jerk, are you?
No, I don't know that. I mean, I'm old enough. I made a James Cagney reference on stream with Pisa Pia the other day. I know my old movies, and I love Steve Martin, but that one I have not seen.
All right. Well, Pianowski, I know.
Earlier, Pisa Pia had made a Swingers reference, and that's going on like 25 or 30 years old now.
I mean, that's my prime.
Justin
got these claws and these bears. Yeah.
Look, it's not so much me; it's Ronick. He's good.
Yeah. It's a very good. Your money, baby. All right, you both of these guys, Andrew Vaughn, Max Muncy, late 200s. These are players that you can get on your rosters. We put some caveats of like, what does it look like? They could be too boring. Well, guess what? Use a draft assistant to make the best decisions during your draft, and you can experiment with what your team looks like when you take these guys. You can work around these players to get them. It also connects directly to your draft and provides both real-time pick suggestions if you're in one and estimations on which players might get taken before your next pick. The draft assistant fully integrates with customized cheat sheets and suggests picks based on your rankings, team build, ADP, and other factors. Funny story was our friends over at CBS, someone made a Kokomo Friday cheat sheet and needed Frank Stampfl, who will be on in a little bit, to get his ranks up so they can make a full CBS cheat sheet. You can do whatever you want. You can make a this segment cheat sheet. Arico, Pianowski, and myself put them together, get them in there. You can get your full builds, and it will help you experience a smarter way to draft at fantasypros.com/assistant or on the Fantasy Pros app.
Let me jump in here. Okay. You guys are not asking me to say this, but I'm going to say this. The intuitive nature of the fantasy tools at Fantasy Pros is just ridiculous. It's so good. Even when you don't know where something is, it's where you logically expect it to be. And when you use tools that you haven't used before, they just become second nature just by, trial and error. I can't say enough how much I love I get so much. It saves me time. It makes me a better player. It helps me make decisions. It helps me come to inflection points and how I feel about different pockets of value, football, baseball. So I just promise you that if you try these tools, you can be like, wow, how did I get along with this stuff before? It's so intuitive. That's the word I want to come back to.
I wish I could take all the credit for what you're saying, but those are to our wonderful dev team and all the other wonderful guys that have put those together. So thank you for that good plug. You guys go check it out for yourself and live a life like Scott Pianowski. Before we get to the next set of sleepers, let's hit a couple of these super chats. We got some super chats in here, fellas. Joseph says, Devers or Vinny P? Who goes 2 to 4 rounds late? He's saying Vinny P goes 2 to 4 rounds later. Head-to-head categories OPS league. So he's essentially saying, is Vinny P in the value in an OPS league? Yeah, probably still at least 3 rounds later. Do you think the value of Pasquantino is better than taking Devers? Will probably cost you a 3rd round. Scott, what do you say?
Well, just San Francisco's park just has me spooked on Devers. I realize the power did play in the National League, but I like Kansas City bringing the fences in, bringing the fences down. I think their lineup has finally been upgraded. Good news for Bobby Witt Jr. If you're taking him with the 3rd overall pick, I got to go with Vinny P.
It's a pretty good value. I do love Devers, though. Arico, what do you say on this one?
I think the value is probably worth it to take Vinny P, but I don't really have. I mean, I worry a little bit about the batting average risk, but considering it's an OPS, it mitigates a little bit of that for me. Devers was still 851 last year, which was relatively in line where he's been the last couple of years, 851, 879, 871. So I think the Devers is worth paying the price for, but I also have no problem waiting and taking Vinny and taking other positions there in those first couple rounds.
I've got a Welsh cheat sheet article that I don't know if it's up yet. Kelly could speak to that, but it'll be up here shortly. And both Devers and Pasquantino are on my first base targets. So that's just funny. Brett says 6th pick in head-to-head points. Who should I prioritize, or when should I prioritize starting pitcher? Arico, what do you think? What range in a points league? Not all points leagues are created equal. That's a little bit of my complaining thing. I'll say when you guys ask us points questions, it's the most non-translative when you say roto or head-to-head. Like points, it's like, okay, well, how many points are the wins and how many points, but in an overall statement, starting pitchers typically are a little bit more valuable. When are you going to target a starting pitcher in a points league, Arico?
Yeah, every single site, to make it real easy for content creators, we have like 20 different point
Yeah.
settings, which makes it hard. But I think by the second or third round, I wouldn't have a problem with it. It really depends on the room. But like you said, a lot of scoring systems do prioritize pitching. You do get extra points for those wins and a lot of points for strikeouts. So I think if you're looking at a second round, like a Chris Sanchez, or a third round, like a Gilbert, or somebody like a Sale, I think that would be when I would start to dip in.
Second or third round, probably for me. Scott, what do you any different on that?
I wouldn't have a problem if you wanted to go Scooble there. To use the fantasy football theory, the idea of having that hero RB, right? I want to have the hero SP. I want to have one starting pitcher who I feel confident is going to throw well every time he goes out. We realize nobody will do that every time, but 20 starts, 24 starts, 26 starts, something like that. So because I'm not in love with that Cleveland lineup, and maybe that nudges me off Jose Ramirez, I think I did take Scooble on the TGFBI. I want to say he's at least on one of my teams. So I like to have one starting pitcher I can hang my hat on. It could be a Sanchez. It could be a Gilbert. We love being tied to that Seattle ballpark. There are other guys. There may be 8 to 10 pitchers who probably come into that discussion. So everybody's going to feel differently about that. I'm willing to consider it in the first round. At the end of 3 rounds, you have to have at least one pitcher.
Thunderstud, I need very deep closer picks. Robert Garcia is one for me that jumps out. I don't know if that's the level of deep that you're talking about. I know there's a lot of committee conversations out there. I really like Robert Garcia. I don't know if by deeper closer picks, they mean more secondary players that could end up getting a gig. Scott, do you have any deep closer that you want to throw at Thunderstud?
I think Abner Uribe is going to be the best reliever.
I love that one. Good call.
So let's lean there. And again, when in doubt, I'm taking guys on the Brewers. I have a lot of Terang shares, a lot of Yelich shares. We talked about Vaughn a lot. This is a team. I hope their starting pitching is healthy. I already have Henderson shares I'm nervous about, but this team always wins 90 games, and I think they're going to support a closer.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, so Sir Anthony Dominguez, I think there might have been a question about Sir Anthony earlier. I think that he is going to be the closer at the very least until the All-Star break, which could net you 20 or so saves, which is valuable. And I also like Justin Sterner of the Athletics. Not a guaranteed job at this point. I'm not really sure how they're going to handle the 9th inning. But they got Harris, they got Leiter. But I think he is worth it considering he is mostly free in drafts. Like a lot of the rooms you're in, you're still outside the top 300 picks. And when we had Jason Collette on the podcast with Pizza P a few weeks ago talking breakouts, that was one of his breakout picks for the season.
Yeah, and the last super chat here was from Slice, and it says, if I can get Sir Anthony Dominguez last or second to last pick in my ESPN leagues, do we like him for nearly free saves, nice StatCast, but brutal walks? Yes, I would agree with that one. Like the White Sox are kind of sneaky, not saying they're going to be competitive, for a playoff race or anything like that, but they're putting out a much better and more competitive team that can actually pull in some wins. And Sir Anthony Dominguez is going to get the opportunities unless they fall apart. When they do inevitably, or if they were to inevitably trade him, that would go to Grant Taylor. But I think in the first half of the season, Sir Anthony Dominguez is a great free late closer option.
I like Shane Smith in their rotation. I
don't mind him either.
He could easily be like a 3-4-5, 118 type of ratio guy. The wins are going to be problematic, but everybody pitches 5 or 6 innings now. I mean, you can pitch on a good team and win 10 games.
Yeah.
So he's somebody who's almost free. Colson Montgomery had a nice season last year. He's a power bat. They have some interesting pieces. Teal, if he's healthy, is a catcher who should be a top 12 guy. Catcher's deeper this year than normal. I think this is going to be a team that could easily improve by 5 or 10 wins.
All right, we're up against it. We're under a 10-minute marker. We've got 2 more. Would love for you guys in the chat. Who's your favorite sleeper this year? Right at the end, if you guys got a couple minutes to drop it, put your favorite sleeper in. We'll drop a couple up top, but let's get these guys. Let's get our last 2 sleepers to target here. And Scott, we're going to go to you. We actually have 2 nationals that we're going to be picking on. So there's your spoiler here. But we're going to go on the offensive side. Outfielder Dalen Lyle. I think he's an absolute target of mine. Dalen Lyle in his short run put up some really good numbers. If he's got the full run, I think he's going to beat projections, especially those numbers you're seeing on the screen here. But Scott, what do you think Dalen Lyle is your target for a sleeper?
Yeah, we talked about the importance of knowing the White Sox, even if they're not a good team. Washington is not going to be a good team, certainly not a winning team, but there can be fantasy value to be mined. And I loved what Lyle did. If he had played a full season at the rate he was performing last year, his ADP would be 50, 60 picks higher. I mean, he was on a pace to be around 15 to 20 home runs and stolen bases. He had 11 triples in 91 games. He's single-handedly bringing the triple back in baseball, 92% sprint speed. I know he was only 8 for 14 on steals, but that's stuff they can coach into him. He'll become a smarter base runner as he gets more experience. 299, 347, 498 slash speaks for itself, 137 OPS plus. Only because the team was bad and because he came up without maybe the buzz of some other prospects and tied, he doesn't play a full season, so he doesn't get to double-digit home runs or steals. Just prorate this to like 140 games, and this would be somebody you'd want to take in the top 100 of your draft, and he's going outside the top 200 in Yahoo leagues only because he's a little bit anonymous and the team's bad. I love the category juice. Even if the batting average comes down a little bit, he's going to get a lot of infield hits, and just getting the ball in play is going to probably lead to a plus average for Lyle. I think he could be a 4 or 5 category player who's just mispriced everywhere I look right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And I think the projections are kind of light. They're kind of doing what you did in a half year is what you'll do on a full season. And I don't think that 100% plays. And his average aggregate ADP is outside the top 200. He's actually the cheapest in Yahoo right now. That is actually the cheapest format that you can find him. But outside the top 200, if you're looking for Dalen Lyle. Let's go to our other national. And Joe Rico, you're going to be dropping the opening day pitcher on us as a sleeper to target. Cade Cavalli was named the opening day pitcher, and he is your sleeper to target. So what's with all these nationals?
Yeah, it's not what I expected necessarily to be into nationals, and I'm into the Marlins this year, and there's even a couple of Rockies that I think are decent values. That's the way the fantasy works sometimes, though, and I think Cade Cavalli is a really, really interesting name to target this year. Still very cheap. Now, the price will probably trend up a little bit now that he has been announced as the opening day starter, and that rotation is really a bunch of guys who, reliever, a congressman type of game you can play with their rotation a lot of the time. But Cade Cavalli is the ace. I think he should make 30 plus starts this season, barring any injury. He's now far removed from his Tommy John surgery and the arm trouble in general. He's got 4 pitches that he uses at least 13% of the time that all have a plus stuff rating, at least 102. Even with the poor-ish results he had last year, he limits hard contact. It was a sub 5% barrel rate, 87 mile an hour average exit velocity, and a 41% hard hit rate. 55% ground ball is excellent. And I think the strikeouts are bound to improve as well. He had only an 18% strikeout rate, but a 12.5% swinging strike rate suggests that he could be closer to 25 or 26%. So a guy that was a top prospect a couple of years ago, we mentioned on the pod with on the panel with Mason that people get prospect fatigue and people just get bored after a couple of years. And I think people have kind of just forgotten how hyped up Cade Cavalli was, and he's still super young and I think primed to have a great season in 2026.
Cade Cavalli was one of those guys that was like top pitching prospect in baseball, and then injuries really kind of faltered back. He's a really interesting name. A couple of nationals that are out there, and guess what? I asked the question, hey, who are some sleepers that you guys are targeting? Because I'm going to pop some up, and I want to get your guys' favorite pick of these, but someone picked another national. They said Brady House, biggest sleeper of 2026. He's going to get opportunity. We had Conley early. Boy, I mean, this wouldn't be a sleeper if he was locked into the rotation. I think we would all be in on him. Jeff is saying Trevor Rogers. Joe said, I doubt rookies are considered sleepers, but I love Bryce Eldridge. This is an interesting one. Mickey Moniak. This might be the year for him. And also little Taylor Ward. Mr. Pianowski, you see those names, Ward, Moniak, Eldridge, Rogers, House, early. Some people were trying to talk about Teal, but Teal obviously got banged up. Any of those sleepers that you're kind of into?
I like some of the changes, the subtle changes the Red Sox have made with their pitching development, and whether it's Bayo, Oviedo, if Early gets a shot, there's a lot of arms. Somebody is going to come out of nowhere and be like a 12-win, 3.23 ERA guy in that rotation. You might not have to draft some of these players. You may be picking them up and other people cut them early in the season. But I want you to be open-minded. And not just because of what they're doing with their rotation, but I know their infield is still a bit in flux, but they basically have gold gloves all through the outfield. They have such great outfield defense. So that's going to hide a lot of their mistakes too. I think the Red Sox it's a little bit annoying that they treat themselves like they're a small or medium market team, but I think they're well set up to be a playoff team again, and we'll get some benefit from the rotation this year.
Pretty funny. Matt said Dylan Cruz. That's mine. That's one of my favorite sleepers this year is Dylan Cruz in here. Joe, just real quick, any of those names jump out to you as a sleeper that you dug of the Trevor Rogers, Eldridge, Moniak, Ward, House, early? Just quick.
So Dylan Cruz, even in a horrible rookie year, 10-17 in half a season. There's a lot of fantasy juice there. I think some people are already giving up a little bit too early, so I like him. Mickey Moniak, I like very specific situations. He cannot hit lefties, and I do not want to start him away from Coors. But if there is a weekend series at Coors, it doesn't matter the depth of your league. It could be an 8-team league. I'd be willing to stream Mickey Moniak if the Rockies are facing 3 righties over a weekend. Pick him up and stream him. But if he's facing a lefty anywhere, but especially away from home, do not start him.
Your last pick could be worse than Willie Castro, too. He'll qualify at multiple positions. I don't think he's a great real-life player, but right now he projects to be an everyday player, getting half of his games in the elements. So
2020.
Well, it's not good, but they're still going to give us some fantasy value. And just think of, Hunter Goodman coming out of nowhere last year. So try to be open-minded with their roster.
Sleepers to target, baby. Scott Pianowski, you're the best. Joe Rico, you are the man. I think Joe is going to be stepping aside and he's going to be jumping back in for the after party. Want to remind you guys, because of that, right after Fantasy Fest completely wraps up, you want to head over to twitch.tv/fantasypros to catch the after party. Joe Rico and Scott Bogman are going to be doing a couple mock drafts, and it's with you guys. You can hang out, talk fantasy, get your questions answered in real time. That is at 7 p.m. Eastern. We've also got a mock draft coming up in about an hour that you can join with a few of us, but it is breakout time. Breakout hitters, then breakout pitchers. I'm going to step out of the host seat. They're kicking me out. We've got the Worm. We've got Frank Stampfl. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on Fantasy Fest.
Let's be honest, everybody. Most mock drafts suck. That's right, they do. You have to wait forever for them to start, and then sometimes the specs don't even match your league settings, and then you get some Yahoo or some robot in there that doesn't even know what the heck they're doing, and they end up taking a rookie in the second round, and that's not helping you prepare for your draft, now is it? So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my draft so that you can get ready for yours, and I use the Draft Simulator. It was built to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts, and it's free. Here are the 3 reasons why I love it the most. Number 1, no waiting around. You're not waiting for other people to make picks, so you can run through a mock draft in just a few minutes. It connects to your league, syncs all your unique settings, and makes sure everything feels like your real draft. Number 2, it's going to help you get better at drafting. Draft Simulator goes over rankings and projections from the best baseball experts like yours truly, and it tells you who the best picks are. It also uses our best in-class projections to tell you where you stand in each category and which players will help you the most. And number 3, draft analysis. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. My favorite feature is the pick analysis. It shows you where you could have made better picks and lets you restart your mock from that point so you can test out different strategies and see which one works best. So stop wasting your time with bad mock drafts. Work less, win more with the free Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock.
Hello, everybody. Welcome into hour 3 of Fantasy Fest 2026. I am Ryan Wormeli, joined by Chris Welsh, who has been rocking it all fest so far. I think you've had just one segment off so far, and you're going through to the end all the way. He is an Iron Man. We are also joined, of course, from CBS Sports, host of Fantasy Baseball Today. It's Frank Stampfl. Frank, thanks so much for making the time for us today.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for having me. Welsh, looks like you've been spending some time in the sun, my friend. My goodness.
Everybody keeps killing. Okay. The lighting doesn't quite help. I could probably change the lighting a little bit, but yes, I have been every day. I'm out there, I wore glasses, and you were with me about a week ago, and we were watching some of that, but I didn't realize I was that tan. So thank you.
I might just be that pale. That's what it comes.
You're also that pale, buddy.
I was going to very politely not mention it, but it was the first thing I noticed. I will admit here, Welsh.
I'm changing my camera lighting.
We of course are talking about, Welsh just mentioned some breakout hitters here for the next 30 minutes. No pressure on me here talking to 2 of the great hosts of their own shows in the industry. So I got to really step up my game here for this segment, at least. Breakout hitters, one of the most fun kind of topics to always think about. Before we dive into the specific names that you guys picked, I do want to ask you, Frank, when you think about finding and identifying a breakout hitter, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you are trying to come up with the names that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think any type of breakout, it could be hitter or pitcher, is someone that could provide excess value, right? We're always debating sleeper or breakout. To me, sleeper is someone who's like undervalued and, easy profit. Breakout is someone that could really take that next step and maybe do something that we haven't seen before. Maybe it's someone who has prospect pedigree, a post-hype prospect, something like that. But it's really, for me, whether it's a hitter or a pitcher, it's someone that I think could really provide that excess value and potentially even be a league winner, someone that has that big upside in fantasy.
Welsh, is that how you kind of define the difference between like sleeper versus breakout, for example?
Yeah, that's a pretty good example. I'd say like mine kind of hones around like if I look at a projection of a player and I think they are going to surpass that, value, throw value into the discussion as well. ADP, like, oh, I think this guy's going to be better because, like, the first guy that when I talk, it's a player that it's like, I think the projections are low, and I think based on their skill set, they can far surpass those projections. So they start checking lots of boxes, their breakouts, their values. Maybe they're being a sleeper based on where they're going. But yeah, I'm looking, usually the specific breakout is like, this guy is going to surpass the expectation of the market.
Frank, let's jump into the names we have here. You're our guest, so you'll go first. Who's your first breakout hitter for us?
Sal Stewart is someone who I love this season. And Welsh, we actually spoke about him way back at First Pitch Arizona back in November. I loved him then. I love him now. Nothing has changed. As a minor leaguer, Sal Stewart did everything you want to see from a hitter. He made a lot of contact. He kept his K rate below 18% at every level. He has a good eye at the plate, a career 13.4% walk rate, career 390 on base percentage down in the minors. And he hit the ball really hard, 93.1 average EV last year at AAA, which ranked in the 93rd percentile. Then once he got called up, it was a really small sample size, but his average exit velocity in the majors, 95.4 miles per hour, the same as Aaron Judge. So Sal Stewart hits the ball extremely hard. He only played those 18 games with the Reds, but he looked good. He held his own, hit 255, 5 homers, 839 OPS. Expected stats were awesome. On top of all of that, he just gets it. He knows what he needs to do to get to power. 30% pulled air rate last year. You put that in Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, I see lots of home runs coming here for Sal Stewart. And I know that they signed Eugenio Suarez this offseason. And, it's a crowded team right now, but they also traded away Gavin Lux, so that opened up a spot. And the Reds have been pretty interesting in how they've deployed Sal Stewart this spring training. They've played him at second base. They played him at first. They played him at third, some DH at bats as well. So they're moving him around. I think they know that they have to get his bat in the lineup. They're trying to find ways to do that. I think most days it'll probably be first base, but I think maybe when they need to give Matt McClain a day off here or there, Brian Hayes, he can slide over to second, he can slide over to third. They are going to get this bat in the lineup. So I see a good batting average. I see 25-ish home runs. And if we're talking pie in the sky, just like long-term, who is the hitter that I see Sal Stewart becoming? His mentor is Manny Machado.
I knew you were going to go there.
That being who Sal Stewart turns into in the long term, a 30 home run bat, 10 to 15 steals. He's not going to be the defender that Manny Machado is, but offensively, I could see long term that being the player that Sal Stewart becomes.
Welsh, you said you knew that comparison was coming. What do you think of that comparison?
Yeah, it's a great comparison because like there are a lot of similar. I mean, he doesn't really steal, tons of contact. I frankly, like the underlying stuff is better than Manny Machado. Like if he were to continue, because it's like we're in this weird spot. It was a small sample size of what he showed us at the majors, but we saw absolutely elite. Like had they qualified, it's like top 5 percentile in like the top 5 or 6 categories of, like XBA and barrel percentage and hard hit rates and getting the ball in the air is like one of the biggest keys. Like you can get the ball in the air and you can pull it, magical things can happen. And he does all that. And I would say that small sample size is like far greater than Manny Machado, but like there is an element to that. The only thing I think is a negative is not only is Sal Stewart not going to be the defensive wizard that Manny Machado is, I think like his bat has to play or Sal Stewart is going to put himself in a position where he might not be in the majors. Like I think he is a defensive liability in a lot of spots. So it's maybe a little surprising that they're trying him out in different places, but yeah, this guy is born to hit. This is what he does. And he's doing it again in spring. We want to always be careful about spring training, but you take how he ended out that run, the confidence level they're talking about. And then what have we seen this spring? We've seen a guy who is striking out 16% of the time. He's stolen a couple bases. He's hit a couple homers. He's got a 3-4-5 slash. He is hitting the ball on the ground a little bit more, but like we expect some regression, even though he hit 255 and his XBA was 290 or 289, like right in that range. I think Sal Stewart legitimately has a shot to be a 25 homer, 260 bat. And if he has some of those absurd underlying like StatCast data numbers of like the barrel and the pull air percentage, the dude's going to hit 35 homers. So, I mean, he's a legitimate rookie of the year candidate. So I like this pick. My only concern is like the bat has to be playing or this team has enough other bats and defensive players with position flexibility that they can kick him out of the lineup.
Frank, what round are you looking to take a guy like Stewart? Because he's outside the top 200 in the overall consensus rankings, FantasyPros.com right now, just barely outside the top 200. So how much earlier than that would you reach to take him?
Yeah, so I actually just took him in my Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational Draft. That's a little bit different. It's a 15-team roto, but I took him around 180. So I have him ranked as my 15th first baseman this year. I know his Fantasy Pros ADP is as the 23rd first baseman. So, once that group of like Yandy Diaz and like Torkelson start to go, yeah, like my ears kind of perk up, and that's when I'm looking to take Sal Stewart. So if the ADP is around, 200 overall, I'd be looking to take him like 2 rounds higher than that, just to make sure that I get him.
Welsh, who's your first breakout hitter?
All right, this is my full-on 5th outfielder every single league. I want to have him at all times. It is Wilyer Abreu with the Red Sox. Wilyer Abreu, last season, solid numbers, 22 homers, and he did it in under 400 at bats. He hit 247 with an expected batting average that was pretty supportive of it. Interestingly, this is one of those guys. So let's get back to where you're like, hey, what is the breakout? What are the qualifications? This is one of those guys where it's like the projections don't really push him out to a whole lot more games. They don't advance the numbers. And I think a lot of the underlying skill set says that he will. He's had 3 straight years of an increase in his barrel percentage, which was up to 12%. He has had 3 straight years of getting the ball in the air to now an elite 23-degree launch angle, which is ridiculous. He's had solid hard hit numbers his entire career, and he lowered his strikeout rate while walking more. Now, here's the maybe a little bit more important. No longer does it look like he's going to be the guy that is going to be this platooned lefty out guy. There have been talks that Jarren Duran might be that player. Wilyer Abreu was respectable, at least, against lefties this past year, hitting 230 against left-handed hitters. He had under 400 at bats. I think if you're pushing him to 550, if he can stay healthy, he's legitimately going to be able to hit 30-plus homers in this lineup. He pulled the ball in the air over 25% of the time. We talked about Sal Stewart. This is another one of those guys. Hits the ball hard, gets the ball in the air at an elite level. He barrels the ball, and he pulls it. All of those things create really good results. Plus, he's not striking out as much anymore. He's going to be in a prime spot in the order, and he's not free 99, but he's pretty damn close. And he is like, if I'm in a 5 outfielder league, he's the 5th outfielder I'm trying to take in every spot.
You answered the question I was already going to ask just about the total at bats that you saw for him this year, taking a step forward in the playing time. I mean, just like looking at games played, right? Last year, 115, 373 at bats, under 400 the year before as well in terms of the at bats. You said about like 550 you think is like a reasonable thing to hope for?
Yeah, I think projections most have like around 450. I think like ATC, if I'm looking here. Yeah, everybody's like right around 450, but that's like 120 to 125 games. I think that's still kind of insinuating a lot more platoon that's going to go on. And I just don't think that's the case. I think he's going to push that as long as he's healthy, of course, because he missed some time getting hurt last year. He's like 140 plus game guy. So yeah, I think 550, that's the range that I'm putting that in. But even if not, I think I'm okay even if he got like around where he was, 22 to 25 homers and 400 at bats, even from a platoon player. This is Kerry Carpenter. He's cheaper Kerry Carpenter at worst.
Frank, what do you think about Abreu?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting call out here. He has improved the past couple of seasons. He got the strikeout rate down to 24% last year. The walk rate went up as well. Welsh mentioned the barrel rate continues to improve for Wilyer Abreu. And I was a little bit worried about both him and Jarren Duran coming into draft season just because of that platoon possibility. Look at their bench, right? Like you can say this player is going to platoon because he has bad numbers against lefties. They don't have a right-handed hitter on their bench that plays in the outfield. So they might just both be everyday players. Now, Jarren Duran has also crushed lefties this spring. So, I've kind of backed off that one a little bit. But Wilyer Abreu, they really like him in Boston, too. He is a fantastic defender. He's a back-to-back Gold Glove Award winner. That's why my mindset was if anyone's coming off the field against a lefty, it's probably going to be Duran because they really value Wilyer Abreu's defense. But now I think both of those guys are just going to play just because they really don't have great right-handed hitting outfielders on their bench. Christian Campbell could be one of those options, but he's looked pretty rough this spring, and Roster Resource doesn't even project him to make the team. So if you think Wilyer Abreu is going to play every day, then yes, he is a steal where he's being drafted right now.
You can manage your fantasy baseball lineups and dominate your leagues with My Playbook from Fantasy Pros. My Playbook is a suite of powerful tools to help you make better decisions, manage your lineups, and win your leagues. Import your team to get custom fantasy baseball news, rankings, and analysis. Sync your leagues today at fantasypros.com/MLB My Playbook or download the Fantasy Pros app. All right, Frank, let's get to your second breakout hitter.
Let's talk about Jack Caglione of Team Italy, by the way. I mean, Mark DeRosa, what are we doing, man? Not knowing that USA did not clinch yet. That is dagger in the heart. Now we're all watching Italy versus Mexico tonight. But Jack Caglione, look, 6th overall pick back in 2024, destroyed the minors last year, hit 337, 20 home runs, an OPS over 1,000. That was across AA and AAA. He actually got even better at AAA as he moved up that minor league ladder. Got called up for 62 games with the Royals, and it was bad. There's no way around it. He did show some flashes, some underlying metrics here. The 22% strikeout rate was manageable for Caglione. His zone contact was much better than league average. He also showed elite bat speed, barrel rate, and high-end exit velocities, a 114.1 max exit velocity last year in the majors for Caglione. And he showed up this spring. He is destroying baseballs. He posted a 120 exit velocity so far this spring. I mean, there's only like a handful of hitters that have ever done that in the StatCast era. He has also hit a 460-foot home run off of a lefty this spring. And, just against USA, hit another home run against a lefty in Ryan Yarbrough. So I think the breakout is very clear. This is kind of like a post-hype prospect. The ADP is moving up. He's, inside the top 200 now. I think in the month of March, it's like a 175 ADP, but I'm buying. I'm buying at the increased cost. On top of all that, the Royals are pulling the walls in a little bit. They're lowering the fences in Kauffman Stadium as well. So I think that will favor some of their home run hitters. I think we could see Cags hit 260, 270 this year, 25 home runs, with the upside to be even better than that. He was regarded as, by some, a better prospect than Nick Kurtz this time last year. And his high-end outcome could be someone that hits 30, 35, 40 home runs if he puts everything together. That's not what I'm expecting, but if he does do that, that high-end outcome is there for Caglione. And even though the ADP is moving up, he's someone that I am moving with the ADP and I want to get shares of.
I have a good friend that I play in a lot of leagues with, including a salary cap league, and he is a Florida Gators grad and a big college baseball fan. He has informed me I will not be getting Jack Caglione in that league this year. There will be zero chance of that. Welsh, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I'm all in on Cags. I mean, I'd been saying for quite a while, one of the things, sometimes you just have to do it or don't. You could just not be involved in this player, but you had to throw out most of last year because the stats were just ridiculous. So what were the gleams of hope that we had? It was like, well, this dude who's this big power bat who had contact issues only struck out 22% of the time. That was a big plus. Huge bat speed and huge overall power, and the guy can barrel. And now it's kind of all coming into play. To me, he is the quintessential idea of a breakout hitter. Not even sure it's a sleeper because it's like, we know Jack Caglione, maybe even Andrew Vaughn is a better term, like we talked about in the sleeper episode, but this is the idea of a breakout. This is a guy that hit sub 200 last year that, yes, he is rising, but he legitimately, I know Joe Pisapia was giving Arico crap about the could be better than Kurtz thing. I don't think that's asinine because they did bring the walls in. He is pulling the ball more. He's hitting it harder. He's had a full offseason, full year playing with Team USA to just kind of revamp this. If you believe in the bat, he's going to hit 35 homers this year. If he hits over 230, I'm telling you right now, he's hitting more than 30 homers. I'll go on Betting Pros. I'm going to look and see what his 30-plus homer bet is, and I'm going to place it. That's not a question to me because those underlying skills are really prominent and it really does look like he's made a big step. And I'm just really encouraged that he hasn't struck out a bunch. So frankly, this is a guy in any drafts I'm doing right now, I really don't want to leave my draft without. His cost is coming up. He is now the 200th overall player on Fantasy Pros aggregate ADP. So that changes across different sites, but you're going to start seeing him go into the 150s. And I still don't think that's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm a complete buy-in on Jack Caglione being a big breakout bat.
So Frank, do you see a world where he's basically going where Kurtz is this year, next year? You think that level ceiling is very on the table?
Yeah, it's not my just median expectation, but yeah, if we're talking upside, I could see him hitting, 270 with 35 home runs, and then boom, kind of a similar season to what Junior Caminero just did, where it's a good batting average, lots of power. Not sure he gets like the 45 home run, high end outcome that Caminero put up last season, but a similar skill set. Someone who's very aggressive at the plate, might not walk all that much, but he'll keep the strikeouts down, hit for a good batting average, and lots of power.
Caglione and Sal Stewart are actually back-to-back in ECR, and they're only 2 spots apart in ADP. So they're very close in the rankings as of right now. We've talked about how Caglione especially has started to go up. If you had to only draft one of them, Frank, these are your 2 breakout hitters. Who would you pick?
Between Cags and Sal Stewart?
Yeah.
So I made this decision in that Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational Draft, and I took Sal Stewart just because I saw first base kind of running out, and there were a couple other outfielders. By my next pick, Caglione was gone. So I guess the answer is Sal Stewart for me, but I like both of these. I'd be trying to get both of them in my draft if I could.
That's how you learn what you really feel when you're actually in the heat of the moment there. All right, Welsh, give me your last breakout hitter.
All right, this is going to be a wild one. This is going to be a much deeper one. I've been sitting on this for a while, and it is a lot more speculative. That player is Nolan Shanwell with the Angels. I was out at the Angels, and I know some people roll their eyes anytime I talk about being around players, but whatever. I was out at the Angels, and I remember it was just early on before games started, and I was watching him during a BP session, and then they did a live session. Kirby Yates was throwing, and you had like Josh Lowe and Jorge Soler going up against all these guys, and Yates is kind of getting the ball by guys. Nobody in the live session could get anything by Nolan Shanwell. And then I just had that like common thing to just be like, man, if he just started barreling the ball a little bit more and pulling the ball, like he could do some wonders because the guy is a tremendous contact hitter. And then what we got was we actually started getting some conversation out of camp that he is looking to do that the team feels that he is an adjustment or 2 away from being this massive, big impact hitter because he is one of the best. He doesn't chase. He doesn't whiff. He doesn't strike out. He walks. He gets on base, and he makes a ton of contact. So he's just missing those other pieces because he's super low, hard hit. He has increased his barrel percentage every single year, but that has not equated to any big results. But what we have seen before, and I've called it like the CJ Abrams effect. You've seen these guys that don't like hit the ball super, super hard, but what they do, and they don't barrel super a ton, but they get the ball in the air, they pull it, and they maximize homers. And that's just something I think we could get out of him. He had an 18.4 pulled air percentage, which is pretty solid. I think he's a small bit of barreling away with that pull rate from being able to be a 20-plus home run hitter. That would go along with a probably 280 to 290 batting average, maybe with some significant runs, and I'm not really sure where the RBIs will go. But he is one of those characters that I think is a small adjustment away from a big, actual, true breakout here. And one thing in the spring, he's actually struggled a little bit in the spring. But you know what's been happening? Been trying to pull the ball more. His pull percentage is a career high than he's ever had in any season during spring. I think starting to go through that process. So be on the lookout for him. He's a better points league. He's viable points league. He's not really in a lot of other formats, but I think at deeper leagues, he could be a corner infield option that could be stepping into a big breakout that could maybe get him upwards of like 4 categories. So it's kind of a weird one, but I do think it fits just some of the mold of the type of player that could be a real breakout, going from irrelevant to solid. I don't think he could ever be a superstar. I don't think he's going to. Jack Caglione could be a superstar. Jack Caglione, if I told you guys, hey, Cags is a top 3-round player, I think there's a realm where you see it and you kind of believe it. I don't think that's going to happen with Shanwell, but could it be a top 200 player? Could be a viable corner infielder that is literally free. I think that is a possibility because I think he's just an adjustment or 2 away from, being an actual fantasy guy.
Yeah, outside the top 300 in ADP. So is he somebody, Welsh, that you are saying like, wait to the end of the draft and like, yes, this is like when you're kind of taking swings late, you'll take them, or would you take him like a round or 2 earlier than that 300th ADP? It's still late, but like just to make sure you get him. Or is it more wait, and if he's there, you're interested in him as a lottery ticket?
It's a great question. I had this exact scenario happen to me. TGFBI, as we talked about. I'm in TGFBI, and I will be frank. I won't be Frank Stampfl, but I'll be frank here. I want Andrew Vaughn as well. I think both of those guys are like, I mean, there's tiers of like the guys that you want. And we already talked about Andrew Vaughn. I don't need to talk about him. In that draft, I was in a spot around 270 where I needed pitching and I had both of these corner infielders out here. And I did pass on taking Vaughn to take a pitcher because I needed to bulk up my starting pitching a little bit. And Vaughn then went the next pick. So I'm now going to be looking at a guy like Nolan Shanwell that I'm going to be able to take because Berger's gone, Vaughn is gone, and it's going to be right around the 300s. So it's a calculated potential miss, because if he's more of what he was before, where he's like, I barrel 4% of the time, and all I do is get on base and I don't do anything structurally super great, like 64 runs, 53 RBIs aren't going to do it. But we also saw some significant changes like from Geraldo Perdomo, and I think that's like the space that we could go to. So if he goes 80-80 with 20 homers and a 280 batting average, I think we're talking about something completely different with Nolan Shanwell. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. This is my super deep breakout hitter for the year.
Frank, where are you at on Shanwell?
Yeah, I think he's a good deep league name, high floor option, just because he's going to play a ton. I think if you play in OBP or head-to-head points leagues where it goes a little bit deeper into the player pool, it makes a lot of sense to target him there. We actually did a team preview series this offseason where we brought on a beat writer from each team, and we had Jeff Fletcher from the SoCal News Group who covers the Angels there. And we asked every beat writer for a breakout, and his breakout was Nolan Shanwell, with the hope that he can get to more power and barrel things up a little bit more. He has good bat control. He has great plate discipline. So if he can just get that ball in the air a little bit more, pull it like the Welsh was mentioning there, it's not crazy to see a 20 home run season here with other solid counting stats and really good plate discipline from Nolan Shanwell.
Yeah, and just to say, like, he has increased his launch angle 3 straight seasons, while the barrel has kind of like been a slow go up. But he went from 6, which is to 10, which are like, oh, this is like the Vince McMahon meme. We were like, oh, so now if we can go 13 to 16 or 17, we're going to be Vince falling out of the chair at this point. And it's like, yes, someone in the chat mentioned like right field that the Angels can kind of suck, but it's like, if he can get that to a 20% pull air percentage and he can go 15 to 16 on the launch angle with a slight increase on the barrel, listen, the way he makes contact, you might just fall into that stuff. And you don't want to be drafting guys off of mites and whatever, but it's like he has such a low floor that it is good to hear multiple other outlets kind of in that same discussion that like everybody recognized this is a guy that is like a tweak or 2 away from unlocking the full potential. And that's where I feel like we're at. I feel like we are on the precipice. We don't have tons and tons to go off of, but I feel like this is the precipice year where everyone recognizes, wants him to do it. Kind of looks like he's doing that in a little bit of spring where, like I said, the pull percentage is up while the batting average is down, and he's experimenting with this. And I'm hoping it's going to pay off.
We've got a few minutes left here in this segment to answer some questions from the chat. Today, we are striving to tackle as many of your questions as we can by the end of each segment. Guarantee that your question is answered by sending in a super chat. We will get to them at the end of every single segment here. We've got some chats that we want to catch up on. Welsh, I got to ask you, just because you know how excited I am, how confident are we that Polar Bear can keep performing here?
I think he's going to keep going. I mean, Frankie would probably be a good person to answer that too. I mean, I think it's the left part of the field is a little bit more pitcher friendly. The right side of the field is a little bit more hitter friendly, but Pete Alonso kind of supplants all of that. I love some of the guys in front for run support. I feel pretty confident he is a rinse and repeat player. I don't think there's a ton of those type of guys. And that can be like, I guess that could be like lazy analysis, but I do think there are like a handful of players that are rinse and repeats. And I think Pete Alonso is just a rinse and repeat guy. He's 35 plus homers, could he get to 40? Absolutely. He's going to have tons of runs, tons of RBI. And there are a few big names out there that, are going to support him being able to be driven in. I think like he's going to help. I think he's going to help guys like Adley and re-unlock Gunnar again as well.
Yeah, Frank, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm an Orioles fan, so quite excited about Pete Alonso here. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I think that's all well said by the Welsh. I don't typically love buying the player first year of a mega contract in a new location, but I mean, look, I don't want to overreact to spring training. He's looked awesome this spring. He is crushing the ball like he always does. It's a good lineup. There are great players around him. I know that, they made some changes to Camden last year to bring the walls back in a little bit in left field. I don't think it really matters for him. He just hits the ball so hard. The one thing for his ADP is like he goes usually a round or 2 ahead of Devers and Matt Olson, and I don't really see a huge difference between those guys. So I haven't wound up with Pete Alonso on any of my teams, but that's not because I don't like him. It's because I just kind of like the other players that are going a little bit later on. So
I've had the same thing, by the way. Like, I just haven't ever drafted him in any draft because I also like Devers. And I think I mentioned in my Welsh's, Welsh's targets or cheat sheet that's coming out, I also like Vinny Pasquantino. So it's one of those things where I don't like to push the can down where it's like, oh, I'll take this guy because I get this guy later. But like, I think Devers and him are pretty close. And then if I miss on both of them, I'm like, well, I got Vinny. So I've never once in any mock or anything I've done so far this offseason taken Alonso.
Let's actually stick with the Orioles corner infield spot. We got a question here from Phil. Thoughts on Kobe Mayo's spring? Has he figured something out, calmed his nerves finally, or just a hot spring? Obviously, we'll have an opportunity here with Jordan Westburg's injury at third base. He's hitting the cover off the ball so far in spring trading. He had another great game just yesterday. Very, high pedigree prospect from when he was in the minors. Didn't really pan out in the majors so far. Still really young. We talk a lot about like sort of this post type sleeper from the prospects. Frank, I'll start with you on this one. What do you think about Mayo? Are you buying into his hot spring at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what you want to see from a young player who has had very little opportunity so far, but now he's trying to take advantage of that. And so far this spring, 13 for 26, hitting 500 on the nose, hit a home run the other day. It was like 434 feet, 108 exit velocity. We know that the power is there. He really just needs the opportunity now to take advantage of that. We saw some of that power down the stretch last season too. I believe he had like 5 or 6 home runs in September of last year. So I don't have any faith in Jordan Westburg's ability to stay healthy or to get back on the field. I think it's actually going to wind up being probably a major injury and surgery there for Jordan Westburg. And as a result, I like the opportunity. I like this lineup. I like someone like Pete Alonso being around to mentor Kobe Mayo. So where he's going outside the top 300, to me, this is like the definition of a post-hype sleeper here.
Hey,
yeah, Welsh Mayo did start to look more comfortable in September when he was actually getting more regular at bats, which he was not getting, earlier in the season when he first got called up. Is he somebody that you're interested in very late in drafts?
I think more importantly here, did you drop all of your burners in here that we've only had Orioles question? Is there any coincidence? I would just like to point out as the resident Oriole fan that both of the listener questions were Orioles. No, I think, it's opportunity. It is wild that he's not walking, he's not striking out in spring. He hasn't done a whole lot of that. He's just making a bunch of contact. But this is a huge opportunity for him to not have that taken away with Westburg out. And he's always been one of those like 260, 25 plus homer guys. So I think this is a really big opportunity. And I'm not the biggest like lineup protection guy out there, but it's like this is a pretty good lineup for him to thrive.
The Pete Alonso question was the oldest question that we hadn't answered yet, so I had to get to it. And then I was like, I might as well stay thematically appropriate. Let me give you just very quickly, shoot from the hip, one non-Orioles one. Vaughn or Berger? This comes from the Big Dance. Welsh, who do you like better?
I think we did this one earlier, but Vaughn.
Oh, okay. It was still started here. Wasn't sure. Frank, do you see the same, Vaughn?
Yeah, I like Andrew Vaughn a lot. I like the changes that he made with the Brewers last year.
All right. We'll go ahead and wrap up this segment there. Don't go anywhere. We're going from breakout hitters to breakout pitchers next with Lance Brozdowski. We appreciated him hopping on with myself and Welsh. Frank, thank you so much for giving us the time. Best of luck this season.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll be right back.
Have you ever found yourself during a draft scrambling? You don't know who to pick. We've all been there. But it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having a team of experts sitting right next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. 1. Consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings, it compares rankings and projections from all the top baseball experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. And Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need, what other teams need, and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that info into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Number 3, best-in-class projections. Draft Assistant uses our industry-leading projections to tell you where you rank in each category in real time. See which category you're dominating and which players you can pick to give your team the biggest boost. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, CBS, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
Welcome back to Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest 2026. I'm Ryan Wormeli, joined by Chris Welsh and Lance Brozdowski to talk some breakout pitchers. Few people that I trust more when talking about this position. So, of course, we had to have Lance on for this segment. Thanks for hopping on, buddy.
What's up? What's going on, guys? How are you?
Braz, Lance is a great get. I want to give a plug. Also, everybody should be following Lance Brozdowski on his YouTube. Lance, you have done just such a killer job of curating like really great, fun ways to consume so many like analytical things that can burn people's brains out. I attempt when we talk about shows to like I'll just like dumb down conversations sometimes because sometimes it just burns people's brains. But you have been an industry go-to for industry people. I have done it myself as well as a bunch of consumers. So there's really almost nobody better we could have on here. So I just wanted to say fantastic job and plug that YouTube, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate that a lot.
Much better intro from Welsh than I gave. Apologies for that.
You're like, who is this?
Sorry. I love having Lance on. Lance did this with us last year. We had and I just want to point out, you want to go back. We don't want to ever do the whole like victory laps or anything like that.
No, I want to do this because I forgot who I picked.
Well, no, we had this great Roki conversation where Roki at the time was like, everyone's like, I gotta get Roki. Roki was like the version of Nolan McLean this year, which I hope I'm not putting a bad juju on. But like you and I, we had this long discussion on that, kind of bringing down the expectations of Roki Sasaki, and that was a really good thing. That was a good thing that we had kind of tempered those expectations, which, ironically, kind of still is lingering here on what's going to happen. But it was a really great episode, and I'm excited to get into these. I've got two guys. I don't even know why I'm talking here. Lance has got a couple, but Lance, I'm a little tease here. Worm. Lance has got one. I actually think you should go to me first to get one of mine out of the way because Lance has got an absolutely absurd name on here that I'm so excited to hear. I'm so excited to hear it.
Okay, well, we'll follow your lead here. Welsh, should go to you first.
Yeah, let's get this one out of the way. Well, more than anything, let's get Lance's take on this because he's already been talked about in this episode. Breakout is probably very loose at this point because he's becoming a big target, but Emmett Sheehan is definitely one of my guys. The breakout started last year. I think the continuation is imminent. And one of the biggest things in using him as a breakout is that I think he could end up being the most valuable pitcher not named Yamamoto. I think we're in a realm of possibility. It's tough to say with Ohtani if Ohtani got the full run here, but he had a 2.82 ERA this past year, sub 1 whip, 30% K percentage, 7% walk rate, which you love to see. Expected ERA was right in there. Whiff rates on the slider looked phenomenal. Big 3-pitch mix. And he's the guy that's not in, I think, in any real big competition. So we've already talked about him on the fest. I don't want to go too nuts with it, but he's like become a must-draft player for me. And the breakout side of this is, like I said, it's him no longer being he's after Snell, he's after Glass now. Snell is already going to be limited with innings. Glass now is kind of perpetually. I just think there's a realm of possibility where Emmett Sheehan is the more trustworthy option. Think of it like this. Emmett Sheehan could be to what Brian Wu was with the Mariners last year. Brian Wu was like the 4th-ish starting pitcher that was taken, and then he's kind of vaulted up into kind of being the number 2 most trustworthy guy. So I think innings are going to be bound. I think there's a lot of fantasy production. He is my breakout pitcher. But Lance, what do you think about Emmett Sheehan?
It's a good one. Yeah, I like it purely from an innings standpoint. I think the Dodgers do not care about regular season pitching innings. So like I find it really difficult to click Snell, Glasnow, even Yamamoto. Like, I just, if those guys go down, they're down for a month and a half, even if it's like, oh, I have a tiny blister. It's like they're peaking guys for October. They're the one team that's projected for like nearly probably 100 wins. What is their over? I don't even know what their over under is. But as a result of that, they just don't care about regular season innings. Like, I don't know what to say. So it's like, that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant, even looking at what projections have for innings. I think for most of those guys, I just take off 10 to 15 because I'm just like, listen, my median projection on all these guys is lower. The reason I like Sheehan is that he feels like the guy that if they're going to throttle someone, they throttle him. You know, like he's just the 4th best starter when they get to the postseason. So that guy is just inherently going to have to cover more regular season innings. So to me, it's really like an innings equation. Like he's a good pitcher. He used to be like more of a four-seam change guy. And now he's like way more four-seam slider, and that slider's sick. But yeah, it's really like an innings equation for me here. And I think it's a sharp pick.
And the throttle of what you said, just as one last go, because I'm very excited to hear Lance's take on his first guy, is that the throttle idea is that they'll just let him go. I think is what, because some people might even hear throttle and think they're going to take him down. But like they can they can have a playoff run where it is Yamamoto, Sale, Glasnow, and Ohtani, and Emmett Sheehan's not in there. So the comfortability of them pushing him 170, they can do that. They don't have to care about him. And there could be other names that are in there as well. So Emmett Sheehan, very popular name. You know, I'm definitely not a sleeper or anything like that, but I think the breakout is next, Mr. Worm.
I did want to ask, Welsh, he's 42nd starting pitcher off the board, 138th overall. Where would you take him?
I've got him in that like early 30 range. So I like really love Chase Burns this year, and I'm trying to take Chase Burns as much as possible. Nolan McLean is, I'm starting to get priced out a little bit, but I love Chase Burns. I'm going boring pitching early. So I like really want Logan Webb on my team. And frankly, if I get like Logan Webb and George Kirby, they're boring as hell. And then let me get a couple like high upside arms. I'm not afraid to take a Chase Burns and an Emmett Sheehan. So I think in the like 100 overall range, like I really like those guys. If I could get them as SP 3-4, I think I'm doing okay. It's just, if we're being honest, the cost is rising on, but not just Burns, but Emmett Sheehan is as well.
All right, Lance, Welsh has teased it enough. Who's your first pick here?
I gotta see if I have the order correct here, or if your graphics guy's just going off what I say. But let's start with Matthew Liberatore. Can I do that?
You can do that. That's not the guy, but let's save it to the end.
You gotta hang around to get.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, Liberatore is fun. So I think, as we've seen on the modeling side, like I'm a big nerd. I love like stuff, models and stuff, and playing around with that information and whatnot. Put out a push this year where he bumped up a lot of left-handed pitchers. And Stephen Nesbitt at The Athletic had a really good piece last year about how lefties like were attributed to like a larger portion of Cy votes, and also just like the top ERA names. Like all those guys are lefties. What we're seeing is like lefties historically have really consolidated mixes, because if you think of, okay, I just need a four seam and some kind of change or arm side fade to get a righty out, because I'm facing righties 75% of the time, as most left-handed pitchers are. And Liberatore is a fascinating example of the modern approach to pitching, which is like, just give me a bazillion different pitch shapes and throw them in like relative proportions. And he mixes that with the fact that his release point's really odd. He's very like centered over the rubber. It's kind of like Framber Valdez, but he's just a lot taller, bigger dude. And as a result of that, he creates like really weird angles to me. He's very in this, like I'd say even like the Framber Valdez area, where he's like very centered and he's throwing pitches at righties that then kind of come back towards the inner third. So he's able to grab called strikes up with the four seam. He throws a little sink. He's got a cutter. He's got slider curve. He was playing like a splitter, it sounds, this spring, which I would love to see as a complement to his changeup, because I really like his early count changeup. So it'd be cool if he's throwing both. The spring data I saw mostly shows no splitter. So I don't know if that's like something in the bag he has to get him up to 8 pitches. He had a good run early last year as well, and then he kind of fell off as the velo fell back. I don't see him sitting like 94 in spring. So that's one thing I'm maybe watching as to whether I'm like crazy hyped about this or more just think he's value where he's going and such. But I just think he's a good pitcher. The Cardinals are on the up and up from a development standpoint with Chaim Bloom at the helm. They pulled in a couple guys from the Mariners, Guardians, and Pirates. Like, they've really consolidated good pitching minds. So those old days of like the Cardinals devil magic, where every pitcher they brought up was amazing, I think might be coming back to some extent, but it'll be much more founded, I think, in data and modern approaches to pitching. So he just has some weird traits that I'm not entirely sure projections are capturing properly. And I like going off those guys rather than saying, I just think his innings will be higher or something along those lines. So I'm kind of trying to ID the guy that like has an average-ish projection, but I think I see some things that can push him into the, the low 4s or high 3s ERA area, and also give you close to like 160 plus innings.
He's pretty much free in drafts based on Fantasy Pros most recent ADP. Is he somebody that you would want to reach a few rounds for late to try and ensure you get him, or somebody that you want to see if he falls to you like as late as it gets?
No, I mean, I'm cool taking him as is. Most of these guys I'm going to talk about, it's usually like a round or two jump, because like as you get that late in a draft, like I don't know, like most of those guys are not going to be on your team. So what I like doing is just, especially like FFC formats or FBC, formats, just like my entire bench is starting pitchers, or relievers. Like I just want the entire bench to be starting pitchers and relievers, because then I get some looks at these guys in the first week or two. And then we get, modeling data from Stuff Plus. We get an understanding like, where's the upside on these guys? And then I could churn through. So Liberatore is one of those guys that just add to every bench, It's like, cool, he's my last pick, second to last pick, third to last, I'll mix it up. But like if I end up with him on like more than 50% of teams, I don't play in a ton of leagues like you guys and stuff. If I end up with him on more than like 50% of teams on my bench, totally fine. Let me get a look early. He was great to start last year. Like we get that same boost. He'll be in my rotation, especially against teams that in my starting lineup, especially against teams that don't fare well versus left-handed pitching. So yeah, I'm in on him. I it's not like oh my God, this guy's gonna be like a top 20 pitcher. It's just more, I think where he's going is not totally in line with the value that he will produce most likely.
Welsh, are you interested in Liberatore?
Yeah, I think the end of rounds, whatever the last 2 or 3 rounds in any draft, is meant for dart throws and whatever that dart throw ends up looking like. And if Lance Brozdowski says that Matthew Liberatore is worth a dart throw, I'm going to listen. So yes, I think the guy that I'm going to talk about kind of fits that same mold. So I'm into whatever the calculation is, if it's somebody that you really like to listen to or you trust, whether it is something you've seen in data, like you want to take shots. Don't just like, oh, I got to like fill out this last thing. No, take your highest opportunity shots. And then if it doesn't work out, you end up streaming.
I want to let everybody know that today we are giving away a signed Juan Gonzalez Rangers jersey right here during the Fantasy Fest. All you have to do to enter is subscribe to the Fantasy Pros Fantasy Baseball YouTube channel right now. Drop a comment on this stream, and that is it. We will be announcing one lucky winner towards the end of the stream, so stay tuned and send those comments. I believe we will be announcing a winner for that during the mock draft that we're doing next hour, and we have actually decided to open up that mock draft to our listeners. So we'll be drafting not just against each other, Welsh and Kelly, but we will also be drafting against some listeners. So be on the lookout for that link in the chat as well. So they will be dropping that in there in the next 10 to 15 minutes before we get to the top of the hour, and you can draft against myself, Welsh, and Kelly Kirby. All right, let's get to the next breakout pitcher. Now, Lance, you have 2 left here. Welsh just has 1, so let's go back to you for another one.
Cool. I'm gonna again push the grimy one late. You got to hang around for this. So we'll go Cam Schlittler. This one's a little bit more in vogue, I would say. This dude's unbelievable. You go back to 2023 in the minors, he was sitting 90 miles per hour on his fastball. If you go to September of last season, he was sitting 98. Like, I don't think we've ever seen anybody like jump 8 miles per hour in average velo. And now the counter is just, well, his elbow's gonna explode, which, to be fair, like totally possible. But I'm not going to be able to predict that, with any reliability whatsoever. So I'm just like, I don't really care, Like, I just think he's such a good pitcher from what he can do. And he succeeded last year throwing a bunch of four-seam fastball. And I personally do not think that's going to be the template that he follows this season. So you already have success with him. And now you can layer in the fact that he started throwing sinker to righties late in the year. You can layer in the fact that in spring, this cutter thing he has is like 95 now, which is one of the true, like, we're bordering on unicorn territory pitches. I think that phrase is often overused. It's basically like Kenley Jansen's cutter and Williams' changeup to me. And then the Corbin Burns, it's very comparable to Corbin Burns in terms of what he's doing. It's just an insane pitch to me. He's going to use that more. He used to throw a changeup in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring that back. I just think he's insane. Like, he's a really good pitcher. Again, like the innings projection here, sure, there's some variance in it. You're going to have to pay up for him. I think he's going probably inside like the top 130-ish area of the last time I've seen.
He's 125th overall. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So, I mean, he's around some guys who maybe have a higher innings floor from what I've seen. But like, if again, like you were mentioning, like Logan Webb, stacking some of these guys that have floor, like I like that kind of combination in drafts of going with floor and then mixing in a guy like this. There's a lot of other fun names around here. I just wasn't going to pick all these guys that have like somewhat aggressive projections already. I love Cade Horan, Shane Baz, Bubba Chandler. Like, those guys are all really fun. But Schlittler, to me, if like you give him 150 innings, like I'm pretty confident he's going to be like a top 15 pitcher, top 20 pitcher. Like, he is. I just think we're underrating like how good he is from a raw shape standpoint, and the fact that he dominated last year using a mix that I'm convinced he's not going to use. Like, he's going to use a more optimal mix from a swing miss standpoint, contact neutralizing standpoint. Like, I don't know. If we look, he's the guy to me beyond the top 100, let's say, that if we're drafting him as like a 6th or 7th overall pitcher next year, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Interesting thing with that is ATC is projecting 131 innings, a 3.9 ERA, and let me not look at K per 9, and it would be like a 23.5 K percentage. Where do you think that's off?
K percentage for sure. K percentage in breakout video I did on YouTube is often something that I'm looking at that can jump. Like, he could easily be like a 25 to 27% guy in my opinion. Okay. And this goes back to the usage point. Like, I'm very confident we're going to look at April and May for him, and he's not going to be throwing 55% fastball, And it's like, that is where you can ID. Like, I think we get into the problem of double counting sometimes with projections where you're like, well, I don't like his injury history or something like that. It's like, well, Like the models are generally pricing that already. Like they're giving him 130. You know, maybe they're not pricing an 8-mile-per-hour jump in things. You know what I mean? But a lot of the time, like what you're like, I don't like the park he plays, and like I hear this a ton. It's like, no, that's already baked into the projection. So if you're using a projection as your baseline, like the things that you might be highlighting as like I don't like or do like, they're already counting for. So the risk you run into is like double counting it. It's like he pitches at Great American. That's already factored into 50% of his starts, you know? So it's like, you got to tell me a better reason why you don't like him. So a lot of the time for me, it's trying to ID, like, what is this guy going to change from a usage perspective or mix perspective that can throw off something else from a peripheral perspective, which could really push him forward. And it's a lot of the time it's strikeout rate for me. It's like they project him as a 23% guy. It's like, cool. If I told this model right now, he's only throwing 40% fastball, he's throwing way more cutter, he's got a new changeup, and like he just backs off the pitch that doesn't miss as many bats. Like you can probably push him over 23% pretty easily, and that's how you really get up into the upper rung of like, yeah, this guy's far better than projections giving.
Super interesting. Yeah.
Just quickly, Welsh, before we get to your player, I wanted to ask, because this is the highest ranked player in the segment that we're talking about. Yeah. SB 35, you know, is that like where would you guys want to be taking him? I'll ask both of you. Welsh, you first.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if I'm being honest, like I haven't really targeted him. Like I think there's only so many young guys of this young exciting group of pitchers.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and you kind of got to like find, all right, what's my group? My group is Chase Burns and then Bubba Chandler. And I know, Lance, you're on.
Yeah, and I like both those a lot.
Those are like two I'm trying to hitch my wagon to. So that got me off of Savage before everybody started hating him. That kind of got me off of Schlittler. I'm not really on Mizorowski. So I haven't really taken him, but I'm down if Burns and McClain are off the board. Maybe Mizorowski, I'm probably not targeting him anyways, but like in that, I think right around his ADP, I'm a little bit more ADP on him, but I think the story that Lance wrote there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's about like construction of your staff, you know. It's like I'm seeing like Kevin Gossman's kind of in that area. Like, yeah, I mean, everyone's projecting Kevin Gossman for like 180 innings and really, really strong stability. But like his velo was down last year. You know, like he's never had a good slider. He's thrown 2 pitches. Like, what is the upside there? You know, it's like if you go a little aggressive and take more variant starting pitchers early, then Schiller's probably not the way to go. You maybe want to lean a Gossman just to create some floor. But if you're in like a shorter league where you know you can acquire pitching on the waiver, like say you're in a 12-teamer friends and family draft or something along those lines, and like you know you can like fleece the people with fab and stuff or just be aggressive early, like I would be okay taking like one horse and then just piling up, like getting Cam, getting Bubba, double tapping Burns and Schlittler, and then going Bubba if you like really went position prospect heavy or position player heavy, earlier in a draft, and just make your staff like, I'm just hunting the guy who is going to be the top 5 pitcher in baseball. I know I could backfill because these waivers are deep or something. Like that's strategically where I really like Schlittler. And I hope that applies to a lot of people. In super competitive leagues, I think he's priced appropriately. But in home leagues or anything where I think I have a slight edge over people, he's going to be on almost every single one of my teams.
We've got one breakout pitcher left for each of you. Welsh, who do you have?
Yeah, I'll be quick about mine. This is one of my favorite, probably like #1 pitcher to take at the end of drafts right now, and it is Cody Pontes with the Blue Jays, who's come back over. ADP, you see a 284 in a lot of like, you know, and obviously not like the big draft and holds, but like any consumer-based leagues, you're going to be able to get him at the end. And, you know, we've already seen it this spring. You know, when he's come back over, we've seen a 2+ mile an hour increase on his fastball, if not more. He's been pumping high in the zone, added some more vert to it. He added that kick change, which looks like it's going to be inducing some whiffs very early on. And I know this is like a stupid little thing, but there's just a part of me that's like, I saw that video, and I've said this before. I saw that video of like Cody Pontes walking with Dylan Cease and Kevin Gossman and talking. And it's like, man, what a great group of guys for him as he is like learning to redevelop his arsenal, and, you know, the closeness of splitters to change up and him adding that kick change up. Like what could be going on in there? He has not walked a batter so far in spring through 3 outings. The strikeouts seem to be there. The fastball, and that's like the most interesting thing here is the fastball's high velo and how it's playing up. Seems like, at least on the early onset, as long as he keeps commanding it, he's going to really set up that cutter he's throwing. I think he's got a little bit of a splitter action in there and that kick changeup. I think there's a possibility we could see like a 25% K percentage out of Cody Pontes. And I think he's going to be like a massive value at the end of drafts. And I think they're going to just run him in tons of innings as well. I mean, this is a KBO MVP. So I'm very much in on Cody Pontes at the end of pretty much all my drafts right now.
What do you think about Pontes, Lance?
Yeah, he's a good one. I did a lot of work on him coming over from MPB. I feel like I often lock in on that because I could get data and stuff. And it's always hard to like project exactly what the shapes will look like. I'll admit I haven't actually looked at his spring stuff too much, but I did like what I saw coming over. Like he felt to me like one of the higher floor guys to swing over from MPB, just because I thought like the raw fastball foundation was better than some of like the Drew Andersons and these other guys that came over that I wasn't entirely sure where they got as much money as they did. And I will say like the Blue Jays, I think are an up and up team from a development standpoint. And I'm curious to see what they layer on top of him from like Dylan Cease. I'm praying they figure out that changeup thing that's just been terrible for years and he trolls people with it. It's not hard. How's that guy not throwing a better changeup? But Ponce is in the area where like the Blue Jays like splitters if you look at like their minor league data. So I think they perhaps just see something here from like a big dude, high release, pretty downhill plane, but he's got enough in his mix to probably be like a pretty steady name that I think is value relative to ADP as well. It's just saying, not entirely sure if like what does the breakout look like is a good question as well. But relative to the ADP, like I think he's appropriate. He's a good name for depth if you want like a nice floor ceiling combo as opposed to just like absolutely taking a prey around a guy who maybe has no shot to be anywhere near as productive as Ponce.
Yeah, I think the breakout could simply be a guy that you get at the end and you assume is a streamer to a guy that you don't cut and you hold on to for the season and he eats up innings. Like I agree. I don't think he's a top 30 pitcher or anything like that, but from irrelevant to being relevant is kind of the look. Now, the grand prize though, one of the grand prize, yes.
Yeah, it's Chase DeLander. This one's crazy, but I'm all in on it. So I think that again, getting to our point of like I use projections all the time. Like that's my baseline, and I try to understand like what's built into those projections. There's two teams in particular this season that I'm very confident will change usage patterns such that I would say the error rate on the Rockies projections from a pitching standpoint and the Nationals projections from a pitching standpoint have the most error. Like the bandwidth in those are going to be the most incorrect. And we've seen this with the Nationals in spring as well. I know I'm talking about the Nationals on a Rockies pitcher. Hang with me. The Nationals cut a ton of four-seam fastball usage. If I'm the Rockies, they'd finally brought in outside voices. I go in there and I look at every single one of those pitchers and I go, stop throwing fastballs and sinkers as much as you are. We're trying to limit ball and play. We don't mind if we accept some more walks, but what we're going to do is throw better pitches more. We're going to throw shorter sliders that aren't as affected as much by the altitude, or we're going to throw splits. Dollander is the one that has the velocity alongside interesting release traits. And velocity is probably like the number one thing if you're trying to like reinvent a pitcher at cores, because it protects against bad shape. So if you're like 92 going in there, your shapes are going to contract so much, you're just going to be useless as a pitcher. You throw as hard as he does. They gave him a sweeper, it sounds like, in spring. I like that versus righties. He had more lefty problems than righty problems. So I'm trying to figure out like how exactly do you get him to be a little bit better versus lefties. So he's probably a guy, again, this is more draft and hold. It's a really deep cut name. He should not be on benches in 12 teamers. He's a guy I will throw like the little eyeball thing on of a watch just to see. Like he's a draft and hold type. Last-ish man. I know what is he? His ADP is like 1,000, or I don't even know what his ADP is.
Oh my god!
I literally just searched and the computer did the dung like no result.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't exist. No one's drafting him. So this is like the grimiest of the grind. But I want to use him because it's emphatic and it makes a point. But I will say again, like Cade Cavalli is a good example as well. He's got an opening day start already in Chicago, against the Cubs. So maybe that's a decent environment for him to pitch in from like it's going to be freezing cold here in a week and a half when they have that game. But all these pitchers, I just want to highlight, like when you're looking at projections with them, like accept the fact that they're going to be, I think, more wrong on those two teams than they will be probably on any other team, because they're not going to be able to anticipate strategy changes. And when you have huge personnel changes like this, you're just going to see different usage and it's going to help some guys. It's just a matter of IDing which guys. But I think like a Cavalli and a Dollander are great examples of like good young pitchers who throw hard, who have some traits that will work. And if they can optimize, all of a sudden you get a better pitcher. Listen, Dollander is like, he's going to be a road only start streamer. And it's all these weird qualifications, but I think it's a fun pick because no one is saying this guy's going to be better. And I'm pretty convinced he's not going to be as terrible as he was last year, if that makes any sense.
I've got a very quick funny story about him. So I live in Denver and my buddy out here is a big Astros fan. And when the Astros were in town, we went to a game. We were waiting to walk in with our tickets and we noticed that the two sort of elderly people in front of us in line had Chase Dollander jerseys on. And we were like, they have to be relatives or something, right? There's no way there's like multiple Dollander jerseys. And he was pitching that night. And one of the guys had a hat from like Augusta National. So my buddy was like, oh, I've been there, to see the Masters. Have you been there too? So we struck up a conversation, and the guy very proudly midway through the conversation goes, by the way, our grandson is pitching tonight for the Rockies. So it turned out to be their grandparents. He gave up 6 earned runs in 2.
I was going to say, yeah.
It was not a great start.
We didn't watch it, actually. We just felt so bad.
And they left in the third. Yeah.
From 55% four-seamer at cores. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Yeah. Welsh, obviously you were surprised by this inclusion here. What do you think about the case Lance makes for Chase?
Listen, I think it's fun. Michael Lorenzen said I think it's a hilarious way to justify signing with the Rockies, but he said, I like the challenge of succeeding at Colorado. And I think a lot of people look at it as a challenge. It's funny though that it's like, how many years are we going to keep doing this and someone's going to solve it, and it hasn't been solved. I thought Dolander, this is the worst case scenario when he got drafted. I really love Dolander, and him going to Colorado, you were like, man, this is brutal.
I'm spending on pitching the draft.
Yeah. I mean, part of the problem I think you see in Colorado, and a lot of guys talk about, is like, you lose spin and da-da-da. But it's like, if they can take off of the fastball and figure out how to get the secondaries going, like, I'm open to it. I'm open to it working. I don't know what relevance this is going to end up being, I think. But listen, Lance came on here and talked about Edward Cabrera last year, and Edward Cabrera was a big win, and that kind of seemed silly with all the Marlins and stuff like that. Like, in really deeper leagues and as a road start, this might be the this might be the blueprint. If we see that 4-seam go down and we see those secondaries get those strikeouts that he was getting at Tennessee in college, like, he's got the stuff, he's got the pedigree to do it. If he also learns how to hit in Colorado, holy crap, maybe it does end up working out. He hasn't been on my radar. He's probably at this point like a 50-team draft and hold type of guy. He literally didn't come up in the search of ADP, but I
love it.
This will be the ultimate like bragging win rights for Lance to come back next year.
We'll have to clip this just in case.
Exactly. If he's got like a 4, let me say, if he's got let's say like a 4.9 at home and a 4.2 on the road, or 4 on the road, like, that's a win for me.
That's a win,
because he's being projected as like literally the worst pitcher in baseball.
What if he was like Shane Baz, by the way? Like, remember Shane Baz last year was 5.9 at home and 3.8 on the road. Like, that would be that's the type of working, because I'm super into Shane Baz this year. That's like a super big win for a guy like Dolander. So, just everybody pay attention, because he starts rattling off a couple, and Lance isn't going to tell you I told you so, but he'll tell you so.
We'll tell you he told you so.
Yeah.
Reminder for everybody, we're doing a mock draft here at the top of the hour, so basically right about now in just a couple of minutes. So we got a couple more spots in that mock draft. If you want to hop in and go up against us. Also, a reminder for everybody that you can enhance your fantasy baseball draft strategy with the Cheat Sheet Creator. Seamlessly integrate and merge rankings from multiple experts to form a comprehensive cheat sheet. Organize players into tiers and add personalized notes to streamline your decision-making process during the draft. Automatically update your cheat sheet with the latest expert consensus rankings to reflect the most current information. Prepare with precision and confidence with the Cheat Sheet Creator at fantasypros.com/MLB Draft Wizard or on the Fantasy Pros app. Let's give the people a chance to fill out the room. We'll answer just a question or two here with Lance from the people. There's one from a couple hours ago. Since we talked about Roki last year, let's hear your thoughts about Roki for a quick minute, please.
He's a reliever. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. He's been a reliever since the jump. I just don't think he's a starter.
You mean 4 innings and 9 strikeouts in spring didn't change your mind?
Dude, who is the hitter? Was it some kid from A-ball? It's like, yeah, you could. I don't know. Come on. Like, listen, he's got to do something else. Like, he flashed a cutter slider thing at AAA last year that looked better than like anything he'd thrown, and then he didn't throw when he came back up, and it doesn't seem like he's using it a ton in spring. But like, he can't survive 4-seam split. If he's spamming split on the backfields in K's 9, like, that just justifies the point that he's a reliever even more. Like, I don't know. I know a lot of people are still in and hopeful, and I get it's the Dodgers, but like, I just think there's weird things going on behind the scenes there. Like, I need him throwing other pitches, man. Like, I think he knows it too. I think he said it in an interview. It's just like, don't allow him to throw either 40% splitter or 40% 4-seam in a start and see how he does. Just force him to develop the sinker and the cutter and see what happens.
We just did the guys in 3 words or less, projections in 3 words or less, and we had Roki on there. So just everybody, you can go and listen, and I probably am going to echo a little bit of what Lance said there. So.
Yeah.
All right, that was a fun one. Last one here, just quickly. How do we feel about Noah Cameron to get another pitcher in here, Lance?
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's not a bad one. That Park's good in KC. He's another one of these lefties that, like, I think he had really good results relative to underlying, right? Where everyone's just like, oh, he's going to regress. And then he goes through the entire season and you're like, well, he didn't regress. So like, then you're in the Andrew Abbott area of like trying to figure out if he's just happens to be unique enough for something to work. I mean, I don't think I've clicked him much. I guess I'm kind of fading him to that. I like Bubic a lot. I think he could take another step. So like maybe that's the rose lefty that I tend to lean towards. But yeah, I mean, lefties are weird, man. Like we're doing this with Andrew Abbott. We're probably going to do it with Noah Cameron for another year or two, where it's just like, oh, look at the results. And like, oh yeah, he'll have a 4 ERA next year. And then it's like consecutive seasons of like 3 4s. And it's like, well, how is he able to do this? I don't know. And those guys are tough to project. So I guess that's a Switzerlandy way of saying like he's fine at value. I'm probably not reaching on him. I'm probably not fading him.
Welsh, any quick thoughts on Cameron before we get to the mock draft?
Yeah, it's another one of those guys. Like I'm willing to take a stab towards the end of drafts, like playing for upside. But yeah, the weird lefties are floating out there, man. So I guess if I can avoid, I am trying to get some of those higher upside. Again, give me more boring players at the tippy top and let me go high upside later. That has been my strategy pretty much throughout most of the season. Hopefully it's going to pay off.
Lance, thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait to watch Chase Dollander this year after this conversation.
No, don't watch him. That's going to be painful. Don't
just look at the box. Check his box.
We're going to do watch parties. We're going to do YouTube live watch parties now. Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to watch him. I'm just going to look at the box. It's going to be too painful.
All right, for Lance and Welsh, thanks everybody for checking in. Don't go anywhere. We're back for the next hour with a 10-team head-to-head mock draft with myself, Welsh, and Kelly Kirby, and some of our listeners. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome into the final hour of Fantasy Fest 2026. I am Ryan Wormeli, joined by Chris Welsh and by the wonky penguin herself, Kelly Kirby. Kelly, thank you so much for hopping in. You have, of course, been participating with the fest in the chat and everything like that, but thanks for hopping on to do a little mock draft with us.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if I get the first pick, Chase Dollander's got to be the choice, right? Like, is that what I just learned? Okay. All right, cool. Yeah.
That's the only takeaway from the show so far.
The only one so far.
All right. Well, looks like the room is not quite full yet. We'll do a couple of auto picks here, and I think we can get going. I actually cannot control the draft.
I will hit start on it because I actually was the one that started that. I just put in one last time. A couple of people said they couldn't get in. You know why you can't get in? I'll just point out is to make sure you have your Fantasy Pros account, your free account. You get that logged in. You can do all the mock drafts. Just make sure you have a Fantasy Pros account. But oh, look at that! That just got one. Actually one more.
Oh,
one
we only
more
need
spot.
one. We're close.
By the way, take it. Let's also get a poll out. Who is going to win this? You can't see what players or pick we have, but if we can get a poll out from our guys, who is going to win this mock draft? Worm, Kelly, Welsh, or other? Or maybe we shouldn't do other. Should we do other?
Well, yeah, let's do what it'll because statistically it's probably another. So let's do like it. Who of the three of us will score highest?
Yeah. So then just us. Okay, here we go.
And I can tell you it won't be me. I played too many keeper leagues in baseball, so then when it comes time to do an actual normal mock draft, it always throws me off because I've been prepping for all the keepers and dynasty stuff. By the way, just to let everybody know, today's live mock draft is done using our Draft Wizards mock draft lobby. Just like you'll see today, our mock draft lobby allows you to practice quick and fun mock drafts against both real and computer players using the same easy-to-use interface as our mock draft simulator. Check out both our mock draft lobby and the draft simulator at fantasypros.com/MLB draft wizard. All right. We will go ahead.
You got the first pick, Worm.
Oh, isn't that just beautiful?
What a scam this is.
By the way, I'm going to ask people to go relatively quickly on their picks. We have a full minute clock here, so that can tend to drag out if people take the full minute every time. So obviously, sometimes we will be talking during our picks and go a little longer, but as a general rule, if you could not take the full 60 seconds, that would be much appreciated. Number one pick. I have not had the number one pick in any league, so I was not actually even really thinking about this. I'm going to go with a player who I absolutely despise because he plays in the Yankees, but I'll just take Aaron Judge, just an immensely great hitter. Just a little bit of extra risk with Ohtani. And so I'll just go with the other guy who's super awesome. You can't go wrong with the first pick, these first couple of names.
No, you really can. I'm a little surprised you went Judge over Ohtani, though. I was not expecting that.
I could have gone either way, of course. But again, they're both awesome, so I'm happy to do whatever.
I'm up here. You know, Bobby Witt is right. I'm gonna pivot just slightly, and I'm gonna go with Juan Soto. I love the shortstop position. I'm gonna pivot out. The stolen bases kind of made a complete change for me with Juan Soto. Full 5 categories, and I feel like I'm gonna get a shortstop a little bit later that I really like. So I was tempted at Jose Ramirez though, but Juan Soto is my 3rd pick. Bobby Witt still on the board, but Kelly will have to wait all the way at the 8th pick.
Yeah.
I will. I feel like I've ended up 8th a lot in these, no matter how many teams there are. So
Kelly, what do you think about Soto going ahead of Witt?
I mean, I get it. I get it. I'm just afraid his stolen base total isn't going to come close to where he was at last year. So I think I would still take Witt there, but really those first 4 or 5, like you can almost shuffle them and pull one out, and I think you're going to be okay.
Well, one thing I will say on taking Judge, this is my own fault for not really looking at the lineups. I usually play in 5 outfielder leagues. This is a 3 outfielder league, so that might have swayed my decision. No excuses. I'm just throwing it out there. Kelly, who are you hoping gets to you with the 8th pick?
Well, I have yet to take a pitcher in the first round in any of these, I think. And I will not get the chance now. So that is fantastic. Thank you so much.
You'll still get you don't like Paul Skeens?
I don't wins count, right? Yeah, I don't know. And if we're doing head to head, I don't like Julio. This is kind of messy. Yeah.
I think you're talking yourself out of the whole pitcher thing with Skeens. Like Skeens isn't as good as Skubal.
Oh, no. I mean, I think he is. I just also buy into Joe's idea that he might throw too hard and go down quickly. But you know what? Let's just do it, because why not?
Because mock drafts are for practicing and trying out things to see how you like it. That's what they're all about. That's why
and for winning today.
And actually at the end being the #1 finisher with the best grade that says, Welsh loves your team the most. And Kelly, of course, hates it. That's usually
we have a bunch of chats from throughout the show that we still have starred here, so I think we're gonna pull some of those up while we do this mock draft, and we'll hit on some of the big picks and everything and react to some of those, but we also want to answer these questions. Let's throw one up here that we got. Fellas, I got offered Brown and Lodolo for Wheeler and Alcantara. Should I take it, Welsh?
So was it Hunter Brown and Lodolo for Wheeler and Alcantara? That's actually a pretty tough one. I mean, Hunter Brown is just hands down the best pitcher out of this. I think this is one of those, it's Brown, Wheeler, Alcantara, Lodolo. I would probably go with Hunter Brown on that one. Wheeler's coming back, especially if this is also a keeper, then I think I would want Hunter Brown long-term. So
what are you doing in general with Wheeler this season, Welsh?
I was weird about him to start, but I've really turned a corner. The team is really positive about him. He's been, kind of getting that work in the backfields. Doesn't look like he's going to miss a long time. And here's been my mental approach. I'm treating him like those young pitchers. So we didn't get to talk about this earlier, but what I wanted to bring up was Cam Schlittler versus Zach Wheeler. I'm just treating him like those young guys who it's we don't want to project the top end of innings or anything like that, because we know he could be a top 10 pitcher when he's healthy and he's out there. So if you believe the stuff is going to be there, then I am drafting him, and I am drafting him in a lot of spots. I took him in TGFBI, and just like I said, get some safety arms and take the huge upside. I had a lot of people cursing me in TGFBI when I took Zach Wheeler as well. Just pointing that out. Steve Gardner. So
Kelly, walk me through your pick of Vlad to pair with Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I've never started like this in my life. But the 3 outfield thing really swings it for me. I agree with Welsh entirely that shortstop, I feel like I can still get a really good one in a 10-team league a couple of rounds later. I thought about Carroll pretty hard because I think that he may be starting to fall further than what I want him to, but I think
played today.
Yeah, he's climbing back up in the NFBC leagues. But in general, I think for me, Vlad is the top first baseman, and I see the cliff there a little bit faster than in the other positions except for third. So
Welsh is on the clock here. Kelly, while he's making his pick, we did get a question earlier about how far we're moving up Corbin Carroll with recent health news. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I like him. Like, I've been doing a lot of 15-team drafts, and I think like right at that turn has been great. But in my TGFBI, I actually took him 12th just because I think he's climbing back in, and I'm not as worried as I was right when it started, because I feel like for him, the recovery from a hammy bone, it might go faster than it will for Lindor with age.
I'm on the clock here. Welsh, you took Junior Caminero, who I was eyeing here at the end of round 2, so you got him before I could get him. Walk us through that pick.
Yeah, 3 picks before were just, that was my cue. There was a little bit of, I was gonna be like, oh man, if Carroll or Julio fell all the way back to me and I took an outfielder with a 3 outfield, I wouldn't have hated having Bobby Witt and then Carroll, but that didn't happen. It went Gunnar Henderson, Carroll, Julio Rodriguez. They would have been no brainers. I'm very much in on Junior Caminero, especially a format like this. If I can have like a dominant, like projecty 40 type of homer guy out of a position that is a little at third base, like Junior Caminero, I take in the second round of any format, and it made a ton of sense. So now I've got, Julio, I've got Juan with the big batting average and some stolen bases and massive power at an infield spot. And that's what I wanted when I took Soto. I didn't want to take 2 outfielders in a 3 outfield league if I could, and that ended up working out.
Yeah, I go with Pete Alonso and Cal Raleigh. I do probably have Kurtz higher than Alonso, but this is a mock and it's fun, and I want to take the Orioles, so I took the Polar Bear. And then Cal Raleigh. The smaller the league, the more willing I am to take somebody these sort of more luxury positions early. So a 10-team league, 3 outfielders, not gonna be a ton of players drafted. I'm feeling pretty good about certainly the power that I have on this team with Judge, Alonso, and Cal Raleigh. I wanted to ask Welsh. Well, you just made another pick here with Schwarber. Before I get too far past the first round, I just want to quickly ask: Skubal, Skeens, and Crochet were the 3 names to go. Should all 3 of those guys be first-round picks?
I mean, from a talent perspective, sure, but I just am not into pitchers in the first round. Is there a scenario where in a 15-team league would I take? Yeah, maybe I would take one of them. Definitely if Skubal fell, I could see myself doing it. I just can't stomach all of them, but like they are 3 elitely like tiered above. Crochet maybe is like 1B, the others are 1A, that I think they justify being there, but it's not my draft strategy or cup of tea.
Yeah. Well, sticking with you, Kyle Schwarber as your pick. What was your mindset there?
Well, I was really contemplating, and I kind of thought I was going to get Ketel Marte and just, again, shore up. We don't have corner. We don't have middle in this. We're doing, just infield, 3 outfield, 2 util with our pitching spots. But Kyle Schwarber was there, and that's another 40 home run hitter. So I've now taken 2 40 home run plus hitters with great RBIs and runs, and I paired them with Juan Soto, who helps in a little bit of a protection from the batting average standpoint. So I will have to deal with stolen bases later, but in a 10-team league, I think there's just a lot more options I'm going to be able to pick back up. I think the arms race, if you will, in a 10-team league is homers, and you're living proof of it. You're just taking 50 home run guys left and right. Yeah. So I want to keep up with that, and I think Schwarber was just like an absolute no-brainer. Plus, we have 2 util. He does qualify at outfield in this what we're doing here, but 2 util, I'd be fine with taking him in the 3rd round.
Kelly, let me throw another question from the chat your way. What starting pitcher should we be looking at to stash this year? As a former Skeens and Bubba stasher, do we have a key guy in the minors?
Oh no. I would kick that to Welsh. I'm not. He's more the prospect guy than I am. I'm trying to think.
I was going to let him follow up and tell you were right or wrong with
exactly. No, now Bogman's in the chat. I'm not going to sweat on this and have him yell at me. So I'm going to kick it to Welsh for this one.
He was already pretty happy you were sweating.
I know. Well, I don't know how to do this pitcher first round thing, but I'm working on it.
Okay, right, so what is this? Who are you stashing?
So this is what SB should we be looking to stash it this year as a former? Oh, okay, I got it. Well, I think the guys are kind of at the top. I think Andrew Painter is one of the top. I guess a bigger thing to put is I don't know if there is like 100% a Bubba Chandler that like we expected. Like Andrew Painter's the top, but there's kind of some negativity. The other guys are already there. I'm going to pull up my prospect list here to see if one sparks for me. Kate Anderson would be one I'm looking for. I just don't know how. Oh, I've got the one. But Kate Anderson would be one if they end up pushing and, they had rotation issues or whatever. I would want him. But the one is Robbie Snelling. Robbie Snelling kind of got blocked when they brought in Chris Paddock. I think Robbie Snelling is a phenomenal, good strikeout, great stuff. Velo came back, everything, all worlds type of pitcher, and he's just blocked right now. So that would be a guy that I'm really paying attention to.
This is more of a deeper league name, and I'm just throwing him out there because he's an Oriole. So he's not on the level of the guys.
Oh, an Oriole, huh?
Well, I do think Trey Gibson is a sneaky, a guy who in the second half of the season, he's going to come up and get an opportunity this year. The Orioles really like him. And I think he's pretty undervalued as a pitching prospect. I'm just throwing out his name because I think he's undervalued. He's not on the level of the guys you just said. I fully recognize that. Kelly, walk us through your picks of Trey Turner and Chris Sale, your last two picks.
Yeah, so this is I really wanted Machado and I wanted Alvarez, and they went right before me. So I pivoted and got a guy that's going to contribute in all 5 categories. His projections are actually pretty solid across the board. It locks in some stolen bases from me, takes care of the shortstop position because we were starting to get into that back half of that tier 1. So I wanted to grab one. And then with Chris Sale, I'm just a huge believer in Chris Sale. I think that, if he can stop avoiding freak accidents, he's got the strikeout numbers. So between him and Skeens, I'm cruising in that area.
I'm up on the clock here. I've already got an outfielder, a first baseman, and a catcher. No pitchers yet. Of course, a lot of people don't have pitchers yet. I kind of like the idea, especially because it's the hitters that I like here most are outfielders. So since it's 3 outfielder league and I already have Aaron Judge, I think I'm going to double up at pitcher. I will go with Logan Gilbert and a guy who I just can never quit in Cole Reagans, even with the injury stuff last year. I just adore watching him pitch. I adore having him on my team when he's healthy. I'm happy to get him paired with Gilbert at the turn here. So 2 pitchers, catcher, first base, and outfield. Welsh, what do you think of the start to this team?
I love the pitchers. That's what I wanted to go. So I don't love that you did that. I will point out, though, look at James Wood and Pete Crow kind of falling in this format.
If this was a larger outfielder league, I would have taken James Wood.
I think people are scared. Very interesting kind of development as James Wood just went, by the way. But 5th round, even it's in the 40s, when you're committing to 3 outfielders, people kind of scared, little bit scared. And I'm in a weird spot now, too, just simply because there's an outfielder I really like in here, but I have not taken a pitcher yet, and I've got kind of the long turn that's about to happen. So I'm gonna take Jacob deGrom. I think deGrom has made the changes. He's added that changeup. They've lowered his spring routine. He was able to get his innings last year. I think the expectation is the same. And there's kind of if the Rangers don't win, he might be a trade. There might be a trade opportunity, and you know what that means? Dodgers. So I'm for all intents and purposes, I think he's still got the big stuff. So getting him in the 5th round here is my first pitcher. I feel pretty good about that.
Kelly, do you have some confidence in deGrom this year? Another year older. The injury history isn't totally gone, but obviously he was good last year.
He was, but I've never been. Welsh and I have argued about this. I think every year we've known each other, that he calls me the biggest deGrom hater. And those 2 years where he threw 14 total innings across both, I was winning. But yeah, he looked great. And I always say I want him to do well because watching him pitch in his prime was just amazing. And if he can keep it going, that's great. But I have trouble with his injury history. Just kind of makes me go, okay, we had a good year. So that's where that's where I sit with him. Yeah.
This is sort of pitcher alley here. Only 4 pitchers taken in the first 29 picks, and now a bunch here, including 6 of the last 7. Kelly, what do you feel about this group of these 6 pitchers who have just gone? Woo, Gilbert, Reagans, deGrom, Webb, and Fried. Roughly the order they should be going? Would you have mixed that up drastically?
No, I wouldn't actually. Reagans, I also really like Reagans. I would maybe be a little bit more interested in Webb and Fried in front of him, again, because of the injury. And there went Crow Armstrong. But otherwise, this is the area where I normally start drafting pitchers because I like this group so much.
Welsh, do you like your start waiting till round 5 for your first pitcher?
Yeah, this is what I'm going to do in a 12 team, or 15 team. 3rd round, I'm open to the 3rd round. 4th round is probably between the 3rd and 4th. I think I've said this through 4 rounds. I will have 1 pitcher. You rarely will have more. If the circumstances fall in my lap and it's oh, hey, look, you can get Chris Sanchez and deGrom, or is it Chris Sanchez and Sale or something like that? I'm totally cool with that, but I want 1 through 4. So it's kind of an eye opener. I've said this a ton of times. What's really cool if you do a 12-man home league, go do a 15-team mock. If you do a 10 league, a 10-man league, go do a 12-man mock, because then you start to test the limits of the players that you really like and make sure you get your players. And then when you actually get to it, you're like, oh my God, everybody's falling to me. This is a weird experience right now doing a 10-man league and seeing the players that it's like, as we're building out the construction of our rosters and, picks are coming up, it's like, wow, there's still amazing players that are out there. I can still construct a really good roster, but it also can be very, it can be a disconnect that you've got to make sure in 10-man leagues, like you really need to have the guys that stand out. Depth is cool, but depth isn't the play in 10-man leagues. 10-man makers. Yeah, you want the difference makers. Exactly right. You want the big stolen bases, the big homers. You want the guys that really take the categories. Depth isn't as important because they're all flowing out there. There's tons of guys to get on the wire after in a 10-man.
Yeah. Opening day is almost here, and when the Major League Baseball season begins, join us every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Fantasy Pros Twitch channel for Leading Off, your daily dose of fantasy baseball news, insights, and strategy. Ask questions, get insight, and interact live. Follow us now at twitch.tv/fantasypros and never miss a stream. All right, that's a very, very fun show. We are about halfway through the 6th round here. Kelly, your last 2 picks, Wyatt Langford and Mason Miller, I believe, breaking the seal on relief pitchers here.
Love it.
Yeah, I love I love Langford this year. I think he's going to have a really nice season. So he I like him as my outfielder 1 in a 10-team 3 outfielder league. And then, in head-to-head, I always say that you basically just have to win 6 categories, right? So if you can clear all 5 pitching, you just need 1 in the offense. So I figured I'd start heading down that alley since I started with a pitcher. And I will not win this mock draft doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway for strategy.
Welsh, who are you hoping gets to you here? Just 1 pick away.
Well, it was Freddie Peralta, but that's out the freaking window. So can kiss that goodbye. I'm actually, I got to tell you, everything I just said, I'm in a little bit of a predicament of the whole, like, you really want to get the highest end of players because this pitching run has been absolutely brutal.
I'm feeling good about having taken 2 already. I'm glad I actually wish before the run.
I think that's a lesson I just learned in a 10-man league is I want to be a little bit more aggressive on pitching because there's so much. I mean, look at the hitting value that's still out there. We're in the 6th round and it's Merrill and it's Abrams and, I mean, a bevy of infielders. The pitching doesn't feel the same way. Kirby, Peralta, and Joe Ryan just went. And it's just like we just had a fall off there. So I'm going to pivot a little bit and I am going to go and take one of the best closers like Kelly did. I love Kelly's double tap of Mason Miller and Wyatt Langford. I would have killed for Langford, but I got to try to pivot in some place because I think I'm going to be playing a little bit more the depth game now with my starting pitchers. So I want to make sure like I can dominate with closers and I can dominate in other spots.
Port's killing me. I was hoping to get, Merrill just kept falling and falling and I'm like, I'll happily take him if he gets back. And of course goes 1 spot ahead of me. I'm going to take Abrams. I don't have a shortstop yet. He's my favorite, just player sitting there for my next pick.
It's tough when you're up and you have to kill the time here. Just don't take my guy. Whatever you do, take a guy. Just don't take my guy.
Just don't take your guy.
Take the one.
Well, I feel
like you're thinking about it. Back off.
I think given just the continued run on pitching, I'm going to take another pitcher. I'm going to take Luzardo. Just signed a big contract. In Philly, had a really good year last year. It was between him or Cease for me, and I'm going Luzardo. I could have gone either way. So I now have 3 pitchers on my team so far: Gilbert, Reagans, and Luzardo. Happy with that trio for sure. I don't think I took your guy, Welsh.
No, I don't know if I really had my guy. I'm very thrown back by the pitching. So again, I mean, you guys are going nuts with it. There's a part of me that feels the pressure of taking the starting pitcher just because of what everybody's doing. But on the other hand, I think I'm going to play pivot. And what I'm going to do for my next trick here, I don't love the pitching crop here. I'm not a big Framber Valdez guy who's at the top of the list here. I am battling between 2 players. I'm going to do this. He came up in the fest here. He is on my draft list And I think the tier is about to fall off at first base. I'm taking Vinny Pasquantino. They brought the walls in, 35 plus homers, better batting average. I also want to pay a little bit more attention to having a guy like Schwarber. Someone in the chat was like, Schwarber's average. Well, I got Juan Soto. I trust Caminero's average. Vinny Pasquantino, just like try to keep the batting average up with like really big power numbers. And I think Vinny has another gear in him. And the tier of what was left at first base kind of fell off.
Welsh, I'm about to toss it to Kelly, but I want you to take a moment because there's a lot of names out here, which is why I'm giving you a second to think about it. Tell me one team other than yours that you really like the build so far.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look.
While he's thinking about that, Kelly, who are you eyeing? Like you broke the seal on the relief pitchers. You have 2 starters already. Are you thinking more pitching here, given that it keeps flying off the board? Are you going back to get your 4th bat? What are you eyeing here?
Yeah, I mean, they're suggesting an outfielder to me as of right now, so I'm gonna wait and see where that goes. But I would have absolutely really no qualms at all with taking another closer, just to again lock into who are gonna get a bunch of saves and then start building out. Decide which of the hitting categories I'm gonna really go after, which it might be batting average at this point. But yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. It's just once apparently I started talking about the pitching situation and then everyone just went crazy. I also don't like this bunch that's in this area. So it's either closer or definitely just the best hitter I can get.
Welsh, whose team do you like so far? Just on a quick glance for me, I like Port. I like Jay Springer. Who stands out to you?
Yeah, so I do think we're a little bit in a space where I think a lot of the teams look kind of the same. And God, do I hate to do this, but Kelly's team I really like right now. I hate to give Kelly the benefit there, but you got the 2 great pitchers with a elite closer, Vlad Turner and Wyatt Langford. I don't think there's immense incredibleness out of that, but there's also like they're all good. There's all good batting average. They're all solid power. 2 of them are going to provide 20 plus stolen bases. She's not in the situation like I am with the starting pitching. So I think she's not giving herself enough credit here. I think she is going to rank pretty high. This is that whole well, thanks guys. It's over. I lost. And then, trying to, get the magic of the world to go on your side. I think that's what she's doing. I like hers. The other one I kind of liked was Diamond Dogs, because the entire infield is set with Olsen, Terang, Lindor, Michael Garcia, Kyle Tucker as one of the outfielders, and then Garrett Crochet is the starter. Yeah. So that's a little bit more like mine. But I like that. But I think Kelly's is the one that really stood out to me, unfortunately.
As soon as you said, I hate to do this, I was like, it's going to be either me or Kelly. And I don't think he likes my team enough for it to be me. So it's going to be Kelly.
Yeah, I got to relook at your team here.
Well, can I ask you, while you're looking at my team, Welsh, where is the right spot for Cal Raleigh? Because obviously he's the only catcher taken so far, clearly the best catcher. But we've had years in the past where the obvious catcher 1 has not lived up to that. Now they're not coming off quite the year that Raleigh is coming off of. But where is the right spot for Cal Raleigh?
It's a great question. Me and Enrico, we differ. We don't really agree on this. Where I see he put like as a likely bust. I'm not sure if the bust is there. The batting average is a real big question, but like I don't look at Cal Raleigh and be like, well, catcher. It doesn't matter. Catcher doesn't matter to me with him. It's like he's a 40 plus home run hitter. I think the profile changed that. I just don't question that he's going to hit 40 plus homers. So it's like Kyle Schwarber, but he's a Kyle Schwarber as a catcher. And where should Kyle Schwarber, if he was a catcher, be at? If you really think the team, he's going to just decimate as a hitter, then maybe that changes. But like, so all that being said, in a 10-team league, like 2nd, 3rd round, like wheel. And if 12 or 15, the back end of a 2nd round, I think you can do it. I'm not doing it in a lot of instances, but I highly suggest you go and play around with mocks and see how that ends up like looking for your team.
Yeah, let's just leave this comment up a little bit longer here from Jacob. The Worms team, such great base moving forward, stacked with power and solid starters. Just another one of my burners here in the chat.
Yeah. Your Oriole. Next question will be like, guys, we don't talk enough about Colton Cowser. Why are we not?
Let's do some keeper questions. We haven't done a lot of them. There's a lot of ones coming in the chat. Kelly, 2-player keeper, Wu in the 12th round, Skubal in the 1st, Kurtz in the 13th. You get 2 of them.
Oof. Kurtz for sure. For me, if you have Skubal, that would be really hard.
Don't care about the value, or
yeah, I don't know. It's like when you ask me those questions, and I'm just like, depends on if you're in win now position. I'd go Skubal and Kurtz. If not, then I would probably go Wu for value.
Welsh, what do you think?
I'm a pretty like elite, no doubt first round players. If they cost a first round, I'm probably going to take them. So I would say this is really tough. I probably am Scooble and Kurtz, to be honest with you. Woo's awesome. And I think if you wanted to go Woo and Kurtz, I wouldn't.
I think Kurtz is easy. And then one of the pitchers, just the value.
I just think it's hard to like. Now, here would be the cool thing. If you put back Scooble and you could take him back, then that's an obvious answer. But yeah. I just, how can you leave Scooble back?
Yeah. Let's see. Let's get another keeper question in here. I thought I saw one.
All the players go.
Here's one. Keep or sell Mookie if I already have Gunner in an 8-team head-to-head fantasy league. Kelly, what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I think we should be playing an 8-team league since that's what our insiders league is going to be for some godforsaken reason.
No, dude, you're gonna stir up a whole thing, Kelly.
Did Fitz message you guys too?
Yeah, we all. You weren't. No. A certain individual. Don't out anybody. A certain individual may have messaged some people about the 8-man league.
But all he did was interrupt a conversation I was already having with 2 or 3 others.
Whoever
I will
they
say,
are.
He messaged me.
Whoever they are.
And I said, by the way, he goes, I wonder if other people feel the same way as we do. I was like, I would bet my life savings that Kelly and Mayer and Welsh are all already talking about this.
Yeah. 2 12-man leagues or 3 8-man leagues.
You gotta go 8-man. There's just no other way to do it.
When you can do an 8-man league, you just don't pass it up, just like you would karate in the garage.
The only other thing I'll say about that, and then I'll answer this question, was just that every other year, some of us complain about certain things in baseball. And this year we're just like, we'll just complain to each other and no one has commented on it in the actual channel. Because we're just like
time and effort to actually set up the league. So it's like, how much can I complain? But come on.
Yeah. So anyway, it'll be fun. I don't think I've ever played in an 8-team league.
I was just about to ask you, have you ever played? I've never played in an 8-man league.
I've played in an 8-team football league. I don't think I've ever done one for baseball, actually.
So yeah. So I mean, I guess the question is like, what do you have do you have a middle infield spot? And like, is this keeping him like in a certain round? Because yeah, obviously if you have Gunner, then I think, Mookie's more expendable, but if you have a middle infield spot, I would be tempted to hold on to him because I think he's going to have a really nice bounce back here.
My last 2 picks here were George Springer and Nolan McLean at the turn. I have some very close friends who are diehard Mets fans who are, one of them said he wouldn't trade Nolan. He has it's like a, they keep depending on the cost. He has a $1 Nolan McLean. He said he wouldn't trade him for Paul Skeens or prime Francisco Lindor. So he's maybe a little bit out over his skis there. Where do you guys think is the right spot for the next kind of elite pitching prospect who, looks pretty good last year, Welsh?
Who is it again?
Nolan McLean.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I was just making my pick here. I've loudly been the Nolan McLean guy. We did the live episode. That was my pick for the big breakout for the year. And he has proceeded to rise about 50 picks since we had that conversation, that live show, which you guys can watch on the YouTube channel. I think it's amazing. I think, it's incredible stuff. He has not been, what his biggest challenge has been? Team USA, that game. That's the biggest challenge he's ever faced on that biggest stage. But he really hasn't faced crazy adversity with absolutely insane stuff. I think he is just going to walk right into like a top 25 SP season. So I'm very, very much into him. His cost is just becoming tough. It's like you're going to have to pay a really, really high price if you are going to want to be invested in Nolan McLean this year. I'm not against it. It's just, again, it's a super high price.
Yeah, it is one of those things too. Again, the nature of this league, 10-team, smaller. I'm willing to take these bigger swings because I trust myself to find depth if it doesn't work out. On the waiver wire later in the season. Well, so let me throw another keeper question your way. How about Bubba or Schlittler as a 5th keeper?
I'm a Bubba guy. Lots and lots of great. This would have been a great question to have when we had Lance on of where he would have gone because he ended up picking Cam Schlittler for a lot of really interesting reasons, but I think he did this thing of like, who's the big breakout pitcher, but they couldn't have a 2 WAR or higher. And Bubba was the guy. Like, so he's very much into Bubba. I'm a big Bubba guy. That would be my keeper. But I understand from a wins perspective, Schlittler's in a much better spot, but I think Bubba is ready to like put out some elite stuff this year.
Kelly, do you have a preference?
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Schlittler last year, and you always have to be careful of saying that on these things.
Right there.
Yeah, but I I like him, but the thing is I have listened to Welsh talk about Bubba Chandler for 2 years at this point, I think. And so he's got me a little more convinced that I think I would rather have Chandler at this point in that type of situation.
Let's see. Last couple. Oh, you took Saya, Kelly, getting your Cub there. I like Saya here, late ninth round. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, he's projected for 25 homers. He's going to hit in the middle of a pretty decent lineup. So the RBI, he gives me a little bit of an RBI boost, a little bit of runs boost. It's like he just sort of clears up. He puts me back in the running to, be not the worst in all of those categories, but that'll probably be my last batter for a little bit.
I mean, Kelly, you are currently top 5 in every pitching category. I would just like to point out, and you are struggling at hitting. But you do have a top 5 in your hitting as well. So you're doing really well for that. A very good early pole position for you to win. I don't remember if we even got a poll out of who we thought was going to win here, but I ended up going with Eugenio Suarez. I wanted to stack on the power. It was a big boost. If you check categories live, you can see your live category projections. It was a big boost to my RBI and runs, but I am struggling. I'm the worst projected batting average right now. So I'm going to have to kind of play with that. But I passed up a couple things I wanted to do. Kelly has ended up doing something I wanted and I thought about. You ended up taking 2 absolutely elite closers, which I wanted to do. And Devin Williams was who I wanted to pair with Edwin Diaz, and he went. So I've had like kind of a couple instances of strategies being taken away from me in a 10. So I'm, again, really good to challenge yourself by trying different formats. And it's like what works in a 15 is not working in a 10 necessarily.
This has been a real lesson for me in relief pitching. And I keep eyeing a guy, be like, all right, I want to take them next time. And then they go shortly before that next pick. So like just a hair earlier than I was about to take them. Now I'm picking on the turn. So that's kind of the nature of picking there anyway. You have to either reach or get lucky. But Kelly going with the reliever I was going to take next to that point, exactly what I was about to do.
I would have taken him too. What this has been the most brutal run. Chase Burns, Strider, Bednar, Helsley, like holy crap, this run we just had.
Yeah, I think it's probably talking about all the pitching seems to just be like shoving the pitchers out. Cause I'm looking at these hitters going, we're in the 10th round and like they're still available. That seems outstanding to me, really.
Let me throw another keeper question here. Is Caminero worth an 11th round keeper if you have Chris Sanchez in the 13th and Wu in the 20th, Kelly?
Yeah, I have minimal concerns about Caminero moving back to Tropicana. But in the 11th round of a third base, then I think that he would be my keeper unless you have unless your rest of your keepers are already like decent hitters, in which case I think Wu in the 20th is the other direction I would go. But just blindly like this, Caminero is my pick.
Yeah, what's the question? What's the question? Is Caminero like I don't need to know what anything else you have. Caminero in the 11th round? Absolute no-brainer. He's a second round pick, if not a first round talent. So you're killing it, dude. You don't have to caveat anything. He is
something I would say to people, like, don't worry too much about like, oh, well, Sanchez is a 13th rounder versus an 11th. Like at that point in the draft, those 2 rounds are not that relevant. Just take the better player. Take the better value.
Agreed. I'm 1 pick away.
Yeah.
Get away from my
had
players.
A lot of your queue, taken away from you, it sounds like.
There's not much of a queue left, if we're being honest. So Justin, get out of here. Oh, that wasn't great, but we are going. I haven't filled out second base. I need stolen bases. He also hits. It helps me in average. I'm going to take Nico Horner, who I get yelled at a lot on the channel because I'm not like the biggest on, but he fits my team. He fits my team mold there. So Nico Horner, I now have an entire infield, and that boosted me up quite a bit for stolen bases. So that was a big, big boost for my team.
Yeah, I was eyeing Horner.
He was my other choice between it was Helsley or Horner for me, just to see what I wanted to boost up.
I think just given the nature of the position, I will take Alex Bregman because I do not have a third baseman yet.
I took 2 of them. I depleted the system with Caminero and Suarez. So
yeah, I really appreciated that one. I am really
littering and
I am just gonna I'm not going to take a reliever yet. I'm just going to keep waiting and have that be a problem area. I'm going to hopefully break Welsh's heart and take Emmett Sheehan.
That is the actual sound of a
on the segment with you hearing you talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, heart's a little broken.
That's the actual sound of a heartbreaking. Just
yeah. If you wanted to hear what it goes,
is it better? Is it better or worse, Welsh, than when we did our content team football league and one slot ahead of you? I took Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, that hurt a lot more because McCaffrey, like, I think fell in that spot.
Yeah,
or not like fell, but it was kind of divisive.
It was like 7th or 8th. Yeah, it wasn't like top 3 or anything. Yeah.
Not happy about it. Thanks, buddy.
What do you? While Welsh is on the clock here, Kelly, let me ask you, what do you think about like what I'm doing here, where I'm pretty strong in starting pitching, and I'm still just kind of leaning into that, making it even further of a strength, as opposed to maybe reaching on a closer I didn't love to try and get some relief pitching that I don't already have. What do you think about that philosophically?
In a head-to-head league, 10-team for sure, but in a head-to-head league, if you're not going to do saves, then don't do saves. You can punt it almost immediately. And at this point, for you not having that, I would totally stack my starters and then later see if you could pick up a couple saves or just get really high elite ratio guys toward the end.
What do you think, Welsh? Similar thought philosophically?
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about head-to-head and, if you're doing like head-to-head category playoffs is like you can just kind of skip in categories. Like when Roto does press you a little bit more, that it's like you just want to kind of keep up with the Joneses a little bit. I just definitely don't like to be pressed into having to do things in drafts. So you know what I mean? So when like runs happen, I really hate where everyone's like, oh, well, I'm going to pass on all these great players because people are doing this. Like I don't like runs or people or whatever like dictating how I'm going to do my draft, and sometimes that fails for me because then like I kind of did that with starting pitching. I was just like, I'm gonna just keep going, and it's like if we stack up our starting pitchers, I'm not going to be in the top 5. I'll be in the bottom half because I don't love what I did with pitching, but it was also because like I wasn't letting anybody else kind of dictate the team. So yeah, if you've already not been on saves, you might as well just play the low saves game, that type of stuff.
Yeah. Question here from Jacob Welsh. Why is Framber going after Cease and Bradish? What is the stink on him?
I'm not the biggest Framber guy. I actually just did a little video, or I think I wrote up one of Kelly would have posted one of the articles you guys can check out. But it's a bad splits. I mean, there's kind of a stink on what he did with his catcher and not being able to get a deal. And I drafted him, by the way. I'm the one that took him, so I'm not like trying to put him really on any of my teams. I just kind of took the upside on the innings and stuff like that, but I'm a little bit worried he's like a 4 ERA pitcher moving forward. And by the way, someone said I look like I need a coffee. Do I look tired? I mean, I've been on here for 4 hours, but I think I'm not.
You look burned. You don't look like you need a coffee.
I think they're commenting on the tan everyone else keeps commenting on, and the fact that your eyes therefore look a little paler. So
yeah, well, it's just I wear sunglasses.
The bags under your eyes are actually tan lines.
Yeah, they're just like tan lines. Do I look burned or do I look suntan?
No, you look like you got some sun. Is the
like George? Was it George Hamilton? Was that remember who I'm talking about?
I don't.
No.
God, who's the? I'm gonna look this up. Like major tanned celebrity.
I know who you're thinking of.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
I know who you're talking about, but I don't know.
It is George Hamilton. I'm 100% right. I'm amazing at my call.
I don't know that I've ever heard that name in my entire life.
If you look him up, you'll know who he is.
You'll know exactly who he is. He's like super old.
Yeah, you do kind of
good call by me. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
You win the Hamilton portion of our
you know what? There's a lot of Hamiltons out there right now, so that's a hard one to pull. Aging me.
Let's get another question here from Matt. Polar Bear leading league in RBI. Will that be Welsh's big bet this year with the streak on the line?
Yeah, that's true. So I do have a 2-year streak. I actually am going to dig in. I'm going to, that has to be the dig in because we've got some of the Betting Pros episodes coming up. But what was, crap, I don't even remember what 2 years ago was. 2 years ago was Ellie to lead the league in stolen bases, cashed. Last year it was Garrett Crochet to lead the league in strikeouts, cashed. I don't think it'll be Pete Alonso on the RBI front, but we will dig in. I could see that as like a top 10 as we kind of break down what are the ones we really like. kind of leaning a little bit. Maybe there's a Chandler Simpson stolen base or some decent market on that. But yeah, we will try to get the bet of the year in. Make sure you guys are locked over on Betting Pros, and we will try to make it 3 for 3.
For sure. Let's see.
I took Zach Wheeler, by the way. I needed upside 10-man league.
I
think there's a lot of
yeah.
I have a lot of depth. And Emmett Sheehan went, and I took Zach Wheeler because he can be an absolute frontline high-end starter for me. And just because of the amount of depth in this 10-man, like I can make up for the injuries. So I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do that in some of these formats.
Yeah, and I took 2 hitters, mostly just because I feel like everyone really started pushing on the pitching, and I'm not abandoning my strategy. I just know where I can pick it up later. So I took a guy with projected 25 steals, and then a guy who projected 25 plus home runs. And so again, it just kind of gives me a little oomph in those categories, and they shouldn't kill my average. So.
Dang right. Dang right. By the way, reminder to everybody as we're coming to a close, we got a little bit, probably should have been 30-second picks. That's my bad. So if we can speed that up, but we've got the after party over on Twitch. If you guys didn't get in this draft and you guys want to draft more, we got our boys Bogman and Rico.
I think we have a link in the chat already, actually, if people want to start getting signed up for that.
Yeah, we need to roll through our picks.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at that. I was like, we have a lot more picks.
There's way too many picks here to be had. I'm going to do something I am kind of a big fade on here, but am I getting? No, hold on. I'm not going to do that. Never mind.
We need to speed it up. Or
you're making, yeah. While you're making
it up. I made my pick.
Kelly, do you like King or Gore? They just went as back-to-back in terms of pitchers here in this last round. That was a question we got earlier.
I was really big on Michael King last year, and I've kind of swung to Gore this year, and I'm not really sure why. I had Gore last year, and the first half was just so good that I was like, man, if he can put that together, like even giving just a little bit, like being a little bit less that good on strikeouts. So between the two, I would rather have Gore, but that's a close. I could take either one on a coin flip.
Did you say a little? I like that. A little less good.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. Just a little bit. All right. We have a winner to announce here. Make sure I got the name correct. The winner of the Juan Gonzalez Rangers jersey giveaway is Joseph N31. Please get in touch with our customer support agents at mailbag@fantasypros.com with your mailing address and a screenshot of your YouTube account page while logged in. Once we confirm that, we will get your prize shipped out. Again, congratulations to Joseph N31.
I think he's in this with us too.
A jersey right there.
You in here, Joseph? I just took Blake Snell, so hell just froze over. Just want to point out. There he is. There's Joseph. Congratulations. Big winner. Joseph been here since I think the minute we started. So congrats, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been very active, so that's awesome. Yeah, I can't believe he took Blake Snell. What gives?
At 10-man league, I screwed up with the lack of the high-end pitching. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to make up for guys that, I can stream in any type of these formats. You can IL players. Unfortunately, I'm now looking and I've got at least 2 pitchers I may have to IL at the start of the season, but they've also got the upside of being top 15 type of pitchers. So I just feel with the depth I'm going to be able to put together, it makes more sense to. And it's also not roto. I can bag these guys for a tiny bit for the back half of the season. So not something I'm super, super into in most instances, but I kind of failed in my starting pitching. So I'm taking another, I'm just taking a different type of swing at it. And I'm experimenting to see what this looks like because I just really don't want to take Blake Snell. But I'm also not black and white in that, like, I don't truly believe, and there are players that are off lists and you would never draft and stuff like that. Like scenarios dictate it. So.
Well, Welsh, Pepio just went. Do you like him or Schlittler better?
I think Pepio's safer. I think Schlittler's got more upside. So I think they're pretty close to each other. Pretty compelling case from Lance Brozdowski for Schlittler, though. I probably lean him.
Yeah, it's pretty. Once Lance starts talking about a guy, I'm like, yeah, I think I'll take a swing on him.
Yeah. There's like 200 guys I want to have now. Exactly.
Yeah.
I won't be taking Chase Dolander, though. I can promise you that. In a 10, a 12, a 15, a 24, a 30, an NL only, or an NL West only league.
This has been another round of pitching. Only one non-pitcher in the
Oh
entire
my.
round 13.
Wow.
So just very much an arms race here at this stage in the draft. Kelly, how are you feeling about your staff now that we're, a few pitcher picks in? Of course, starting off with Skeens and Sale, and then going really reliever heavy. How do you feel about your arms?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like, again, there are pitchers in this range because I usually wait on them. There are pitchers in this range I'm pretty familiar with that I'm targeting. So I that's one of the reasons I picked up a couple hitters. Again, they're falling because everyone is in the arms race suddenly. And yeah, so I'm still pretty happy with the direction I'm going, even if I'm not at the top of all the categories. I think I think I can finish it out and get there. So
Trey Savage goes here. Welsh, where are you ranking the postseason hero?
I'm a little bit down on him. They're already talking about wanting to cap some of the season, so I'm not overtly excited. He's kind of on the lower tier of all those really young arms. Like I would take Bubba over him right now, so he's at the bottom list of that.
It's funny. I just noticed I'm looking at some of the older questions that maybe we didn't get to earlier in the stream. One of them is about 8-team leagues. Hello, I am new to fantasy baseball. I have an 8-team league I got invited to with keepers. How should I approach? What should I do with my early picks? Should I focus on someone younger early? What would you guys give us some advice for somebody in this format, but specifically who is brand new to fantasy baseball? Kelly, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to focus on someone. They don't have to be like younger. I mean, I'm still fine. I don't know. Soto is what? Is he still 23? He seems like he's just always going to be 23.
He's like 28, but yeah,
he's like 28. But I mean, you don't have to necessarily be afraid to take a Judge or afraid to take an Ohtani. I mean, like, these are the best players. It's good to get a base. But yeah, I mean, if you have a choice, like I'd say, 4th-ish round, 5th-ish round, somewhere in there, that's where I start to kind of pay a little bit of attention to age. If there are two players that I like pretty much equally, then I'll go with the younger one. But in general, I'm a big fan of, trying to win and then going from there. So
you like winning. I do. That is an interesting strategy.
I never knew that about you.
Well, some may say I'm a little compulsive about it. No, but I think it's a thing that I said to Worm, who loves to play in dynasty leagues, right? And my issue, one of the things when people ask me dynasty questions, I'm always like, look, yeah, I know this is the thing, but are you going to win? Like, it's great to collect prospects over and over and over and over and over, but like at some point, are you winning these leagues, or do you just have the best prospects? And so that's where I would start, at least in terms of youth.
You definitely have to have a plan. Like I don't care if you want to like punt or you want to be like, hey, I only want guys 25 or under or whatever, but you need to go in with a plan. I'm not a big fan of like all over the board where I'm like, hey, I'm taking Jacob deGrom and then I'm taking Connor Grip, in dynasty. Like I just like have a theme and try to stick with that strategy. I'm not sure if taking like 4 or 5 prospects that haven't debuted and then like 6 or 7 guys that are 34 years or older, like really mesh super well.
Well, speaking of Connor Griffin, he did go in this last round, and I want to get your guys' opinion on that because this is as hyped as a prospect has been coming into the majors in some time. You talk to some baseball, analysts and like prospect evaluators, and they're putting him in the same conversation as like Mike Trout in 2012. So, Welsh, I'll start with you as like kind of the prospect forward guy. In a redraft league, round 14, a prospect on this level, but who doesn't have that much experience. What do you think about it?
I think this is in a 10-man. You're asking me in this league, right?
Yeah, in this
one we're doing. Yeah. Hey, we said it. I think in a 10-team league, like I've said with a lot of other guys, you have the ability to just make up with the depth. So if you think he's going to break camp or he's going to be close, we've talked about, Geoff Pontes essentially came on here and said he could be a 20-40 guy if he's playing the entire season. So by virtue of that, like he's going up, he's not going to last a whole lot of time. And you know what? It's easier to make up for Connor Griffin in this format than it is in a 15-team league. So I'm not really down with that in a 15-team league because I think there's less assurances. And frankly, like I just want to pick my spots on my big ups and downs. I'd rather take like JJ Weatherhold like 50, 60 spots later. But in a 10-team league, I think it's totally fine.
Kelly, you're on the clock here, but once you make your pick, I want to get your opinion on Griffin too.
Oh,
yeah, I'm. Oh, by the way, I just picked Sal Perez, really going after stolen bases. But I really like him. I think that this is the right angle in a 10-team league. You're at a point where if there's somebody you want to take a chance on, I would I would go for it, because if he does pan out, if he does work out and they bring him up in time and et cetera, then I mean, look at what you have. Like, it's a steal on one hand, and it's also exciting. I mean, one of the other things I was going to tell the person who just said they're just starting getting in fantasy baseball is like, it is okay to take players you like. Like, I mean, if there's a player you want to have on your team and it's like, it's showing up as this is a possibility in this area, like I wouldn't take Connor Griffin first overall. But like, if that's a guy you want for a keeper league, then take him. Then it's important sometimes to have players that you would like to cheer for just every so often. And in a team, I feel like you can do it.
There's no way we can shorten the clock mid-draft.
I was trying. I thought in a 10-team league, this was going to be a lot easier to plow through, but this is not. I don't know what I was thinking putting this in a minute. It's 100% my fault. If everybody could go quicker, that would be great. I also wish I can't do this. I wish I could just we could just sim the bench. Like that would be great if we just sim the bench for this.
Cut off some of these rounds at the end or something.
Yeah, let me refresh this. Maybe I can. Usually I can get into the tools, but go ahead.
I was gonna just bring up Trevor Rogers as another interesting name that goes here in round 15. I mean, like borderline could have been the Cy Young if he had done what he did just for longer of the season. His second half last year was incredible. Obviously with Baltimore, like it took him a while after the trade to Baltimore, but they did kind of get him back to even much better than he had been, back a few years ago when he first broke out onto the scene. I think the 15th round, I mean, obviously it's a 10-team league, but I think this range is a really good value. I want to see him not do it before I just assume he's going to regress some. Of course, he's not going to have an ERA under 2, but I want to see him be bad again before I just assume he's going to turn into a pumpkin. Like, I think this is great value for a guy who was like one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball statistically in the second half of the season last year, Kelly.
Yeah, no, I'm in danger of having him in too many leagues at this point, and I've only started drafting like 3 or 4 slow drafts. I'm just taking him everywhere, and I talked about this in one of the other mocks where I loved him when he was in Miami. I hated watching what happened to him, and so like last year I was like, this is the guy that I thought he was. And so yeah, I'm buying into it. Like I said, I'm gonna have to eventually get a couple of leagues where I don't have him in case it doesn't work out, but I'm good with him everywhere at this point.
It's funny, Welsh, I asked Kelly what she thought about it. You are, of course, the one who made the pick of Trevor Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, I had 2 guys in my queue. The other guy went. Trevor Rogers' is high strikeout upside looked like he was back. That's the type of thing. That's what I'm talking about when I take those risks of, even though I don't love Snell and Zach Wheeler, it's pairing them with guys that I think are primed early on, and I think Trevor Rogers is primed early on. I think I was in a really good spot. And we need our boys to go, by the way.
You've taken 5 pitchers in a row, Welsh. So you've definitely been leaning into the arms after going more hitter heavy early. Trying to see if there's any other trends that stand out. I mean, it's just obviously this is color coded, so you can see like there's a lot of this pinkish, whatever color this is for pitching on the draft board in the last few rounds. It has really been kind of the theme for the last handful of rounds or so here.
Our biggest trend has been slow drafting from everybody in here. That has unfortunately been.
We gave them the opportunity to draft. I didn't even start the draft right at the top of the hour because I was like, oh well, it'll go quickly, right? Like we can give it a minute or two, let people get in there.
Yeah, it should go. We need our boys to step up so we can roll through. We do have, because we've got the Twitch after party, which is I don't know if the guys said they're starting it right now or it's going to be starting up where you guys can draft, but we don't want people to leave us. We also want to see the scorecards, but we are not even into the bench, so we're battling. Do we need to pause the draft and stop at the starters, or do we just plow through it?
Well, let's see. It looks like some people might be leaving soon, and maybe they turn to auto picks, and it starts to go a little quicker. We'll give it a couple rounds here and see kind of where we're standing. But yes, that Twitch stream, they're going live on Twitch right now. It is starting right this minute. They're going to wait about 15 minutes to start drafting, so you don't have to hop in there right yet. If you want to go draft with Bogman and Enrico over there, you want to stick around, see how this thing finishes out, see who wins the rankings between us. I think early on in the poll, I was like getting 12% of the vote or something, so probably not me. We do have a question here from Joseph. Need some prospecting with the Welsh. What are your thoughts on Bryce Eldridge?
Love Bryce. I think it's huge power. I'm a little bit worried positionally what they're going to do and some of the signings. I think he's just an elite bat prospect. Like, you know what I think is going to happen with Bryce Eldridge? I think we're going to get fatigue. I think we're going to have like a overall fatigue that's going to end up happening with him. And I think people are going to like be out and he's going to be a post hype sleeper. Like if he struggles a little bit, I think that bat is super, super elite with super power, like 40 plus power potential. We'll see if San Francisco brings it back. We might be a year early on him, but I think he's pretty interesting. And I just took Chandler Simpson for all the
I was just going to say, Welsh, man, I thought I could wait another time. I'm picking on the turn. I should know I can't wait an extra round. I love Chandler Simpson. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, I've been doing this in a lot of drafts. If you've seen, I take these big power players. Suarez is usually one of them. Give me a couple of those big 40 crazy home run guys. And then let me take Chandler Simpson, who I think can lead the league in stolen bases. He helps my batting average. We haven't done this in a couple years, but that whole like combo, we used to do this back in the day. I'm trying to remember who it was. It was like maybe like Billy Hamilton and Judge or whatever, but it's like put Eugenio Suarez and put Chandler Simpson together. And that's what do you get? You probably get a 250 hitter, 260 hitter. You're going to get probably 45 homers. You're probably going to get 60 stolen bases. So it's like taking two players to create this mega guy. And I think Chandler Simpson is like a really good one to pair with something like that. And I have done that like literally everywhere.
I used to do for a while, Schwarber and Arise. Like for a few years, that was I would take Schwarber way early, and then I would make sure to get Arise, and it would just like they even each other out a little bit.
Yeah. By the way, Shane Baz is a great pick here in the 18th round.
Oh yeah,
I love the upside getting out of that ballpark, and obviously, I think with a good lineup behind him, I'm a big fan of that.
Makes me mad.
Yeah. By the way, before we do get out of here, I do need to let everybody know that today's show is brought to you by our sponsor, Hard Rock Bet. If you haven't tried your first bet on Hard Rock Bet, then sign up today and double your winnings on your first 10 bets for wagers of $50 or less. That's right. If you've won $100 on a same game parlay, you can make that $200. The Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook app is the only legal sportsbook for whenever you're in Florida. It's also live in Arizona, Ohio, New Jersey, Indiana, Tennessee, Virginia, Illinois, Colorado, and Michigan. It's coming soon to more states too. Plus, Hard Rock Bet offers new promos daily. So whenever you're listening, just open the app and check out what they've got any day of the week. Download the Hard Rock Bet app and make your first deposit today.
Oh, baby, our boys are killing us here. So if we want to get this finished, we're going to need everyone to roll it.
We do have a couple auto picks, which will hopefully get us going pretty quickly here.
How do we think this is going to look? What do you think the order is going to be?
I don't know.
Between us three.
I think I will be in last. I think it'll go Kelly, Welsh, Worm.
You are ahead of me, Worm, in four of the 5 hitting categories right now. Just pointing out.
Okay.
And you are ahead of me in 3 of the pitching categories. So I think you're in a much better spot than I am.
Maybe I will end up doing better than I thought. I finally, by the way, take my last hitter. I had not taken a second baseman yet. Edwards, second base eligible, even though he's listed there as a shortstop on the screen. So I do finally have my starting lineup kind of filled out here and fully into the bench territory. By the way, taking Hunter Green here, obviously the injury stuff going on. Given the format, it's not roto. I'm willing to there's going to be a lot of good players available to make up for it in the meantime. B, if he does come back strong in the second half, maybe that ends up looking really good. Maybe it doesn't. In a league like this, I'm willing to take that chance. Speaking of like kind of risky names though, like Shane McClanahan, obviously going to you, Welsh.
Yeah, go back to the episode with Nick Pollock and everybody. Like, I'm a little bit worried about the last start where McClanahan's kind of velo and shapes were a little bit weird. But he's healthy. He's out there throwing. I don't know if he's fully ramped up. He's got top 20 pitching upside. I have put together way too much injury risk on my pitching staff, but he's also on my bench in the 10-team league. So that's kind of the little balance there. I just thought he was too good of a value. I 1,000% though would have taken Zach Gallen, who I think was one pick before. So
I was between Gallen and Green, and honestly, like, trying to speed through this, I just didn't give it much thought and clicked Green, but I very strongly was considering Gallen there as well. That feels like pretty good value at this end of the 18th, early 19th.
I mean, Hunter Green's a pretty big risk, but I mean,
it's a risk. Again, this is the type of format where I would take that risk.
Right.
I agree with you.
The right type of league. Rather than focus on the picks being made, let's speed through the kind of remaining questions we have starred here and get through these. So we'll go in order here. Would you do Tucker or Carroll, Yamamoto, and Max Clark for Ohtani the batter? It is a keeper league. Only pitcher kept would then be Freddie Peralta and would also have William Contreras. So would you do Tucker or Carroll, Yamamoto, and Max Clark all for Ohtani the hitter, Kelly?
Would I do that for that? Yes. I would basically trade almost anyone for Ohtani the hitter. But yeah, I don't know what to do with Kyle Tucker this year. I've been avoiding him kind of everywhere. That does seem like a lot to give up for Ohtani though. So I don't think I would do it in that one case. Because that's too much. And yeah, I think I would just Tucker or Carroll. I would keep Tucker or Carroll, Yamamoto or Max Clark. Is that the question? Like they have them already?
Yeah, I think it would give up one of Tucker or
they'd have to give
Carroll.
up like Kyle Tucker, Yamamoto, and Max Clark, or Corbin Carroll, Yamamoto, Max Clark to get Ohtani. I don't think I would do it.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's I didn't. Yeah, it's hard to max that out, but I wouldn't do that for one.
I wouldn't really do the pick I'm about to make if it was a real draft because I already have Cal Raleigh, but this is too late for Adley Rutschman. I'm just making a stand here.
Hey, you're on the
bench.
bench.
Back in a big way. Yeah, I mean, it's like not you're ever starting him over Cal Raleigh, but I just think that's ludicrous that he's going to the 20th round. I'm expecting a big year from Adley.
We are in ludicrous speed time. That's what I am down to do here.
All right. Welsh, you make your pick. Kelly, what do you think? Thoughts on Imai and prefer him or Sandy or Trevor Rogers?
Yeah, I'm still I'm have him above Rogers. I think I have him, or I'm sorry, I have him below both of them. For myself, just the unknown factor for me. I'm a little concerned about his whip. With I for sure I could put him a little bit above Alcantara if I really dug into it a little bit further, but at this point, I would put him third.
Welsh.
What was the question? Sorry.
Would you prefer Sandy or Trevor Rogers or Imai?
100% both of those over Imai. Bogman's the Imai guy. I'm a little negative on Imai. I don't know how the reverse splitter is going to end up working, and legitimately the like 80, 90, 100 projected innings. I can't with that. So.
Welsh, while I pull up the next question, walk me through your last two picks, both outfielders.
Yes, who did I take? I took Dalen Lyle, who we talked about on the show earlier, and Mike Trout. Mike Trout's very divisive. Listen, I'm just a buy when he's just free 99. You know, the upside of like if he is healthy and he gets that contact bat, he still did hit a bunch of homers. I can't quit Mike Trout. And in an instance where I don't have to depend on him as a starter, I think even more reason why I want him on my bench. So he was a pretty easy pick for me.
Yeah, I think if you have good IL spots, and I don't mean this as a joke, like you assume that he's going to miss a little bit of time, but when he's healthy, like he can still do all the Mike Trout stuff. So yeah, at this point when he's in round 20 and below, yeah, just take him. I think you're in good shape there.
It's too hard not to.
Mm-hmm.
Another question here was offered Shea Langoliers for Bradish, 12-team, 10-keeper roto league with two catchers, has Chris Sanchez and Perez as the other pitchers. Would you trade Bradish for Langoliers?
If you're two-catcher league, yeah, you can probably do that in a two-catcher.
Yeah, if you're getting Langoliers, I would take it.
Yeah. All right, we're almost there. Probably not going to do a full team breakdown or anything like that, but let's at least see the grades.
By the way, while I make my pick, Welsh, what are your thoughts on J.R. Ritchie with all the Braves pitcher injuries?
I like J.R. Ritchie. I also like Owen Murphy that's on the team as well. Herson Waldrop going or getting hurt doesn't help the situation. I'm just not sure if Ritchie. I don't love Ritchie or any of those guys for this year. I think they pressed those guys really earlier, Didi or Fuentes, but I like J.R. Ritchie long term.
Another question here for you, Kelly. What about Yohan Moncada as a sleeper?
Yohan Moncada now.
Oh, no, I don't tend to like him all that much. I mean, that's a deep sleeper, but he qualifies at third, right? So if you waited way too long on a corner infielder in a league like that, then I suppose. But no, nothing. He doesn't do anything for me.
Rapid fire. These last three questions. Dynasty Keeper League. Need two keepers. Harper, Turang, Riley, Michael Garcia, or Mizorowski. Already have Skeens. Welsh.
Need two. I would go with, like Michael and Riley, maybe.
Kelly, which two for you?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I
would do.
I told you.
I might do Terang and Garcia, unless I really want Mazeroski out of that group.
That's a pretty
Oh,
good
look at us.
looking. Scott White from CBS really likes my draft. Joey P thumbs downs my draft, so I'll take that any day of the week. Kelly, you also gave me a thumbs down in my draft.
I feel like I give everyone a thumbs down.
I liked my draft more than anybody, and the second biggest hater was Kelly Kirby. So I literally called it that my drafts will be I love it, Kelly hates it. That's how it goes. I got a B. I finished in 4th here.
Welsh liked my draft, but my top draft guy was Ariel Cohen, and I'll take that all day. So
yeah, he also gave me a thumbs down, which is
pretty good.
Not great. All right, 2 more questions here quickly that we had starred, and then we'll get out of here. O'Neal Cruz or Joe Ryan? Cruz in round 24, Joe Ryan in round 14. You can see the other keepers on the screen. Guys like Judge, Bregman, Jazz, Schwarber, Seager, James Wood. But Cruz at 24 in the 24th round or Joe Ryan in the 14th?
Joe Ryan. That's a winning team. That's a team that's trying to win right now.
Yeah, I agree. Joe Ryan.
All right, last one here. Francisco Alvarez, Carter Jensen, or Gabriel Moreno, OPS League.
Ooh, that might be Francisco Alvarez, actually, but I don't know. I like Moreno. I'm going to just say Moreno.
Yeah, I like Moreno's average.
I think I'd go Moreno, too.
But in an OPS, I might.
Yeah, the OPS.
I might take it. Yeah, I might take it the upside of Alvarez on that one.
Yeah.
All right, we are gonna get out of here. Welsh, you did this the whole day, so well done. Nice, great fest. For everybody, just to pull back the curtains, Welsh did like a lot of the planning this year, booking guests, laying out everything, and obviously it was pretty much on the entire show. So, shouts to him for a super fun and successful fest. Any like, if there's one piece of advice you could give on the way out, which is one tidbit that you want to give the listeners that you learned today, what is it, Welsh?
Oh man, that I learned. I mean, if anything, I think you guys should follow your process and you should experiment. I really do think like figure out what it is you like. And if you don't know what it is you like, and I mean by players and team construction, maybe formats, maybe you're going to start a league and you don't know, not to be like a total tool about this, but go and check out what we've got like with Draft Assist and Draft Wizard. You can go in, you can play around, you can experiment with different formats and different ways. And these are powered by like all of our rankings here and a lot of the people that we had on the show. So go and play around and find the best, the best drafting format. And you can also go do that right now, because I think in about a minute or two, they're going to start up over on the Twitch for the after party with Rico and Bogman. But make sure just to put in a little bit of that work, and we try to make it as easy as possible for you.
Kelly, 10 seconds. One piece of advice you want people to walk away from.
Get your guys. If there's 2 guys that are similar and there's one you like better, get him. You don't have to try to make it perfect. And whatever build you decide to go, just stick with it once you're in it.
Thank you to everybody for watching, whether you started 10 minutes ago or 4 hours ago. We really appreciate everybody who stuck with us here throughout the ride. Shouts to, thank you really to all of the guests who came on. I can't even, name them all here. And also the internal folks, both behind the scenes, Seth killing it on the production, John and Callie, Ethan on the graphics, just everybody. Welsh, of course, being on all day. Both Joes, Pisapia and Rico, what they had going on earlier. Obviously, Rico's still doing the stuff with Bogman over on Twitch. Kelly for hopping on as well. Really, just about everybody except Mayor we want to thank here.
Everybody but Mike Mayer. Yep.
Always.
For Kelly and Welsh and everybody else I haven't mentioned, I'm Ryan Wormeli. Thanks so much for tuning in to MLB Fantasy Fest on Fantasy Pros 2026 version. We will see you next time.
Peace.
Never Mayor.
Never Mayor. Sounds like a song. It's a band. Never Mayor.
I'm drafting a league with him next week. I might change my team name to just Never Mayor.
Never. The opposite of Vontae